Introducing NextGen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, the great tackle! It's not good enough. 1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick?
Well, where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen 15.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the St. Joe's Festival. It is Sunday, it's dry, just about, and it is one of the biggest days in schoolboy rugby. It is finals day here at the St. Joe's Festival, and there are a couple of teams behind me going through their final preparations for knockout footy. You lose today, well, you're into the next tier to begin with. It's not quite lose and go home yet, and there is an oracle next to me. Plenty of information to chew through before we get underway. Angus Savage, I say welcome. You've been here throughout the weekend. How are you, and what did we learn yesterday?
Very, very well, yeah, thanks. It's been a really good day yesterday. Really excited for today. We saw some unbelievable rugby yesterday. So close all round. Really looking forward to today, and a lot of contenders for that big trophy.
Well, there's the big trophy. There's also the not quite so big, the smaller and the smaller still, because it's a brand new format, isn't it? Talk us through that.
Absolutely, yeah. So we've got the trophy and the bowl, and if you lose in the quarterfinals, which is what we're going into straight away of the trophy, you go into the shield. Sorry, you go into the plate, and if you lose in the quarterfinals of the bowl, you go into the shield, and then you lose a semi-final, you get a third-place playoff. Everyone's playing 3 games is the long and the short of it, and 25% of teams are going home with some silverware.
So the entire crockery cupboard is being emptied today, but it does mean, as you say, 25% chance. We're going to get some new champions today, which is very, very exciting. We had a lot of exciting rugby yesterday, but only one draw. It was a 0-0 for the purists. So that was, of course, in the table format, the league format. It's knockout rugby today. So what happens if there is a draw?
Well, I tell you what, 2 minutes before we started this chat, I found out the answer to that very question. We're having penalty shootouts.
Chance for heroes to be made. Right, the match that's going on behind us quickly, what is it? What do you think is going to happen? And then it's time to go to commentary.
Eltham College against RGS Wycombe. RGS Wycombe, I was on commentary actually for them yesterday morning. They won it. Conversion with the last play of the game in their first game of the day. They're on first again today. Will they do it again? Who knows? We've got one of their men up in the commentary booth.
Well, we'll throw to him shortly, but we've got all of the matches live today. Will is over there on pitch 2, but now it is time to hear for the first time today from Wilf, commentating from pitch 1.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the day 2 of the St. Joseph's College Festival. On the pitch today, it is Eltham College up against RGS Wycombe. In the box with me today, I'm joined by Billy, the Worcester Academy man and RGS player. How are you feeling today, Billy?
Very excited, very excited. Got high hopes for the boys today. I think it could be good.
Of course, today on the pitch is RGS Wycombe and Eltham. RGS coming off a pretty good day of rugby, to be fair to them. Some good performances, do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I think we started well in the morning, getting a win over Queggs. Performance has definitely got better, but we just, we were beaten by the better sides on the day in Denstone and Wellington. Great outfit.
Eltham had a really good yesterday as well, to be fair to them, in a really tough group. Closest win, of course, was against Kirkham, where they only went down by 3 points to the boys from Lancashire. So encouraging signs. Be a tough match-up here today in our first quarter-final. And it is Eltham who truck the ball up inside RGS's 10-metre. What kind of discussions have RGS been having after day 1? What sort of things were you hoping to fix?
I think we're trying to play quite a liquid style of rugby. It's obviously somewhat of a hybrid team that we're playing at the moment due to a few injuries, but it's trying to keep it nice and simple. Not limit the mistakes, limit the penalties, keep discipline good, and everything should go our way.
There are a number of injuries to report for Eltham as well. They are missing their number 7, Santiago Ezequiel Martinez, and they're also missing their number 9, Lewis Stone, and number 13, Nathan Gordon. So there are a couple of changes that needed to be made. Same with RGS, I've heard?
Yeah, we have a few boys out at the moment. We can see a couple down there in Stefan Wayne and Lindenberg Eckendal. They're out at the moment as well, crucial players for us. But, I mean, the boys who are stepping up at the moment are doing a fabulous job, so we can't hold anything against it.
It's a battle for who has the coolest name this morning in Elsa versus RGS, as RGS have claimed the ball on halfway following some solid set-piece work. And it's chipped through there
That's Jack
by
Lloyd.
number 20. Jack Lloyd
he's chipped it on again.
bundling it on. And it's covered well by Eltham.
Well defended there.
That's the Eltham number 11 there, Oliver Gibbons, recovering the ball.
Well, what's happened here? Is that...
But the ball has been turned over on the floor.
Can't
number
quite
11.
tell what the referee's given there.
Number 11, Ollie Gibbons on the floor there, and it is now a penalty to RGS, I believe, after that turnover. We'll wait and see what the referee's deliberating on the sideline. We spoke yesterday to the head of the London Refereeing Society, Stephen Bowles, who spoke about the importance of having sideline referees and the impact they have on decisions.
Okay.
As a younger player,
Restart the penalty, 15 goals, pulling back.
This is a penalty for an infringement in the ruck here.
I think that was the captain, Jack Pargeter, who was in that ruck.
The number 8, Jack Pargeter there. Deliberating now. It looks like they're going to be chipping to the line-out. We were discussing the quality of refereeing. What difference does that make as a young player?
Honestly, it is
the tournament?
The refereeing that we've seen this weekend is incredible. Because usually, you know, you go away and you might have a home referee, or you know, you get some dodgy calls. But the quality of refereeing has not been mentioned once by our boys, and I think that's a testament to its quality. So, you know, if it doesn't get mentioned, I think that's for the best.
It'll be Alex Darville with the arrows now. 5 metres out. It's into the captain. And the maul is rocking and rolling. It's free at the back there.
Not engaged.
But that is a tactic that we have seen time and time again this weekend. And Eltham College have executed it brilliantly there.
Well defended, to be fair. Got to give it to them.
And Eltham will have a chance to clear.
I think he's missed touch a little bit. That's Jack Allison under that.
And Jack Allison will return.
Ted
here.
Hooper out to Will Evans.
And Will Evans lets the ball go to the feet.
That's a clever little kick. Oh, good kick. Yeah, nicely played.
And it has found touch from Will Evans' boot on that far side. And Eltham, good set-piece base, another chance to clear. But with the captain, Jack Pargeter, in the line-up for RGS High Wycombe, these high balls will be difficult to claim in this line-out. Let's see if Eltham can handle the pressure.
I think RGS have got a slight helping wind behind them as well, which might give a bit of a favour in the first half. But ooh.
And the ball is claimed in the air by Eltham College.
That's a good drive. Can they hold on to it?
And the ball is cleared by Eltham College, but not as far as they may have liked.
Just
Decent
short
clearance,
of the 10.
just short of the 10 metres inside Eltham's half. Eltham under a fair bit of pressure at the moment from RGS.
Defended well though. I mean, you can't discredit their defence. They've had a lot of pressure in their half, but so far no points. We are only 4 minutes in though, so...
It has been a frantic start to the game with Eltham captain side their first half. On pitch 2, of course, this morning, it's Cheltenham College up against King's Worcester in this same competition. As RGS pile forward just outside the Eltham 22.
Oh, it's a good run from Alex Darville there.
Alex Darville, the hooker, making good ground.
Well defended by the guard.
And it's
another
chipped
clever little
through there, and it is the captain after the ball there, but it's picked up well by Eltham, who will return possession. Excellent running outfield there from the Eltham front row. And it's played wide to the Eltham 14, Lawrence Coleman. And perhaps Eltham fancy a run out from their own 22.
Might they be looking for an exit maybe?
Just in their 22, there is Ilias Prachelias.
That's another good name.
Release 6.
Eltham recycling ball well, but still inside their 22 metres.
I think the exit will come. Oh,
and it's charged down by the skipper.
Yes,
and the try has been scored.
That's Jack Pargeter, the
number
captain.
8, Jack Pargeter, the captain of RGS, leading from the front there. Eltham playing with too much ball inside their 22. A failure to clearance led to the charbao by the giant man with the headband. And that is RGS's first score after a sustained period of pressure.
5 minutes in, that's going to be pretty important. 5 points under the post, first half.
You can see here on the replay, it's some decent play from Elton, but that kick is not got the direction. And Patrice put his body on the line there, and it's great athleticism to get there before the ball rolls into the dead ball. Off the cricket square, please, Jack.
So that's quite impressive for Jack, actually. He's not known for his speed, so, you know, it's good play from him.
And the extras have been added
by
there.
Jack Allinson. Jack Allinson's kicking has been almost perfect this weekend. We saw in the first game against Queggs, you know, almost on the touchline to get the first win of the day.
Queggs, of course, not one of the RGS's best performances yesterday, but your solitary win.
Yeah, it was a strange sort of results format that we took on the first day, but we'll take a win regardless. Gets us into the plate, and we'll look to build from here.
It was Matthew Chick there chipping the ball downfield as Eltham have it centre of the pitch.
Let's see if we get an exit from Jack Allinson here.
And Jack Allison pumps it high into the grey Ipswich sky.
That's Joe Caesar chasing it.
But it's spilled, and Caesar is onto the ball there. And it's unfortunate there from Oliver Gibbons to spill the ball forward. Under pressure from the number 11 of our RGS.
He's actually a year 11 as well. Might be worth mentioning.
That is fantastic work there from the number 11, Joseph Caesar. And good platform now. How has the scrum fared so far for RGS?
It has been one of our stronger points, actually. I think our set piece has been very strong this weekend. We've slightly lacked, where we've lost, we've slightly lacked sort of fluidity in open play, but our set pieces, we've had very few issues with it. And that's credit to our front row as well.
The number 20, Jack Lloyd, to feed for RGS.
If we can put some more points on here, that would be pretty influential, I think. Oh, that's a good push.
It's a great Elton scrum, but the early advantage, and Lloyd is off and running. He sold the first man well.
Oh, that's a... Here comes Arian Dash.
And it's wide into the midfield by RGS.
Well played by Jack Lloyd.
Fantastic ship on there by Jack Lloyd, and a great ball there by Allison as they play back inside.
Oh, he's met well, though, in the midfield.
Good work as well, thank you.
There's work to be done here for Eltham to keep out this physical RGS side.
Oh, knock on.
But the skipper has knocked it on in the tackle. Great defence from Eltham as they now look to exit.
I think the 10's setting deep here.
And it's Matthew Chick with the clearance once again. But referee calls no advantage from that kick, not enough metres made. And Eltham will have set-piece platform to work with.
The pressure's been pretty one-sided here. I don't know if that will switch with the wind in the second half maybe, but Eltham will definitely be looking to get up the other end.
RGS, of course, seeded as the favourites for this game. If you're unaware of the situation we've got going this year round, the third place side from each group will be taking on the fourth place side in each of our quarter-finals this morning. Up next, of course, on pitch one, it is the host, St Joseph's College, taking on the Geordie boys, Newcastle. That is a change to the programme. Of course, on the programme, St Joe's are on pitch 2, but they are on pitch 1 on this live stream this morning. So if you're looking to tune in to St Joseph's College,
that's a bit of a knock-on from
you
Jack
want
Lloyd
to be on pitch 1. That is a knock-on from the set piece. Nothing more than a knock-on, of course. Good effort from Lloyd to gather the ball. Would have been clean under the post there, as Eltham so far have failed to clear. That dominant front three of Matthew Arman, Alexander Clout and Ilias Prachilas has been strong so far, but they need to stay disciplined to enact a good clearance.
Both hookers, again, we've already spoken once about the gap, guys. I expect that standard.
And that is Alex Clout and Alex Orville. Darville even having a go at each other in the front row there.
Darville does love to give a bit of chat, so I think you can expect that throughout the day. It's a good push. Going to get the exit.
Hold goals! Hold on!
It's a good kick.
And that is an excellent exit there from the number 19, Matthew Chick. And that will take us to half-time. Very strong half from RGS so far. Most of the possession played inside Eltham's half. Is this exactly what you would have been after from the sidelines?
To be fair, I think following our talk with the coaches this morning, talking about playing simple rugby, playing in the right areas, definitely, I think it's been pretty spot on. We played, 90% of the pitch, 90% of the match been played down in Eltham's half in their 22. So far, the boys are sticking to the script and doing it pretty well.
Well, let's see if Eltham College can form some kind of comeback in this second half. So far, it's been all RGS. We'll be back with you very shortly for the second half. Good morning all and welcome back to day 2 of the St Joseph's College Festival. First game of the day, it's Eltham College up against RGS High Wycombe. With me today is Billy, a High Wycombe player and WAS Academy man. How have you enjoyed that first half?
As an RGS person, it's gone pretty well. Can't complain, 7-0 up at half time. We'll look to build on that in the second half.
Let's see if Eltham College can respond.
Good take.
It's been well claimed there from the kickoff, and Eltham will look to build. There's a big, strong runner there in Pachilas. It's been strong so far, but Eltham opt for the clearance.
Here comes Ted Hooper at fullback.
Testing ball for Ted Hooper, but he's responded well, carrying just inside Eltham's 10, but it has been knocked on into touch.
What's happened there?
Dived onto prone player.
And it has been changed to a penalty. Some poor work on the floor there from Eltham College. Not what they need when they're under pressure like they have been in that first half.
See if Jack Allenson can put one in close.
Jack Allenson, of course, the number 9, moved to 10 today. He's had a really good start in that playmaking position. Has he played 10 a few times before?
I think 10's his primary position, or has used to be at least. He's had to swap recently because of players at Worcester Academy, because he's a Worcester Academy boy as well, and got about 400 10s there. So, I mean, he's pretty handy at 9 as well.
We're talking, of course, about the captain today, who's just claimed that line of balls, claimed by the number 5, but the captain, number 8, who's lifting him there, has decided to leave WAS under 18.
Yeah, he was actually training with the senior academy. No, he was really high up in the ranks there, playing really, really well. Had game time against Yorkshire Carnegie and Newcastle Falcons last year in the Academy League fixture list. But, you know, for whatever reasons it might be, I don't want to delve into it too much, but he chose to leave, and, I mean, he's playing really good schoolboy rugby, so...
That just goes to show to anyone out there who's struggling in academy rugby or struggling to get into academy rugby, there are options for you. You can play fantastic rugby like here at the St Joseph's Festival without those academy ties.
Oh, that's a good push.
There's been a change in the front row there as Lynn has come on to hook, pushing the starting hooker Alex Darville onto front row. But Eltham still retain ball. but RGS High Wycombe have fired through that ruck. And it's good discipline play there from RGS. No hands on the floor. And RGS have claimed it back and have a penalty advantage.
See what they choose to do here. Straight in front of the post. Points might be a good option.
And you see there the number 13, Sammy Sinclair, pointing to the posts.
Sammy's another boy, another one of our academy boys. We've got an academy centre partnership at the moment with Will Evans.
And it will be Jack Allison, the Wasps man, to go for the sticks. 3 points here, of course, would take Eltham over one converted try out of RGS. Could be a turning point in this game.
We've got Thomas Zikovic warming up on the far side as well, seeing he might come on.
Number 14, Thomas Zikovic. But for now, it is the number 9. Clean strike and through the sticks. Excellent play there by Allison. And Jack Allison has an excellent first half. And it will be up to Eltham to respond.
Okay, nothing in that for me, but I'll keep an eye out. Hold please, 19.
With the number 19 again, Matthew Chick to kick off for Eltham College.
Still looks like they've got plenty of energy in them, so this is far from over, I think.
It's so important not to let the heads drop in this rugby, although that kick has not gone to plan. And they've chosen the scrum in the midfield. Dominant front row so far, even though Alex Darville has moved to prop.
Scrum was called first.
Now tell me what you make of Kai Lynn's hairdo there.
Well, to be fair, I think yesterday on the commentary someone said it was the best haircut in the competition, but I'm going to have to disagree with you on that because I think it's the Eltham 13 gives him a serious run for his money. Not sure on his name, but that is a quality barnet.
Good scrum position now for RGS High Wycombe. Pretty even scrum there. But it'll be the captain, the number 8, pick from the base and play out to there. And here is Allison wide now
Zach
to number
Gibson
23.
On the wing. Can he stay in?
Gibson cut inside well there. And the ball is kept alive. And it's into the skipper once again.
Supported by another one of our Year 11s, Jimmy Gillis. Oh, another clever kick.
And it's been nudged through there.
Oof. Well defended.
It is the man with no shirt, Christian Apostolov, who has claimed that ball. But playing with an advantage. Really clever work there from the number 20.
That's Jack Lloyd at number 20.
And Allison has opted for the sticks once again. We spoke earlier about his excellent work from the tee on day one.
Yeah, no, definitely. He's been almost perfect throughout the weekend. So I think Eltham's discipline is what's letting them down slightly at the moment. They're not able to release the pressure.
It was an offside call there, which Eltham put themselves in trouble with. And it'll be Allison to add another 3 points. Allison is composed as he steps up to the tee. 100% accuracy so far in this fixture. Clean strike,
he's got another.
Sailing through the centre, and that will be 3 points on the board for RGS once again.
Got a few changes coming in here. Will Stonehouse, I believe, will be going to 10. Ben Foreman may be jumping on the flank, and Dan Bouden, sorry, I think is in the second row. And the captain's come off, yes.
And that will be the skipper and try scorer leaving the pitch. Allison also taking a break. Perhaps the coaches thinks the job is done. We'll see how Eltham College can react. As that ball is cleared to just outside RGS's 10 metre. And it'll be Eltham College ball from this line out.
To be fair, I've got to say, Kai's hair does look quite remarkable in this wind.
There's Kai Lynn at the back of that line out there. The number 16. With a trim like that, you've got to have something about you.
See if he can pull something out of the hat here. It's a good
and
line
it's
out.
Stolen line out ball by High Wycombe.
Oh, unlucky straight out.
Chosen the box there. It's unlucky from Lloyd. And the ball will come back and Elton will have another opportunity.
That's a shame. He's been pretty crafty with his kicks so far. So.
Rez, your mark is back here.
It'll be Matthew Arman with the nudge as the mark is taken all the way back. Arman. Lovely throw from Matthew Arman. And the ball is collected well in the air. The ball is presented well. And Eltham will have possession.
See if they can put together a few phases.
Tipped on there by the number 6, Thomas Cartwright.
That is a big, big boy.
Away, Reds!
Ilias Prachelias been carrying the ball well all day. As it's played out there by the number 10, Benji Davis. But back into trouble. Eltham still not able to crack the RGS half.
Backwards!
The ball is spilled there, but it's kept alive well by Eltham. We play it on this far side.
That's a good hit.
Lovely tackle there by RGS High Wycombe, who have held Eltham all the way back to their 10-metre. But it's the number 12 there who has been penalised. Will Evans, the academy man.
See if Eltham can release some pressure with a good kick here. How far has that gone?
Nudge will by Benji Davis all the way to RGS's 10-metre.
Okay.
And this Eltham pack will have more work to do at the set piece.
On the line. Okay. Line's yours, Rez.
Eltham College, of course, are not saying goodbye after this defeat. They'll be moving down to the next competition, of which the semi-finals will kick off towards 11 o'clock. RGS, if they can hold on here, will be progressing to the next round of the Shield competition. I believe they'll be playing the winners between St Joseph's College and Newcastle. And here is number 4, making good ground there.
Okay, no hands, goals.
Looking like another box here from RGS.
Use it!
Plenty of men in the backfield for
And Lloyd sends it high.
And left.
It's kept in field there by RGS, but turned over by Eltham College off that tip back. But excellent defending has dragged Eltham off the sideline. Last play called by the referee. Game's done and dusted. We'll see if Eltham College have anything to respond with in this final play. Will we see a bit of coast to coast from RGS, or will they be getting off the pitch, get some rest on board?
I think the coaches will probably be opting for get it off the pitch, get some drinks on board, and rest up. But I don't. You never know. A few players on there might want to run it back, and they might do.
Clean line-out ball, but spilled there on the floor
Knock on.
by Lloyd, but it will not matter.
Whistle's gone, gents. Knock on. No advantage.
I think RGS were pretty happy with that result.
A good win here for RGS High Wycombe, 13-0 against Eltham College. Eltham moved down a competition, but still live, and RGS High Wycombe are on to the semi-finals. Thank you very much, Billy, for being with me. You've been absolutely fantastic. It's been so lovely to have you, of course, Billy, the academy man from WAS, RGS boy. Thank you very much for joining me as well for this fixture. Do not go anywhere. Up next at 9:40, it is Newcastle against St Joseph's College on Pitch 1. Different to your programme, I know, but join me here on the Pitch 1 live stream for the home team in the other quarter-final.
Wins for RGS, High Wycombe and Cheltenham boys. The first two games done and dusted. Still lots to come. But now I'd like to chat about a few things that are going on around the rugby, because it's a real bustling metropolis here. We've got various representatives from clubs and universities as the players progress their journeys. But journeys aren't just rugby journeys, they're life journeys too. And Nigel Seaman joins me. You're here with match ball sponsors Combat to Coffee. First of all, tell us about what Combat to Coffee offers. Then we'll talk about your journey. I've got a feeling this could be a long and very interesting conversation. But first, Combat to Coffee. What's it all about?
Hello, Dave. Yeah, Combat to Coffee is a veterans mental health project. However, at the moment, we've all been through difficult times. So if we can support anyone, not only with their mental but physical health, then we'll do that through social prescribing, but more importantly, giving good coffee to engage conversation.
It is delicious coffee, actually. I've got a cup down there. I'm hoping no one walks by and kicks it over. So Combat to Coffee, how is it brewed? Where does it come from? What's the product itself?
So Combat to Coffee is a not-for-profit project. As I said, supports mental health. The coffee comes from direct from a farm in Brazil. So the good thing about that, the farmer gets more money and we're supporting that community. From there, it comes to a local prison where we teach veterans in custody how to roast the coffee, bag the coffee, design the labels, and then we distribute it to various different shops and our shops within the community and sell good coffee at a cheaper price.
Have you been to Brazil to see the farms?
Not yet, but I will do one day, hopefully.
Get yourself over there. It's a wonderful country. Let's talk about your journey then and how you've ended up with Combat to Coffee and how it sort of helped you along the way.
So I'm ex-armed forces. I'd done 12 and a half years with the local infantry regiment, the Royal Anglian Regiment. Done various operational tours in Northern Ireland and Bosnia. Got out just as the Afghanistan situation was escalating. But once I left the armed forces, I joined the prison service. I had a very good, successful career in there. And it was just simply, I had a rugby injury myself, had a shoulder replacement at the age of 41. And what happened was, shoulder replacement, my father passed away unexpectedly a month later. Then I was retired from the prison service. 3 life events, all within 3 months. And then I was involved in an incident in Northern Ireland back in 1994, and literally it came to the forefront of my life and took over my life. Had a breakdown in my mental health, which indirectly affected my family as well, which I didn't realise at the time, and struggled for a couple of years. From there, I was quite fortunate enough that someone referred me to a service charity called Combat Stress, who I have a real passion for because I believe they saved my life. After a bit of denial, I went and done some interventions and became done 8 weeks residential treatment programs and done a trauma course. I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder from service. I realised that coffee made conversation. And because in my room I had a little coffee machine and all the guys and girls on my trauma course would come for a brew. And I thought, there's mileage in this. So I'd done a course through another charity, a business experience course through Help for Heroes, as we all know. And basically, I set up Combat to Coffee. Some of my rationale was that all these charities do a great thing, but unfortunately, they don't all work together. And when it's a service user is struggling, you want to be getting help from whoever. So we're an organisation who will work with the service user, but we'll signpost to whatever charity they need to go to, and not a singular charity or a singular organisation. And the main mantra, coffee breeds conversation, and a bit of a tagline we have is changing the world one sip at a time, and that's that simple.
You talk about that incredibly openly, honestly, and eloquently. Has that always been the case, or is that something that's developed over time?
I'm passionate about the project. The project's helped my recovery. Only 2 years ago, I probably wouldn't even have been having these conversations. Daily, I do struggle with my trauma, and it pops into my head. But I have the tools in my toolbox to manage it because I was given the help and I sought the help as well. And I think that's the key to anyone who struggles with mental health in context of it. If you can get professional help and actually speak about it, and that then will help you into that road recovery. One thing I want to mention, you always get people come up to me and say, oh, I've had an accident, oh, my mental health isn't as bad as yours because you've been in the army. That's crock of rubbish. Basically, mental health is in the context of the individual. Just because I've been in the forces doesn't take it away from someone in the community who may have tripped over a paving slab and broke their wrist. That's still trauma and is signified to the individual. And I think that's what we need to realise. The other thing on that is everyone, even here today, suffers with mental health, be it good or bad, but there's such a fine line between the two. And I think the more we raise awareness and the more probably people like myself will shout about it, there is help out there. That's when we'll start to tackle it, and then people will feel comfortable to have a conversation and seek some help and advice.
It's really interesting to hear you say that, because there is still that stigma. PTSD is something that's automatically associated with people who've been in the armed forces, who've been through war-based trauma, but the T in PTSD is trauma, isn't it? It's post-traumatic stress disorder. Tell me about the team you've got here. Who gets involved on days like today? Are they all people who've been in situations like yourself and are recovering, or are they people who just feel as though they can help and they can do a great job?
Yeah, so we've got a mixture of both. We've grown over the last couple of years as well as a project. As I said, we're not-for-profit. We've got a charity starting as well. We've gone to 7 employed staff. For me, that's quite challenging because I've now got responsibilities towards paid employees, and 2 years ago I'd have never envisaged that we'd have 7 staff, but we have. I would say 90% of the staff that we've got are ex-forces and have got their own stories. We also employ veterans families members, so like we've got a wife, we've got a young person of a veteran working for us, and we've got a mixture of volunteers here as well today. People who believe in the project have sort of said, yeah, we want to come and help out, and I think that goodwill allows us to serve some really nice coffee here today, because we want to keep people fueled. We want to make sure that they can get their coffee, and having a team of volunteers allows that to happen. The queues are not so big.
So if you are watching at home and you've got friends who are here today, make sure you text them and get over to get involved, to buy a cup of coffee, because you're not for profit. That doesn't mean you don't need money. You do, because the more you generate, the more great things you can do, and the cause continues to grow.
And that's it, basically. We create our growth through selling a product. That's why we look at it, because we need sustainability. We do rely on some little grant fundings from locally. We got the support for St Joseph's College here today. They listened to us, and we made, because of me, I've got an injured leg. We made it accessible to all, so there's a path leading up to the coffee shop, which caters for everyone who may struggle as well. But yeah, funding is key to us. Coffee gives us a product to raise funding. But I just want to add, we're on social media. We've got some presence on there, and please, Facebook, Insta, Combat to Coffee, please like and share us. And we do weekly vlogs, daily posts, and literally Monday is Mental Health Monday. We always put a post about that just to try and make people feel better and supported.
So Combat to Coffee, how do people buy? How can people donate? How can people continue to help you grow and do all the great work you do?
So there's several ways. We have an online shop on our website, which is www.combat2coffee.co.uk, and that's the number 2. We've got some shops in Suffolk where we sell our coffee, where we roast it at the local prison, as I said, and basically we're trying to build an online presence. We do a monthly subscription service through Combat to Coffee, so £7.50 a month. You can have a bag of coffee delivered to your house monthly, different blend, different variety, just so we can spread the word. And yeah, anything people can do to like and support us, then please do it. A big thing for us, and I will mention it, we're in the final of the Soldier On Awards, which is a national award, and on Thursday we get hopefully we win the Community Impact Award. I don't do it for awards, but actually I'd like to win this because it gets us free recognition and it gets us free advertising, and actually that, for me, we're spreading the message out then, and that might reach to one person that we've won this award. They may contact us and we can get them some help.
That must be an incredible ceremony to be there surrounded by people like yourself who are doing great things for great people.
Yeah, and the Soldier On Awards is, as I said, a national recognised award. The big ceremony in December, subject to Corona and so on, is at the Westminster Park Hotel, hosted by Jeremy Vine. So to go there would be, hopefully we'll go there we're going there anyway, but as a winner we'd like to go there and collect a trophy. But any recognition for us is amazing, because I've not set this up for recognition. I've set this up to stop people going through what I went through. My kids struggled when I was poorly. Indirectly, they became my carers, and I don't want other young people and family members to struggle if their parents or relations have been in the military and they struggle with their mental health or physical health as well.
Well, we wish you all the very, very best with that award. In terms of your presence here today, can we expect to see you at any other events in the not too distant future?
Any event people want us to come to, please contact us through the website. The email address is on there. We'll travel across the country because it's about that presence and spreading the word. Anything we can do. We'll serve great coffee and we'll support anyone in what they do. That doesn't have to be military events either.
Combat 2 Coffee. It's easy to find. Social media, Google, whatever you need to do. You can subscribe. If you're coming down a little bit later, you can buy a coffee. It is delicious. I'm pointing down there because that's where mine is. I'm going to drink it before it gets cold. Nigel, thank you for having a chat. Good luck. Do you have a final message before we head back to the rugby because the teams are out there nearly ready to go?
Yeah, don't suffer in silence, folks. If you do struggle, reach out. You've got Mind, you've got Samaritans, and you've got Combat Stressive in the military world, or even Combat to Coffee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Great to have a chat. We might check in again later. Combat to Coffee. Back to the rugby.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the St Joseph's College Festival Day 2. We are here on Pitch 1, where St Joseph's College will be taking on RGS Newcastle. Joining me in the commentary box today, I'm with Gabriel Hawley, former St Joseph's College Old Boy 2019 festival player like myself. How are you doing today, Gabe?
I'm doing great. I'm looking forward to see some great youth rugby up here.
How has your rugby career progressed since you were last at St Joseph's College?
So, last time I played here was 2019. Unfortunately, I lost my 2020 season to an unfortunate event called COVID that we're all very familiar with.
I haven't heard of that, actually. Continue anyway.
Really, haven't you? So yeah, I've gone and I played for the Trailfinders and Brunel Academy. So I go to uni at Brunel and then I play for Trailfinders Academy. Great fun, a really good program. But yeah, they're here today. You can go and chat to them if you'd like to.
Ealing Trailfinders, of course. Big rugby institution, big sponsors as well for the St Joseph's College Festival. Plenty of old boys in that position nowadays. Here we have the St Joseph's College boys lined up on the field. It's an early start today at 9:40, but still got the tunnel going. Newcastle, of course, had a tough day on day one with 3 losses, despite playing excellently well with a number of Falcons across their back row and back line. St Joseph's College have forced that disappointing final defeat to Brighton following a fantastic conversion to end the game. Disappointing stuff from St Joe's, but they have still got a chance out for some silverware. How do you think they'll be getting on today, Gabe?
It's honestly all to play for, to be honest. They had some really good essences of rugby in all their previous games. Really, really good showings. They got quite unlucky versus Milfield and Brighton, both really close games. So I'm eager to see how they'll do against both of these teams' previous winners, actually.
2 previous winners, of course. Newcastle, surprise winners in 2018. St Joseph's College with long pedigree. How do you think Newcastle will get on for the rest of this tournament? A fantastic side.
And as we begin to kick off,
we will indeed be kicking off very soon. It's Newcastle off the tee. And it's been knocked on there by the number 5, Sam Gibson, as Newcastle will come away with it. But spilled a second time there by the number 14, Zach Ikwe.
Second one by Black.
And that will be scrum ball for Newcastle.
15.
Tough kick there for St Joseph's College to contest.
Yeah, very good chase by RGS Newcastle there. Really put some high pressure on Sam Gibson, the youngster.
The captain there, Ewan Venerus, captain and Falcon, discussing there with his vice-captain, Freddie Nichols, who had a fantastic day in day one. It's the number 22, acting at 9 today, Charlie Coombe.
Early white.
But an early engagement there for St Joe's will allow Coombe to come away with it. And he sells his first man. Offloads there, but it's scooped up by Newcastle's number 5, Jamie Dykes, and funneled on there by the forwards. Referee says hands away to allow Coombe to play with it. And he finds the number 12 in midfield, Ali Cook. Coombs plays on again, picks for the base. Newcastle still with ball inside the St Joe's 10 metre, and it's Cook. Dragged down there by the number 5, Sam Gibson. Here is Coombe. Onto the fullback. And here's the captain, Venerus. Brought down really well there by the St Joseph's College wing, Dom Binns. Head boy as well this year. Great collision there by the number 5, Sam Gibson. Really making up for that early mistake. But Coombe goes down the blind side. Here is the number 21 for Newcastle, which is spaced down that left side. But a fantastic tackle by Ethan Thorne brings him down. Matty Haynes there making great distance. The ball is turned over as Wilson have it in midfield. And St Joe's will look to exit.
Second set, fellas. Use it white.
And it's Slattery to clear. High into the grey Ipswich morning sky. And it's claimed by the number 12, Ali Cook. Cook breaks the tackle. Penalty for the high tackle there. And it is given. Cook got down low. Early pressure from Newcastle.
Yeah, it's actually a really good contest. And brilliant carries and big hits coming in from Sam Gibson, who's really stepped up after that little mistake he made at the start. But yeah, it seems like it's all to play for at the moment.
And there'll be Stevenson there, the man in the mullet, to nudge it off the pitch. Well, it's another mullet, Ben Wardle. 2 in 1 team. Stevenson not currently on the pitch.
I must say, there's an awful lot of mullets appearing at this festival. It's
on both St Joseph's College and Newcastle. We've said it before on this stream, we'll say it again. If you have a mullet, there's got to be something about you. But it'll be the captain, the Falcon, Venerus, to claim this line out. It's spilled in that line out there. But it's been knocked on by a red hand, and Coombe will play to the skip. Here is Venerus. Knocks off the St Joseph's hooker well there. Good contest on the floor, but ref says hands away. And here is Cook. Great tackle there in the midfield by Stibbins Brown, the captain for St Joseph's College. But another penalty for offside. Perhaps too many penalties this early on for St Joe's.
I see this penalty centre field here. What would you be thinking if this was your decision right now, Wilf?
I think points this early on.
That's what I'd go for as well.
10 offside.
And it is the replacement scrum half, Charlie Coombe, who is eyeing up the 3 points. Tough start for St Joe's.
It is. It's never good to not be the first on the scoreboard in these short games, especially with the second day being reduced in length. So,
equally, Newcastle camped inside St Joe's half so far. We've talked a lot about red zone efficiency so far on day one. Lewis Ludlam spoke about it at length yesterday. And we'll see if Coombe can come away from the 22 with points. Clean strike. And it is sails through the uprights, giving Newcastle a 3-point lead 5 minutes in to this first half. St Joe's have got to have a response. They've not been in Newcastle's half so far.
If they want to contest this game, they honestly do need to make a big impact and get more percentage in the other team's half, for sure.
What do you think will allow St Joe's to do that?
I think they need to work on their hard carries, and I think really applying pressure in attack, pushing their defence back.
Just like Wilson has done there. But Newcastle claim ball as they spread it wide through the centres, and it's an outstanding line there by Zach Ikwe, who's been brought down. And it's played wide here for Haynes, who's got gas on the outside. He evades one tackle, fends off Slattery, and now one-on-one with Max Clark. Haynes takes him down the left side, big fend, and Thorne cannot bring him down. And it's an outstanding run by Matty Hayes, who has brought St Joseph's College to its knees. He's beaten 4 players down this near side, fending off Slattery and Clark. What a fantastic solo try that was.
Yeah, lovely passage of play there from in their own half and running all the way down and just managing to beat that man on the wing there. It's really good.
Let's have another look at these hands here. It's sprayed wide here, and he's got cover on the outside, but the pace he comes onto the ball. He's running at full speed onto that ball, and he's got that strong right arm. He sends Matt Clark the wrong way with a little show and go, and there's nothing Thorne could do for 5 metres out.
3:20.
Excellent score there from Matty Haynes. Perhaps a shout for try of the tournament so far. Not seen many long-distance tries so far.
Could be, yeah.
As Coombe looks to add the extras. It's a lovely strike from Coombe as it sails just above that bar. Deftest touch there from Coombe to add the extras, and St Joe's are in real trouble now. How do they respond after what was a fantastic solo try?
Yeah. Just gone, yeah.
St Joe's really need to up the pressure here if they want to stay in this game. With just over 7 minutes into the half.
Lovely high kick there from Clark. Contested well by Newcastle, who have claimed the ball. And it's great footwork there by the captain to keep the ball alive after that ball went to floor.
Penalty advantage.
But another penalty has let Newcastle off the hook. What do you make of that, Gabe Hawley?
These, yeah, it's really, when you're in the half, you need to apply the pressure and be careful, because you're just giving them a free exit here with less pressure, so it's really quite difficult for St Joe's.
And it's a lovely kick downfield by Ben Wardle. There's a great platform now for Newcastle. We've seen what Matty Haynes could do on this far right-hand side. We've seen what the number 14, Zach Ikwe, can do as well. How are St Joe's going to get back in this game?
I think they really need to dig in now and make some big defensive hits like they made earlier with Sam Gibson. See if you can get a turnover, quick counter-attack, use those really good players you have like Ethan Thorne, Riley Stones-Breen, is that? Stribbins-Brown, yeah.
Tough name, Stribbins-Brown.
Stribbins-Brown, yeah, I've tried my best.
And St Joe's have stolen the ball off the line out.
Penalty advantage, White.
And penalty advantage to boot. Slattery at the base there. Plays it to Rothwell, tipped on there to Levi Wilson.
Release Black 7.
Good pressure on the ruck there by Newcastle, so ref calls no advantage. And this is a big opportunity for St Joseph's College.
Black, didn't roll, not rolling.
We know how good Matt Clark has been from the boot so far today, don't we? It's been a real facet to St Joseph's game, but that has not gone where it needed to. And Newcastle will come back.
Charge down
off the kick of Wardle. And Thorne, now his first chance of the day to run at them. Beats 2 defenders with a step and 3. Great work there from Thorne.
Thorne is really just such a good young talent for St Joe's.
It's his footwork, isn't it, that really sets him apart.
Quite similar to Harry Williams in that way.
That's an excellent comparison as Matt Clark chips it through for Josh Bowyer to chase. Excellent field position for St Joseph's College. been a real facet of their game so far, their work off the boot. How important do you think it is to have playmakers who can really attack with the shoe?
I think it's really vital, to be honest.
And as that kick, excellent field possession, but it's played us over to half-time. 10-0 to Newcastle. St Joseph's College really in trouble here. We'll see if they can have a reaction just after the first half. Welcome back to the second half of St Joseph's College versus Newcastle in the second quarter final of the day. St Joseph's 10-0 down after that first half, but they've reclaimed ball from the kickoff here. And it's a penalty there. High tackle from the Newcastle man, Will Emerson. And it'll be Sam Donnelly to chip to the corner. What would the coaches have said to St Joseph's College at half-time there in the interval?
I think they would have focused on ball possession and then not letting the pressure off on the opposition when they're deep in that half. You see, they gave away a few penalties. Deep when RGS Newcastle are on, when there's high pressure on RGS Newcastle in their 22, which is it's letting away field position and it's allowing RGS a easy exit.
They've allowed them another easy exit there as a mistake at the line-out has led to a scrum possession for Newcastle.
Sorry, lads, just repeat that. Lads, we'll win this, yeah, come on now. There we go, boys. Let's do this shit, boys, come on. Proud.
Newcastle here with scrum possession and the ball at the base of the scrum. Good opportunity to exit.
No further
See former St Joe's boy Dan Lewis on the sideline there instructing as the captain brings it away. And here is Coombe, but it's been knocked on there by Newcastle. Great pressure in defence there from St Joe's, don't you think, Gabe?
Great pressure, really forcing that error. And now they've got an amazing opportunity right now. Deep in their 22, deep in the opposition's 22 to get off this and get a lovely set piece play.
You see the likes of Thorne and Bowyer, Clark now in the centres. With, of course, Josh Jones, whose brother Gabe is part of the E-League Trailfinders programme.
Yeah, I played yesterday with him, and he's stormed down here to come support his brother, which is great.
Plenty of support from St Joseph's College Old Boys today. Excellent field position to put the screw on Newcastle, who have had an excellent first half. And here is Slattery.
Okay, playing penalty advantage, White.
But it's been dropped there by Donnelly, only backwards. And Slattery will play on here. Through Jones. Over the gain line is Jones.
New penalty advantage, White.
New penalty there as Newcastle's number 11, Saul McQueen, goes diving in. Excellent name, Saul McQueen, as my commentator.
That's a lovely rugby player's name.
Lovely rugby player's name, not lovely rugby player's movement, as Saul McQueen has given the ball away there.
Be careful, fellas, giving away penalties.
And it's more fantastic field progression for St Joseph's College as the referee warns Newcastle about their penalties racking up. It'll be Ollie Hall to throw in here.
Lads, good gap, please. Black, take a step.
Newcastle under a bit of pressure here. Just like St Joe's, giving away too many penalties at the start of this second half.
Definitely, and now St Joe's have got a lovely field position and a great opportunity to score here.
Claimed high in the air by St Joe's, who set up the maul. And the ball is back with a breakaway there from Cian Rothwell. Another penalty for St Joseph's College as the ball is recycled by Slattery.
That's a knock-on. We come back to the penalty.
Knock on by Sam Slattery there at number 9, but another penalty.
Just the other side of the face. Thank you.
For St Joseph's College.
Newcastle are going to have to be careful here.
Cian taps.
Hold back time.
Wide now to Josh Jones, who's out in the wide channels. He's just short.
Come off, lads. Try.
But the try is given as Josh Jones' momentum has carried him over the try line. And St Joseph's College back in the game after some quick thinking from Cian Rothwell there. I should use his full name, although we both played with him in 2019. He was an excellent player then. He's had a good tournament so far. So it's Cian Rothwell's quick thinking there. Through to Wilson. Wilson plays straight to Jones. And this is excellent leg drive here from Jones, isn't it? Sliding his way over the try line. One reach, his momentum takes him over.
Yeah, a really good drive there from Josh Jones. He's dug in, put his head down, and he's driven his legs, and he's managed to push himself over.
Really mature rugby there from St Joseph's College, spotting the gap early on. Although I'm sure Rothwell would have been in trouble if they didn't make it over. It'll be Sam Donnelly to add the extra. Sam Donnelly, St Joseph's College very own Alwyn Jones, if you didn't know this, dislocated his collarbone just 3 weeks ago. Already back in to the festival starting lineup, and he's had a fantastic tournament, hasn't he?
He has. He's lovely kicking for touch, getting some amazing ground for St Joe's.
And here is Donnelly. The extras are required, still 5 points behind at this moment in time. It's a very difficult kick out on this near side. It's a clean strike from Donnelly, but it's drifted just wide left.
Lad, skipper. Where's your skipper?
That's just unlucky, that. It's a very difficult kick to make, right in the corner.
The wind there is breezier day than yesterday, and it's not helped Donnelly there whatsoever. An excellent kick. But St Joe's will be feeling far more confident now after all that pressure they've put Newcastle under.
Definitely. Now the game is back on. It's to compete for again. Within a score.
It's been nudged there by Cook. And claimed well by the man of the moment, Matty Haynes. What a take that is.
Yeah, really impressive bit of skill there.
And Newcastle now
from the
have
Newcastle side.
Excellent field possession.
Wait for, hands off, wait for.
And here is the captain, the Falcon, with good footwork stepping inside. Great meters there by Ewan Venerus.
Happy with the offsides there, lads. Okay. Penalty
And Cook cuts inside there, but it's a penalty for Newcastle this time. As Coombe plays back along the short side. Here is the captain. Step inside, evading one tackle, evading two. Great meters made there by Newcastle.
Don't play him, don't play him.
And Newcastle are on the rumble once again through their number 4, John Keown. And Coombe goes back to the short side. Makes good meters there. Now here's Will Emerson being driven on, just short of the St Joseph's College 5 metre. It's good red zone defence there by St Joseph's College. There's Coombe to the skipper. Great meters there once again by Venerus. And here's Wardle who spills it.
Come back for the penalty.
But another penalty advantage. How crucial is it that St Joe stay strong in their red zone defence at this moment in time?
It's so crucial. It's 7 minutes in. There's about 3 minutes left of the half. They cannot concede another score otherwise. I'm not sure there's enough time for them to get that back.
Well, here is penalty for Newcastle. And it looks as though Coombe is going to be adding another 3 points to take St Joe's beyond that try-scoring marker.
Option, post.
And it will be Coombe to strike it. And kicked excellently well so far today. Difficult with this wind to make a kick from perhaps that distance.
Yeah, definitely picked up over the course of this game.
And here is Coombe to perhaps take the game beyond the hosts, St Joseph's College. And he struck it well, kept it low, and it's headed right through the uprights from Coombe. Fantastic play so far from Charlie Coombe. And St Joe's now have a mountain to climb with just 2 minutes left of this fixture.
St Joe's really need to come out the gate running here. They need to apply the pressure really early, try force that knock on and get a lovely play and see if we can get over that try line for a score. Quick recycle and then try again.
It'll be Donnelly to kick off. High into the grey morning sky. But it's spilled by Newcastle.
Don't play it, white 7.
But they still have possession. As Coombe looks to clear. Charlie Coombe with the box. And it will be possession for St Joe's if Sam Donnelly can gather this kick, as he has done. Hit hard by Newcastle, but still running with the ball.
Beautiful take there from Donnelly. Really confident under that high ball.
And here's Slattery. Finds Cian Rothwell. Tipped on there to the St Joseph's College number 6. And here's Wilson. Tips on there to Ollie Hall in midfield.
Hands off now.
Here's Clark. Goes for the chip through, and it's nudged through again by Jones, and gathered. Excellent work there from Josh Jones. Slattery keeps it alive. He's covered well by Cook.
No, Blackwell.
And the ball is cleared.
Penalty advantage, white.
Although the number 7 has fallen on the ball there. Here is number 18, Matthew Blacker. Slattery goes to the short side.
7 hands in the rock.
And there is the tall number 4, Charlie Bedford. Slattery to Clark. Clark pressured well, but his footwork gets away. Slattery secured that ball. But Newcastle have stolen it. No penalty advantage coming. And St Joseph's College will have an opportunity deep inside Newcastle's half.
Calm down. Time off. Number 7.
Referees called time off.
Number 7. Number 7.
What are your thoughts here, Wilf, in this field position, right in their corner? What would you be thinking to do at this time?
So late in the game, I think St Joseph's option is they're going to tap or they're going to kick for the line out. I think Cian Rothwell might be tapping the ball. But of course, if you missed that, that was the number 7 for Newcastle has been yellow carded, and that will lead him to the end of the game as Cian Rothwell taps well with 2 fens. Another penalty advantage for St Joseph's College, with Newcastle down to 14 as Mariani hits it up through midfield. St Joe's perhaps playing for pride now, as Slattery picks well.
Hands off!
The ball is recycled there. And St Joe's bundle towards that Newcastle line. Here's Wilson. Wilson hits the gap well. Can't get the offload away, but he finds Slattery, who's just short of the line. Jones and Thorpe screaming for it. But Newcastle have held it up.
We come back for the penalty.
But it's yet another penalty for Newcastle. You can see Jones and Thorne screaming for it on this near side with no one in front of them.
There was definitely an opportunity on the left there.
There perhaps still is, with Thorne, Bowyer and Jones free to walk in under the sticks.
St Joe's can play a quick shift left here. By shift, I mean moving the ball left. That's the calls we use at Ealing.
It's tipped there by Cian. One pass inside to Wilson. Yet another penalty advantage. And here is Slattery. But it's picked off from the base of the ruck.
Okay. Lads, really you got grounding? Lads, really got grounding? Okay. Lads haven't got grounding. We had a penalty advantage, didn't we?
No grounding there. Picked through the base of the ruck by St Joseph's College back row. But yet another penalty. Yes, another penalty in the red zone. How many penalties have Newcastle given away in this zone?
Lads, calm down.
must be 3 or 4 at least now. You'd think the referee would be considering a card at this.
Yet another card as Rothwell goes hard amongst the 5 metres short. And Slattery wants ball. He sees the overlap outside, but it's picked again through the forwards. And this time they're over. They've gone about it the hard way, but it's the number 4, Charlie Bedford, who's gone over. They took their time, certainly, but they have made it over the white line in the end. And it might perhaps be game over here as Donnelly looks to add the extras. Donnelly has converted, but it won't be enough for St Joseph's College.
Another very close loss there for St Joseph's. Quite unfortunate to start off the day.
Another 1-point defeat for St Joseph's College. Newcastle are through to the semi-finals of this competition, while St Joseph's College will drop into the 4th tier competition. Still rugby to be played for St Joe's and still trophies to be won. Newcastle go marching on after a competitive win against St Joseph's College. Strong first half from them, but don't go anywhere, because up next on pitch 1, it's the first knockout game of the cup competition, Wellington versus Dulwich. Thank you very much for Gabe Hawley for joining me today. Hope you enjoyed it up in the commentary box.
Yeah, brilliant up there.
And we will see you all again very shortly. Rugby for both these sides as Newcastle go marching on to the semi-finals. St Joseph's College through to the semi-finals of the 4th tier competition. Thank you very much for joining me. I'll see you all very shortly.
Howdy, y'all. This is Hero Site Solutions, Ipswich. We specialize in durable and elegant portable restrooms. Our team's always happy to go that extra mile to make your event unforgettable. Check out our state-of-the-art flat pack toilet system, which allows us to deliver large amounts of loos in one go. This saves on transport, workforce, time, and pollution emissions. Our patented system allows the toilets to be set up in a matter of minutes, leaving you more time to use them. The clip and lock technology means our restrooms are secure and assembled with ease. They come in pretty powder room pink and blue with secure cell phone holders and somewhere to hang your rucksack or purse. Hero will never leave you in the dark. We guarantee our toilets are squeaky clean. Hero also offers site clearance and event management. Come say hi at www.herositesolutions.co.uk. Tell them Earl sent you. Because everyone needs a hero.
Award-winning food at the Brewers, a cosy country pub in the sleepy Suffolk village of Rattlesden. With award-winning food created by Chef Patron Sam Sturman, the 2020 Suffolk Chef of the Year, the Brewers has a wide range of top-quality wines and locally sourced beers, and offers indoor and outdoor dining, as well as an exclusive private dining and tasting menu experience. A short drive from the historic market towns of Buryton Edmonds and Lavenham, the Brewers offers some of Suffolk's finest pub dining, being named Best Newcomer at the 2020 Suffolk Food and Drink Awards. The Brewers is proud to support NextGen15's coverage of the St Joseph's Festival. To book your table at the Brewers, call 01449 736 377 or visit www.thebrewersrattlesden.co.uk.
Sunday Fun Day is well underway. The bowl quarterfinals are complete, so now that competition splits into two. Angus, so let's have a rundown of the results. I should have memorised them, but instead I wrote them down. RGS High Wycombe 13, Eltham College 0. A clean sheet and a good start for RGS High Wycombe.
Yeah, we said before the game, didn't we, that RGS were on form yesterday morning in the first game. They showed it again today, looking really strong. That's a top performance from them to kick things off. They'll be really looking forward to things this afternoon.
I'm just trying to work out who they're playing here, because I did write it down, but it seems as though I've written it in Egyptian hieroglyphics here.
Fortunately, I've got it for you. They're taking on Cheltenham College. The boys in red and black. Dennis the Menace, as our commentator Phil Davis called them earlier on yesterday. So it'll be RGS High Wycombe against Cheltenham College. A really cracking game, that one, I think.
Yes, and then we nearly, so close to seeing our first penalty shootout. If you're just tuning in, if there is a draw in knockout rugby today, we go straight to a penalty shootout. It is place kicks from the 22, isn't it?
Yeah, and we were so close, weren't we? Honestly, the neutrals around that ground were all begging for no last-minute winners to be scored.
Well, it was in the Whitchurch game, and they had, 3 penalties in the 22, and they refused the posts every time. And all of their coaches, obviously it was a decision that they'd made, and all the fans like, yeah, go for the corner, don't score a try, but eventually they got one. And that's a good victory for them. They're really doing things there, and we haven't had a Welsh winner of any trophy here since Bridgend in 2000 and a long time ago. So they're a couple of games away from victory now.
Yeah, into the bowl semi-finals. They'll be really looking forward to that, up against RGS Newcastle, who were champions in the trophy in 2018. It's a big game, that one. A bit of niggle. I'm sure it'll be good fun. The Welsh boys are really loving their time over here, so really hoping that they can crack on, have a good performance against RGS.
Perhaps the pick of the fixtures, though, was RGS Newcastle against St Joe's, 13-12 as hosts. You've got to be devastated to go down by a single point.
Heartbreak for them, isn't it? Last night we saw St Joe's go down to a point to Brighton College in the last minute to end up in the bowl competition. Now they're going to be shielded by just a point as well. They'll be thinking, well, we're only 2 points off being the trophy, but into the Shield they go. They'll fancy their chances of going all the way and staying home, I suppose, with some silverware.
But you've got to look at it as an opportunity, haven't you? You've always got to try and be optimistic, and if you lose your first game, if anything, it gives you a better opportunity to win a trophy, because we go into the semi-finals of each one now, so 2 wins and you are champions of something. We are going to have a trophy champion, though, and we go into the quarterfinals of what is deemed to be the main competition, the one that everybody arrives hoping to get their hands on. Welly versus Dulwich in the first quarterfinal.
Monster of a game, isn't it? Monster of a game. 2 of the biggest names in schoolboy rugby. Wellington College, of course, we're calling them defending champions. They won it in 2019. It didn't happen in 2020. Well, that's defending champions, isn't it? Up against Dulwich College, 2011 champions, absolute legends of the schoolboy game. Dulwich College, who quietly impressed everyone yesterday. Their number 8, Zach Carr, is a guy to look out for. He was outstanding yesterday. Going to cause Wellington College a lot of problems. But Wellington College, I mean, enough said, really. They've got an outstanding back line. They've got a really tough pack. They weren't at their best yesterday, which almost makes them all the more dangerous today, because they won 3 out of 3 not at their best yesterday.
Over on pitch number 2, it'll be Hampton versus Brighton.
Yeah, Hampton, of course, and Brighton, both former champions. Hampton, dark horses for a lot of people. I believe I'm singing a song if Hampton wins, so I'm sorry, boys. I hope you lose. I'm so sorry.
All of a sudden, I've become a Hampton fan. How's that happened?
But Brighton College, of course, who won so dramatically last night. Last play of the entire day's play. Late conversion to beat St Joseph's College, sending the hosts into a bit of despair, but absolute jubilation for Brighton College into this game against Hampton. Load of momentum. They'll be hoping they can keep that up. But of course, do it for Tomo, I believe, is the Hampton chant. Sean Thompson leaving at the end of this term. They'll be wanting to bring home the bacon for him.
Once those 2 are done, we move on to Kirkham versus Denstone. And I wasn't here yesterday, but everyone seemed to be singing Kirkham's praises.
Kirkham Grammar School, the talk of the town yesterday. Yeah, I don't know how many people we had on our wrap-up show last night, but all bar myself. And really, I was only trying to mix things up. Went for Kirkham Grammar School as their favourites. Physically, they were utterly dominant yesterday. They didn't score as many tries as they might have done, butchered a couple of chances. They'll need to tidy that up against some really strong opposition today, because Denstone College looked really good yesterday. Joe Burns' pick for winners of this tournament yesterday. So we'll see how they go. He's promised us he'll tune in and keep an eye on it. But it will be a big one, that one.
What he's done is cast the net and then disappeared in a cloud of smoke with no repercussions for his opinions at all. Players are on the way out, so quickly then the final match will be Milfield versus Hurst over there on pitch 2.
Yeah, Hurstby Point College, sort of surprise trophy contenders. They'll be bang up for this. What a showpiece game for them, up against Milfield, a fixture I don't think they've had before. Milfield, everyone knows how good they can be. The question for them is, can they put it onto the pitch? We'll see how they go.
Stick around. It is uninterrupted coverage. Again, the teams are out behind me. Preparation for this one. 2 monsters of the school game. It is Wellington versus Dulwich. Enjoy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to coverage of Day 2 of the St Joseph's College Rugby Festival. On the pitch in front of me, two mammoths of the game. Wellington College up against Dulwich. First game, quarter-final of the trophy. Teams who lose this game will be into the plate. With me, alongside me, is Will Stace, media manager for St Joseph's College. Lower sixth, heard him on the comms yesterday. How are you doing this morning, Will?
Very, very good, thank you. This is where the competition, the higher end of the competition, gets very interesting. I watched Dulwich twice yesterday. They had some brilliant games and brilliant performances. They just fell short of Kirkham. They're the runner-ups of their group versus Wellington, who are unbeaten in this competition. I cannot wait.
Dulwich, my dark horses to make it to the final this year. Let's see if they can overcome an injury-hit Wellington, missing a number of England internationals. Man to watch for Dulwich, the number 8, Carr, and the number 13, Anderson. Absolutely fantastic players. What a day for Zach Carr yesterday as well. One of the standouts of the tournament so far, as it is Jamie Anderson to send it high into the sky. And caught well by Dulwich. They're on the front through from early doors. It's into the hooker, Spicer. Driven back well by Wellington, though.
Brilliant work from Wellington to just retain that sort of pressure on them. Dulwich looking to get forwards here, though.
Stabbed through by the 15, but it's picked up well and spilled. It's been spilled by Wellington's number 14. What a dangerous place to lose the ball. That was a wonderful little chip through from the number 15, Yargo McGuinness-Smith. Picked up well by Solomon, Arbuthnot, Whitaker. But now it will be scrum ball for Dulwich. Just 5 metres out. I'm fancying Zach Carr off the base of this scrum, aren't you, Will?
Absolutely brilliant. He'll pick it up. He'll look for the 9, but I think he can go all the way. This is going to be good.
What a start for Dulwich.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Steady.
And a powerful Wellington scrum as Carr spins it in midfield to the number 12.
And roll 22.
That's Reinsard.
Stay there.
It's McGuinness-Smith at the base, once again.
Use it.
Into the number 6, Tom Speed. And it's a call for the pick as Williams goes.
Step, please.
They begin their pick and goes once again. Dulwich driven on well. Excellent red zone defence from Wellington so far.
They're just holding them up, but Dulwich are going to find a way through here.
Driven on well once again.
Behind the line.
Here goes man of the moment, Carr.
Short.
But he's short once again. Quick ball there for Dulwich. Once again held up behind the line. This time it will be the number 3, Williams at the base.
Held up. Goal line drop.
What unbelievable defending that is from Wellington.
Even in these 10-minute halves, you need to have moments like that where you can keep them off the ball. This pressure hasn't got them a try yet, Dulwich, but they're looking on the mark. Wellington, some brilliant defence there.
Here is an opportunity to clear.
Stop for a second, please. Just wait, please. Just wait.
The referee's called a stoppage in the game as he discusses with his linesman.
Behind you, not the line, okay? Boys, behind me, behind me. Time on.
And it'll be Wellington to clear. That is good metres on that clearance. All the way back to McGuinness-Smith, who spills it back to Anderson. Jamie Anderson with those quick feet. Over halfway. McGuinness-Smith. Good midfield running there by the Dulwich pack. Recycles ball. Will Wellington drive them back again? Controlled, mature play from Dulwich so far in this attack.
Well, they're just looking to get a way through. This Wellington defence is holding up very, very well, though. Dulwich is still on the ball. They're going to look for a way to get in.
And it's been turned over there from Wellington. Wellington are now in possession. And it's a quick tip out the back from the Wellington hooker. A wide ball there to the number 15. And that's Finn Torsey, the England man, tipping it on to the number 11. That's Ben Frampton there. Lovely run inside there as Dulwich go for the turnover. Well cleared. It's James Lloyd. Ball out the back there into the midfield. They're caught on halfway, are Wellington.
Just a knock on the 4 by Blue.
And that is strong defending as well. Even though Wellington retained possession, they've been driven back all the way from just inside their 10, all the way back to halfway. That's good defence.
I was just about to talk how well Wellington did there, but Dulwich had pushed themselves back into it. This is a very good contest and both brilliant defences from both sides.
We'll see what Wellington can do from the set piece now. The man to watch is, of course, the number 15, Finn Torse, England under-18 fullback.
Biggest stuff, biggest stuff. All ours now.
And James Lloyd had an excellent day yesterday, the former London Irishman. That's the number 9 on the ball now.
Bind! Stand up. We're a little bit too far apart. So let's just get a little bit closer.
Two former Quins in the front row for Wellington. Zach Kernan and Will Ayton. And of course Alex Frost, the third of brother to play for Wellington. They were singing his praises yesterday, the Wellington boys I had in my commentary box.
Set!
That's a good even push there.
Use it!
And Dulwich get the shove on. And they've claimed the ball back as well.
Tackle!
Brilliant work from Dulwich there.
That was an excellent scrum. It's picked up by Dulwich's number 4.
I'm released now!
Richardson. Penalty there for Dulwich.
Over there, over there. Number 5.
What an excellent scrum that was.
Absolutely brilliant from Dulwich to just get that ball back there. Now it's about what their decision is going to be made. They're looking like they're going to go to touch. That's probably the right decision, trying to get some points on the board soon. You know, halfway through the first half, Dulwich are going to look to get some points.
Excellent work in the scrum there by Oliver Souther, Stain and Tutt. And it's digged forward there, but not out of the pitch. And it's been returned there. The son of Anson Tutt put a possibly late hit on there, but the referee's happy with it as Anderson will leather it down the field.
Late tackle, where the ball landed, just here for me. I'm happy with just a penalty.
But it is a late tackle there from the hero of the scrum, Souther, Stain and Tutt,
just a
with that
tackle,
late
lads.
hit on this near side wing. And the referee gives the penalty where the ball has landed, as is within the walls, and this is an excellent platform for Wellington, is it not?
Yeah, I'm surprised they went for the corner there. I think they could have gone with the points, and considering how short these games are. But that's a brave and confident decision from their Welly boys.
With the likes of Conor O'Byrne in the line-out, you're always confident. The London Irish man, commanding figure in there, as well as the number 4, Arthur Johnson. Younger brother of 2019 back row Ted Johnson, who is now at Bath University. Champions, of course, in 2019. And it's Johnson who goes aerial, but it's over the top. Held well by the Dulwich man, Spicer. Chance to clear now for Dulwich. They play a phase through the midfield.
Stay there, please.
And it's been picked up by Carr through the centre there. Some extra metres for Dulwich to relieve some pressure.
Use it! Step, please. Step, please. Thank you.
And it'll be number 15 at 9 at the moment, Yargo McGuinness-Smith to clear. But it's charged down there. Acclaimed again by Dulwich, and it's Carr driving it forward. They got very lucky there, Dulwich.
This is an absolutely brilliant contest. Whenever one team gets the ball, the other's like, I will have that back. Brilliant work, to and fro from both teams.
And it's the number 14 now for Dulwich. Harry Harris, who's lost the ball there. Max Frost plays it on there to Will Ayton, the skipper. Great running through the centre there by this Wellington pack. And it's Ayton to play it wide. Number 6 tips it on there. And it's played wide once again. Spinning ball out there to Arbuthnott Whitaker. And he beats one man on the outside and gets the tip inside. Great play from Wellington here. They can smell a try coming. But it's been stripped by Dulwich. This is an amazing game of rugby, back and forth at every phase.
Incredible, incredible contest. I don't know who's going to get the first points. You know, there might be a choice in that penalty decision right there. They could have gone for post and got some points on the board. This is such a close and even game. It's going to take something special to separate them.
As Dulwich have claimed the ball back following a knock-on.
Just remind your players of the importance of core values, please.
It was a great bit of running there by Solomon. Arbuthnot Whittaker, the London Irish Academy player. Scored an incredible solo try against Whitgift this season. Great feet and pace. One of 3 boys from the Stanley, which is the House 2019 winner, Will Hobson.
Have you made the change?
And there is a change here for Wellington.
Yeah, is he on?
Change of shirts as well, which is not particularly helpful for myself personally.
Waters off, please.
But it is Wellington's number 1, Zach Kernan, the former Quinn, who has left the field. And number 24, Finn Walder. He's having a good game out there. But he's been taken off for now.
The mark is here on the 5-metre line.
As Dulwich have scrum ball in just outside their own 22-metre line. Where is this game going, Will Stace?
This game will be separated by one moment in particular, whether that comes in this half or the next. I think it'll be so close. A penalty, one try, it's going to take little something to get past one of these defences.
There's a dominant scrum there by Wellington. McGuinness Smith gets it away out the back there, but a small spillage in midfield. Great recovery with a kick like that, all the way back to Finn Torse. Let's see what the England man can do. Finn Torse fends and hits the hole, but he's held up well, placed the ball inside over his head fantastically as Wellington. Great KBA from Wellington keeping this ball alive, and it's penalty advantage to Wellington as well.
That's accidental offside, we come back.
Great offload by that number 15 right there. Absolutely brilliant to keep Welly in control of this game. They've got that penalty. It's now about what they choose to do.
Won the festival in 2019 as an under-16 Finn Torse. Very talented hockey player and cricket player as well. Don't you just hate it? Don't you just hate it when he's that good at everything? Lovely nudge as well from the England man. Put Wellington in an excellent position.
About to say it's quite ironic when you say it's good at everything, and that's annoying.
Oh, quite Will. No flattery in this commentary box.
Dulwich over here, please.
We'll quickly touch on the St Joe's game as well while we're here. Disappointing loss to Newcastle, who were the better team, in all fairness to them in that first half at least.
Well, I mean, it's tough. It's really, really tough. And I'll talk more, hopefully, if I get a chance on St Joe's. But, you know, they just felt a little bit off collar this morning. Felt a bit sorry for themselves after yesterday's events. But, I mean, they'll be strong in this Shield, the competition they're in later today.
This strong Wellington maul is rumbling towards the line. It's with the skipper at the back. And it's gone down.
I've got held up. Perfect.
But held up is the call.
Hold on.
Excellent defence from Dulwich, but then we go back up for the penalty. We saw that down the other end with Wellington.
It's end-to-end and no one's finding a way through. This game is really, really interesting.
Number 7 blue, side entry.
It looks like they'll kick to the corner once again. Through that man, the talisman, Finn Torse.
Yep.
If the rest of the competition is like this today, we're in for a treat. An absolutely brilliant first half from this game. It looks like this will be the final play.
Final play of the first half here. And Wellington are on top. Opportunity here with some good line-out ball.
They look good now, Fozzie.
Good movement from Max Frost in the front row, but it's been spilled. And now Dulwich have an opportunity to clear. And that is the half. Possibly one of the best games of the tournament so far, Will.
Brilliant contents, as I said before. Just then, when Wellington are going for that corner again and again and again, I haven't seen it really work for them. That's the game management and the decisions they need to make. Maybe go for goal in the next half. But it's going to take something small to separate these two teams. 0-0 at half-time. Cannot wait to see the second.
We spoke to some Wellington boys earlier in the day, and they said it goes against their philosophy to kick for post. They haven't kicked for post very often at all this season. Does that perhaps need to change to finally push Dulwich over the edge?
Definitely, it will be small margins to get through this and go into the trophy semi-final. I cannot wait to see what they do. Let's see what choices they make.
A thrilling first half of rugby in our first quarter-final of this trophy competition for the day. We'll be back with you very shortly for the second half.
Howdy, y'all. This is Hero Site Solutions, Ipswich. We specialize in durable and elegant portable restrooms. Our team's always happy to go that extra mile to make your event unforgettable. Check out our state-of-the-art flat pack toilet system, which allows us to deliver large amounts of loos in one go. This saves on transport, workforce, time, and pollution emissions. Our patented system allows the toilets to be set up in a matter of minutes, leaving you more time to use them. The clip and lock technology means our restrooms are secure and assembled with ease. They come in pretty powder room pink and blue with secure cell phone holders and somewhere to hang your rucksack or purse. Hero will never leave you in the dark. We guarantee our toilets are squeaky clean. Hero also offers site clearance and event management. Come say hi at www.herositesolutions.co.uk. Tell them Earl sent you. Because everyone needs a hero.
Welcome back to the second half of our first quarter-final of the day in the trophy competition. A thrilling stalemate so far with Wellington and Dulwich College. Neither team's breaking the deadlock. Seen some excellent rugby though, haven't we, so far?
It's been absolutely brilliant. It's going to take something good to separate these two sides. Brilliant defences, brilliant attacks, but let's see what happens.
Excellent take there from Jaffa Richardson. And the contact in the air, not good enough for the referee. Who do you think is going to make the change in this game? Who do you think is the first player to make the impact? My money's on Vintors.
I'm going to say whoever's making the decisions for the penalties.
We'll see who finally decides to kick for posts as Dulwich look to work their way into Wellington's half with this kick from Oliver Reinsard. It's a lovely nudge inside Wellington's 10-metre.
Brilliant kick there.
And we'll see what Carr and Co. from fix up from this line out. Tom O'Neill in there as well. Excellent line out jumper.
Back on the AR. Back on the AR, please.
It's a good line out from Dulwich, but it's stolen by Wellington before being knocked on there in the air by Dulwich. And that is a let-off for Wellington.
Little moments like that where it keeps going to the other team and they keep losing possession. Both sides are doing it and both sides are retaining the ball. I don't know who's going to win this.
Just to remind everyone at home, a draw will result in a penalty shootout.
Now that is interesting.
I am absolutely buzzing for a penalty shootout.
Never been praying for a 0-0 before. But
never been praying for a 0-0, but I can't tell you how much I want to see a penalty shootout. For now, however, Wellington have a chance to play with some ball in hand.
Hold the push, Dulwich.
And it's into the number 13, who was in the commentary box with me yesterday, Joe Lewis, college prefect, head of house. Fantastic on the mic as well. As Tors is running through the line, gets the offload away there to the number 4.
Brilliant ball speed from Wellington College here. They're just finding ways through, get through the phases.
Great line there from the skipper, but it's tips on into space. Out the back there, door to Johnson. Johnson brought down. And there is the number 9, Lloyd. Out the back, number 10. Penalty advantage for Wellington to play with.
No advantage.
Dulwich disrupted well at the ruck, but penalty there as the skipper, Will Ayton, looks to go quickly. Back row by trades, Will Ayton, as we heard yesterday, subbed into hooker, testament to his quality. They've, of course, lost their main hooker, the England international. It'll be Finn Tors, the man of the moment, to chip to the corner.
Their lineouts haven't really worked today, Wellington College. Let's see if this can work better for them. They really need something to separate the two sides.
Number 20? Where's number 20? I'll find him in a minute.
Dan Watson in trouble with the referee, it seems. And off go Wellington again through the midfield, through number 17, Henry Busby. Out wide now. Tors flicks it on well to that outside winger. Good footwork and good fend from the Wellington man as they break inside the 22.
Wellington getting into their stride here. Hopefully they can find that try to separate the two teams.
They take it back to the short side. Some good drive there takes Wellington inside the halfway. But it's yet another knock-on there. But it will be another penalty to Wellington. Penalty advantage they were playing with, of course, free ball. The referee didn't deem their advantage sufficient. So Wellington have another opportunity. You must be thinking posts at some point.
Gotta go for posts.
The captain, Aiton, is gesturing to the sticks.
There we go, that's the moment that changes this game. Brilliant decision from the captain.
Can I have your number 20, please? 20. When I give a penalty, just leave the ball alone, okay? Thank you. Cheers, Fozzie.
And it's Rory Taylor with the tee. Member of the London Irish Academy, previously trained with England's under-18s. Still only in lower sixth. Can he add that crucial 3 to Wellington's score? Solid connection straight through the uprights.
Well deserved from Wellington there. They've been on the front foot ever since the start of that second half. They've got 5 minutes to go. Can they hold on to this small margin?
Dulwich looking for a response here, only 3 points in it. They've had their opportunities, Dulwich, in that first half. Let's see if they can counter this Wellington pressure. The winners in this fixture, of course, go through to the semi-finals of the top competition. The losers through to the semi-final of the plate. But neither team have the plate on their mind. And it'll be Jamie Anderson to kick off. Claimed safely by Wellington. There's a good running there by the Wellington number 6 to break the line.
Back foot, please.
Wellington are on the front foot again here. But the number 9 Lloyd's been brought down well. Frost. It's tipped on and spilled. And now Dulwich have the opportunity. Here is McGuinness-Smith.
Under pressure always. We come back for the knock-on.
No advantage from the knock-on there, as the number 10, Harry Kirkham, was under some pressure.
Time off.
This is a big opportunity for Dulwich.
Yeah, you've got to take your chances. They've only got 4 minutes left on the clock. They really need to get themselves back into this game. Hopefully they can do something from this.
Time off for the injury. Number 4, Jasper Richardson, currently down. All Dulwich need is 3 points. Do you think they have it in them?
Definitely, if they can recreate some of that pressure they had in the first half, they'll definitely be on their way to getting some points back into this game. But it's going to be tough. Both defences are very, very good. Wellington, that 3 points, that decision to go for the goal. Brilliant idea. 3 points up. Looks like they're going to go through at this point. Dulwich can find it tough.
We'll see if Dulwich have a reaction as changes are made.
It seems unfair that one of these teams is going to go into the plate competition today. Both brilliant performances here. Both deserve to go through, but it's going to be tough for one of them if they do get knocked out.
You'll see on the pitch on the far side, Brighton currently 4 points ahead of Hampton. A thrilling encounter over there as well. Hampton and Dulwich, schools like that in our plate competition. Just testament to the quality of this tournament. This really is the highest quality tournament in the United Kingdom.
You don't get it anywhere else, you know. You try to look for different tournaments, you try to look for different festivals. This is the biggest it gets. To win the trophy at the St. Joseph's College tournament, you're one of the best schools in the country, and it's such a big, big honour to win that.
We'll see if Dulwich can fight their way back into this fixture. Only 3 points in it. And it's a solid scrum by Wellington, and they've wheeled it well. That Dulwich front row of Williams and Spicer has some work to do.
Make sure your shoulders are on.
Yesterday in the commentary booth, of course, we had the number 13, Joe Lewis from Wellington, telling us how Alex Frost, the strongest scrummager in the country at schoolboy age level. We've seen some examples of that today. No biased, of course, from Joe Lewis. But that's a poor feed from McGuinness Smith, and it's allowed Wellington to break away here. It's chipped through by the number 10. And it's picked up well there by the winger on the far side before brought down into touch. That was a fantastic stab through by Rory Taylor.
Absolutely brilliant from the Wellington scrum to get that ball back and push Dulwich back so far. They're well in control of this game and they're looking like they're going to go through to this trophy competition. Unreal.
Dulwich now with a line out inside their own 22. Tremendous pressure on the throw of Harry Spicer. Let's see if Tom and Neil and Zach Carr can keep this line out together. Stolen by Wellington, and they have ball inside the Dulwich 22.
This second half performance from Wellington College has been absolutely incredible. They're well on their way through to this trophy competition, and it's much deserved.
Taken on by Kernan there. Kernan's replacement, as he's gone off injured early in the day. Taylor pops the ball off there to another forward runner.
9 off. Good work, number 9.
Here is Tors, chips through.
I've knock-on advantage.
Knocked on by the Wellington man, and now Dulwich have some ball to play with. Can they affect an exit here? It's tipped on from the base of that ruck as Dulwich look for an exit.
Use it! Advantage over.
Cleared there, I'm going to sniff into the hands of Tors. He'll take on the Dulwich defenders. Tackled well. But Wellington still have ball inside Dulwich's 10 metre. Here is Frost. Cleared by the number 4, Johnson. But stolen well. But the Dulwich 10 has scuffed the kick clearance. And thankfully, a knock-on has let it back in Dulwich hands. What a frantic game as they look to play wide here. And it's through Dulwich's number 11, Tom Woitier. But the tip-on there has not gone to hand. And now Wellington have ball, even if it is inside their 10 metre. What a frantic game, Will.
This is incredible. This is the pinnacle of schoolboy rugby, and we're watching one of the best contests.
The best contest of the day so far is over. Wellington, with that mature decision to go to the post early in the second half, have scraped through on what is the best fixture that this tournament has seen so far. Some absolutely fantastic performances. Finn Tors controlled the game so well. Excellent defending from Wellington as a whole. Captain Will Ayton put his body on the line across the entire fixture. And it's Dulwich who will be heading in to the secondary competition, while Wellington, the defending champions, roll on to the semi-finals. Thank you very much, Will, for being with me today.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been great.
What an excellent game of rugby you've seen before us, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll be back very shortly for Kirkham at 11 o'clock, taking on Denstone College.
award-winning food at the Brewers, a cosy country pub in the sleepy Suffolk village of Rattlesden. With award-winning food created by Chef Patron Sam Sturman, the 2020 Suffolk Chef of the Year, the Brewers has a wide range of top-quality wines and locally sourced beers, and offers indoor and outdoor dining, as well as an exclusive private dining and tasting menu experience. A short drive from the historic market towns of Buryton Edmonds and Lavenham, the Brewers offers some of Suffolk's finest pub dining, being named Best Newcomer at the 2020 Suffolk Food and Drink Awards. The Brewers is proud to support NextGen15's coverage of the St Joseph's Festival. To book your table at the Brewers, call 01449 736 377 or visit www.thebrewersrattlesden.co.uk.
What drama we have here! He's allowed to play on, puts a shot away, and it's just another super goal.
I cannot believe what I have just seen. Welcome back, everybody. Pitchside. England have won this one 22 points to 6.
Electric out the blocks.
Have completed the greatest of comebacks.
Callum deliver. Godfrey, Callum, Godfrey. It's Stephen Godfrey. He's at the goal. Stephen Godfrey. Your 2018 champions, the London Monarchs. Winners for 2018. Boys, well done, boys. Let's give it up. Go on, lads.
Introducing NextGen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, a great tackle here. It's not good enough. 1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What a kick.
Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 50.
Well, welcome back to pitch one. It is a big one here. Kirkham versus Denstone in the trophy quarter-final. Winner here will go on to the semis. The loser onto the plate. I am delighted to be joined by former Kirkham boy Jake alongside me. Jake, you, I'm sure, know this St Joe's pitch very well. You came here in 2019, fell short in the final. Tell us a little bit about how confident you are of this Kirkham side and what we can expect as fans watching this game.
Yeah, it's a brilliant pitch and brilliant team as well. We've got 4 England players. We look very strong in all areas. Our pack size is absolutely massive. Backs with incredible hands, incredible talent, and I think we're looking really strong to, really maybe go all the way this year. Obviously, last year was our first year at the tournament, and hopefully this year we can go that one step further.
Kirkham, for the moment, have the line out. It's Causey who rises highest.
Line out, Saver.
The wedge is formed, driving on. Kirkham showing their dominance up front. Denstone on the retreat.
Will Riley with a big carry here.
It's all been Kirkham so far. Ball out to Povell, back towards Patrice Bell. He was ever so strong yesterday in the group stage. Denstone, however, still holding strong. Dan Harris goes searching, goes sniping, as any good scrum half will. Back to Bell, making ground. Ball's out low. Kirkham scramble. Collect well. Pope breaking tackles. Ball's out, still Denstone on the defensive. Riley's
such a big carrier, and I remember from my time at Kirkham, he just whacked people off the ball all the time. He was incredible.
Denstone get the penalty, and a bit of backhanded chat from Kirkham marches them back some further meters. It's a big nudge from Denstone. It's not going to go out. Instead, it's into the hands of Povell, who thumps it down towards our commentary area on halfway.
The 10's Finn Rogers.
That's yours. Yeah.
Charlie Barraclough wearing the blue scrum cap at hooker, vice captain of this team.
Keep going, on the AR.
Starting regularly for the England under-18s. He will be a shining star in this Denstone side, but at the moment his line out not functioning. The ball whipped out to Nonkonge.
Great steal from Ellis Causey there. 6'9", England's second row. He's incredible. It's such height. It's like a cheat code in line outs. It really is.
Dan Harris the latest to take it up for the boys in blue and white.
Backwards for me.
It's been all Kirkham ball so far. Denstone have been on the back foot. Still no way through, however, for Kirkham. Big hit from Tom Allen, making himself known to Kirkham. Patrice Bell returns the favour. Little dink through there. Will it work out for Kirkham? Yes, it will. Clever stuff from the number 10, Finley Rogers. Down the short side go Kirkham once more. This is promising stuff. The Conge, the latest to make yards. Harris goes back against the grain. But they found touch. Well defended by Denstone. Jake, I'll throw to you. Denstone have been under the cosh, but at the moment they've been coping with it, haven't they?
Yeah, I think it's really impressive to be able to cope with Kirkham's pressure, but I think hopefully Kirkham will look to pin him back here, and obviously we've got a strong defensive line out, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do actually win it back here.
Baraclow gets a second bite of the cherry. Again, the long beanstalk arms of Ellis Causey causing havoc. Big hits from Kirkham. Early hits from Kirkham. Illegal hits from Kirkham. Offside, says the referee. Oscar van Devontier makes considerable yards as well. Effective kick.
Gents, in line with the AR, please. Gents, you got on the AR, please.
Denstone, another line out, another one for Causey to muddle with. This time, they don't jump.
More, get back 18.
Denstone get their shove on.
Line out's over.
Baraclow holds the goods
Stay
at the
back
back.
Say more. That's once. Back foot.
Oh, it's been knocked on by Denstone. Well cleaned up by Nkonge. You wouldn't be able to tell on the cameras, but it is a windy affair here in Ipswich. The breeze blowing from right to left. Definitely make an impact in this game. Kirkham facing against it. Once again, big carries from their forward pack, as expected. Rogers calls for it. Little jab over the top, causing problems. Well swept up by Chihota for Denstone. He's held up, however. A combined effort.
Ball is available.
Out wide now through Alex Garrett. The lower sixth. Leicester Tiger boy.
Stay back foot.
The captain, Deventier, plays 9. Baraclow trying to make an indent. This Kirkham wall is holding strong. Galley out wide, flings the ball over to Ben Meads. Ben Meads, the dab over the top. Oh, it's ushered into touch by the Kirkham backfield.
Scrum 5.
Bit of a glimpse of Denstone College's threat there.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, like we've put us under a lot of pressure here, and I think we've been caught out a few times on the wing, giving him a chance to play. But obviously, we've got a lot of weight in this front row. As well, this is a repeat of last week's fixture. We had Denstone last week, winning over 70 minutes. 33-5, I think, was the final score. So.
I've got 10. I've got 10.
33-5. Kirkham's way.
Set.
But for now, Denstone have the advantage. They have the scrum.
Hold the push there.
Galley whips the ball away to Tom Allen, to Devontier. Devontier, a captain's contribution. Denstone go crazy. Not the start that Kirkham would have wanted.
Not at all, but a very good patient score from Denstone there. I think they certainly deserve to get that score.
Look at this. Galley flings the ball away to Allen, who holds his line. Devontier tumbles over. Elation, celebration. Denstone lead.
I think this will be a real wake-up call for Kirkham now, and I wouldn't be surprised if they come back much hungrier now.
We have moments left in this first half. 9 minutes played of the 10. Denstone 7, Kirkham 0. The wind blowing in Rogers' face gets the game back underway. The try scorer, Devontier, kicks downfield. A big nudge sends us to half-time. Well, well, well. It started off all Kirkham. They were making yards, making meters. It looked like we might be heading towards a similar 33-5 score. But Denstone with the all-important try. One visit into the 22 is all they needed. The captain, Devontier, with the crucial 7 points. 5 from the try, 2 from the boot. Now, Jake, what do you think would be going on in this Denstone huddle at the moment?
I'm sure they're just trying to rally together. I think they know that there's going to be a lot of pressure coming. I think they're going to be saying, you know, let's just keep the ball, keep playing, because, you know, these are really short games. I think it's 10 minutes each way. So they're going to be saying, you know, we've got to hold on to it here. And I think they're going to have to work very hard in the second half.
Looks very calm, very organised. Likewise, Kirkham. Patience is a virtue. There's still 10 minutes to play. And in this style of rugby, every minute counts, only 20.
I think head coach Alan Drenale for Kirkham here will have a few aces up his sleeves yet to play.
We are the better team, yes. Listen to what he said. If we kick the ball off the fucking park. Boys.
Apologies for some colourful language that you may have picked up. Kirkham showing their passion, showing their determination. Knockout rugby, the beast of the game. Jake, you must know all too well. It can mess with the mind, can't it?
It really can. There's so much pressure. I remember when I played here in 2019 against St Joe's, and they came out with the drums. The whole home support was there. But it's a great atmosphere, it really is. And it's probably some of the best rugby I'll ever play in my life. You know, there's nothing that really compares to St Joe's Festival. It's brilliant.
Separates the men from the boys. Does this festival. You're looking at the future of English rugby. You're looking at Kirkham versus Denstone. Live here on pitch 1. Second half about to get underway. Devontier, the try scorer. The difference between these two sides. Kicks the ball into the Kirkham 22. Patrice Bell, ever present.
Kirkham. That's taken in.
Rogers
Hold in front.
heads
hold
for
in
the
front, stop.
spiral ball into the Ipswich sky. Well collected by Cowgill. He goes dancing, brings along his friends. Shihota, the latest to take it
Go
up.
for white leave. Lost feet.
Flat ball to Harry Clark.
Could be caught short here. Kirkham.
7, you're on your knees.
Penalty.
7 white.
Penalty Denstone with the wind against them.
Shot called.
They're going for the post. Bold call.
He's really facing into wind here as well. And he's not close as well, so that's a surprising call from my point of view.
Roughly 45 metres out. I'd add on another 10 with that wind.
Yeah.
We're looking at pressure kicks, pressure environments. Oscar van de Venter, the Leicester Tigers Academy graduate. Little smile on the face. He knows what this means. Low driven nudge. Has the distance, not the accuracy. It's still a 7-point game. Now, those decisions prove absolutely vital.
Yeah, it really is. You know, these are very short games, and against Kirkham, I don't think you get many opportunities like that to take that. So I think if that had been me, I would have pinned them down in Kirkham's half, but obviously choosing not to do so.
Finley Rogers goes 22 to 22. Spiral bomb for the Kirkham backfield to deal with. Taken with open arms. Kirkham keep it alive. Through Pope. Now the hands have got numbers on the outside.
Back foot.
Taken in by Campbell. Dan Harris goes fishing.
Leave it, leave it.
Rogers calls a forward pass from the side of the pitch. The referee agrees. Scrum Denstone, missed opportunity.
Yeah, it really was. Kirkham looking good, and I thought really then that's when you just start to turn the cog, put some pressure on, but forward pass and Denstone ball.
Just relax there. Stop. Okay. Time on. Red scrum.
I think as well, in both teams, there's a lot of academy prospects. With Denstone, a lot in Tigers, and I think the majority of the squad from Kirkham's in Sale and start in the Academy League every week. So, should be interesting to see this matchup.
These boys play each other week in, week out.
It's gone down far side. We can't play.
Club, country, school. Start to learn those idiosyncrasies. Start to understand the different calls, the different ways of thinking. Makes it all very much an even game, doesn't it, Jake?
It really does. It levels the playing field.
Galley feeds the ball. The Spaniard fires it out to his back line, who decide to nudge it down to Josh Lynch, who returns the favour.
Don't go forward, two.
Thomas
Don't go
Allen
forward, two.
takes it, brings it upfield. He decides he wants to run with it, but he doesn't get far. Yali out down the blind side.
No, hands away, White, hands away.
Penalty Denstone.
You were the assist tackler, no clear release.
They were asked to leave it.
13 White, assist tackler.
Didn't
no clear
listen.
Release.
This is frustrating stuff from Kirkham, probably getting in their own heads at this point, don't you feel, Jake?
Yeah, I feel like we're going to get really frustrated here because it really isn't like a Kirkham side to lose. Past 2 years we've gone undefeated bar St Joe's in the final, and we're 5-0 this season, so I feel like this is unknown territory for Kirkham.
Denstone very much in this game. Switched on, alert, thinking. Kirkham shocked, stunned, off colour. The ball collected well by Harry Thompson, who makes yards.
Harry Thompson's having an excellent tournament as well. Just being there when it matters.
Lukonge goes for a second bite. Illegally, says the referee.
Okay.
Discipline.
Shot called.
I tell you what. I don't know what Oscar Devantier has put in his breakfast, but he's up for it this afternoon.
He's really got some gumption to go from it from here. After missing 5-10 metres closer, with a strong wind as well.
In his own half, Oscar Devantier. Brings out the driver.
22.
To no effect. Yet again, misses the penalty. Yet again, Rogers gets us back underway.
Thanks, Jamie. Good management.
This time, Cowgill gets up to full speed before Lukonge says, take a seat. Gill, Devantier dabs it through. Very intelligent play. The skipper's had an excellent game. He's been the difference so far.
On into the dash, please, Red.
Yeah, he's been absolutely brilliant, and that's another great kick he's put in there.
Fairly close to a 50-22, which would have probably just been the nail in the coffin for Kirkham. Bounce of the ball, just not going their way today. Niall Povell will feed this line out, however, for Kirkham. They go to the middle. They start the shove.
Starting to get it moving now.
It's over, says the referee. Ball flung wide.
Taken in, hold in front.
Lynch feeds it to Cowgill, his opposite number. Evades one tackle, can't evade that. Gill to Barraclough.
Huge work there from Will Riley.
Ushered to his seat by Will Riley. Little nudge through, caught on the full by Tom Lee. He'll fancy himself here. Breaks one, can't break the second. Penalty not rolling away. Kirkham won't want to mess around with this. Straight into the corner it will go.
Here.
2 minutes left. This is knockout rugby at its finest. Touch round. Not too much distance though.
I think it was just important that he actually found touch. You know, in that point in the game, towards the end, you have to find touch. And I think probably the right option not to go for distance.
The elements not really working in Kirkham's favour at the moment. Wind picks up. They go to the middle.
Line out special from Johnny Rodham there. I know we've been working on that one, I'll be proud of that.
Rehearsed, prepared, ready. This is more like Kirkham. Advantage. What are they going to do with it? Taking up the midfield. Patrice Bell.
You have penalty advantage, 9.
Conge
Yes.
goes one way and then the other. Ball pops out. It is in a penalty advantage. The referee trundles back. Aaron Pope kicks the ball back towards Rogers. He'll want to get this game back underway, heading to the corner. We have a grandstand finish in our hands. Other teams flocking round, enticed to see who prevails. A reminder, if it is a draw at full time, we go to a penalty shootout.
Max, make sure you hold until the line out is over.
This is unprecedented stuff here at St Joe's. My goodness, we've missed this.
It's great to see rugby being back at St Joe's, obviously being cancelled last year. You know, this is what we love when we play rugby.
Tom Hode takes it to the middle. Kirkham's bread and butter, somewhat disrupted by Denstone. They're going to have to pick and go. They do. Ever so close. We're talking inches here. Denstone, though, holding strong.
Patience needed here from Kirkham. You know, this is where we need the 100%. We need to execute.
Use.
Ever so close. Still not there, though.
Use.
Ball goes out wide.
It's on
on the outside. Can they get it out there? It's going in the corner.
Ooh,
Edwards
great
denied.
tackle there. Oh, and into touch.
Oh my goodness. Denstone have won it.
Wow.
Wow. Kirkham shocked. Denstone elated. Joe Burns is watching at home. Fair play to you, good sir. He predicted last night that Denstone might go all the way, and they've knocked Kirkham out of the trophy. Something I never thought I would say. Jake.
Wow, what a game of rugby. You know, that's tournament rugby. Knockout rugby, that's what happens. Didn't get the roll of a dice today. But, you know, that's what we play for.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we love the game. This from Oscar van Deventer. The difference. The skipper. That is what it's all about. The passion.
He's had a brilliant game. Just executed when he needs to. Putting a brilliant kick down in the far right-hand corner. So I think he should be really happy with himself.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a shock victory for Denstone. They become victorious. Final score here on pitch 1. Kirkham Grammar School 0, Denstone College 7.
Introducing NextGen 15, the new home school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, the great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick?
Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen 15.
Howdy, y'all. This is Hero Site Solutions, Ipswich. We specialize in durable and elegant portable restrooms. Our team's always happy to go that extra mile to make your event unforgettable. Check out our state-of-the-art flat pack toilet system, which allows us to deliver large amounts of loos in one go. This saves on transport, workforce, time, and pollution emissions. Our patented system allows the toilets to be set up in a matter of minutes, leaving you more time to use them. The clip and lock technology means our restrooms are secure and assembled with ease. They come in pretty powder room pink and blue with secure cell phone holders and somewhere to hang your rucksack or purse. Hero will never leave you in the dark. We guarantee our toilets are squeaky clean. Hero also offers site clearance and event management. Come say hi at www.herositesolutions.co.uk. Tell them Earl sent you. Because everyone needs a hero.
Taken my life into my hands here, out on pitch number 1 ahead of the next game. We've had the first maybe shock, although it is hard to tell because Denstone have beaten Kirkham to take their place in the trophy final. But whilst we wait for the next game, which will be the host St. Joe's out here on pitch number 1, thought I'd catch up with another important partner of the competition here from Corey Brothers. This is Mike. Mike, let's talk about, what do you want to talk about first, the company or your involvement?
Well, I'd like to talk about this fantastic festival. That's probably the most important thing today. It's just a fantastic festival. From my perspective and the business perspective, we are so pleased that it is back, to see so many people here, and more importantly, such fantastic rugby and some serious talent for the future.
Well, talk to us about the company then, how long you've been involved and why you're involved.
We've been involved for the last 3 or 4 years. The most important thing, I think, for us is that rugby, and we're as a shipping business, we're located, we're headquartered in Ipswich, is that this school, this game, and this festival really sort of resonates with our business culture. You know, it resonates with what rugby is: fairness, competitive sport, all those things. So we're really, really proud and pleased to be associated.
So it's a long-term thing. Your global headquarters are in Ipswich, so there is a locality. Are there any instances of people sort of going on or having a chat to you and thinking, oh, I'd quite like to be involved with this?
Yeah, there are. In fact, yesterday and this morning already, so we're really pleased about that. But just to be associated with this as a shipping firm, which most people here will be aware at the moment is quite topical with supply chain and those kind of things. So we're doing what we can to make sure everything keeps flowing and keeps moving, and we'll certainly do that. So we've had some different conversations with people here, say, about shelves, but it's all going to be fine. It's all going to be good.
You've heard it here first. It's all going to be good. Christmas is still on, everybody. Don't panic. Let's bring it back to the here and the now then, because you're here throughout the weekend. You've got a great presence here. What are the kinds of things that you're doing? And where are you based, actually? I've had a few delicious cups of coffee and various things. Where can I find you guys a bit later on?
We're very fortunate. There's a special area for the sponsors and for some other VIP guests here. So they've got some great teas, coffees, cakes and bits and bobs. So we're sort of floating around there. But most of the time we are pitch side, watching all of these fantastic games with all these brilliant players who we certainly expect to see a lot more of in the future as well.
Oh, it's incredible, isn't it? There are names here that are going to be littering Championship Rugby, Premiership Rugby for years to come. I've had a catch up with some of the coaches who used to be here at the school, and they all come back. I love these events that sort of bring people together. And by the sounds of things, that's one of the things that really attracts you, both personally and as a company, to an event like this.
Massively. I mean, you know, as an individual, as a rugby fan, to see the talent, the collisions, the skill, that's one thing. To have everyone together who buys into this, you know, like-minded, good people, having fun, enjoying really tough competition, it's just what you want. So, yeah, we absolutely love it.
Well, I'm enjoying it, but I'm enjoying it from the sidelines. As you might be able to tell, I'm a little bit older than school age, and with all due respect, I think that you are too. Would you fancy your chances being dropped into the mix of one of these games? Because I certainly wouldn't. They're unbelievable specimens.
Not in a million years. I used to play a long time ago, and every time these guys take to the pitch, I am really jealous until you see and you hear some of these collisions. But you know, the adrenaline, the passion, the commitment these guys have, it is just absolutely brilliant to watch. It really is.
And for a lot of these players as well, they'll be in their final year of school, upper six. Some of them will have missed rugby in the lower six. I love how much it means to them to wear their school jersey, to play with their mates, to build on all of those characteristics that you talked about, all of the positivity that sport and rugby brings. And it just stands them in such good stead for the future.
Massively so. I think certainly to St Joseph's, you see the support, not just from the rest of the students, but from the whole, you know, the parents, the whole wider community. And it's not just the actual competition itself, but it's everything else. You're making friends here. And that's it. Sometimes you can make lifelong friends here, and you'll go on to see these at club level, you know, all sorts of other levels. You think, I played against you, mate, and you were fantastic, and we can go and have a drink and a chat afterwards. And that, I think, is one of the other key things that chimes with our business, is that, you know, it's healthy and it's good, and you can make friends. And, yeah, so it really helps as well.
And we can also, sorry to turn our backs on you temporarily, but the hosts are on the pitch next. We are literally going to have to make an exit for the touchline shortly. But how incredible is this? Lining either side, welcoming the team on. St Joe's haven't had the best of tournaments, but they've got one last opportunity in this new format to play for a trophy. This is unbelievable, isn't it?
This is special. So when you see this, if you haven't seen this before, and to come and observe it, and then you come back again and again, and you see the passion and the commitment and the support that they have, I kind of think it helps build pressure, but also gives you another massive lift as well. So it's really going to start to build here. So yeah, we love this. Love to be part of it.
Well, the applause is starting to build, so we're going to hand you over to the commentary team. Mike, thank you very much for having a chat, and thank you very much for Corey Brothers for their involvement. But now it is time for the host to take the pitch once again. It's St Joe's.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back once again to the St Joseph's College Rugby Festival. We're into day 2 now. We're on to the 4th tier competition, the semi-finals of that competition now. St Joseph's College up against Queggs Wakefield. Two sides looking for a bit of redemption. Queggs Wakefield had a difficult first day, whereas St Joseph's College, with the home support on their back, did put in some good performances. However, Queggs Wakefield and St Joseph's College both faced defeat in the last round, which has left them in this competition. St Joseph's, of course, falling by 1 point to Newcastle, who will be in action at 12:20. Kings Worcester on action on the other pitch today, up against Hampton, who also fell early on in that first game. Big game for St Joseph's College. Last chance saloon for them. We are now into proper knockout rugby. No dropping into any other competitions. Now is the time to be chasing silverware. 2 strong lineups for you today. And I'm joined beside me by Will Stace, Media Manager and Lower 6 student at St Joseph's College. How are you, Will?
Very good, thank you. It's my first time this tournament where I'm not on the sidelines supporting on the boys, but I'm so excited for this game. We need a win here. A little bit of redemption in this. They felt unhurt. They felt they've been treated wrong, but let's move forward. Let's get forward. Let's get going.
And it's taken cleanly in the backfield and sent down the pitch by Walls, and that will drop just outside of St Joseph's College 10-metre line. A good start, good clearance early doors for St Joe's.
Control there by Alex Walls, finding the gap, making sure he can get the kick away to safety.
Now we Quiggs, Wakefield's hooker, Maxwell Shelton with the nudge into the line out to give Wakefield a platform, and it's an excellent line out there, played out by number 9, Max Brown. Into the backfield they go through the number 13, and they've gone all the way wide, and a forward pass. Unlucky there. Good set piece play from Quiggs, Wakefield. So Joe's has to be wary of that.
You know, last game we conceded a try when it came out wide very quickly with the ball speed. That time they tried to do the same thing, but the forward pass means scrum to St Joe's. Let's see how this goes.
St Joe's, bit of a lucky break there early doors, but a good platform now to work off as Sam Slattery heads in to feed the scrum.
5, 6.
Good shove on there by St Joe's. It's into Josh Bowyer, the winger in the 10 channel. And here is Donnelly, out to Clark. Clark takes on his man on the outside, out the back door for Wolves, but it's spilled.
Knocking on the floor, gents.
But another bit of fortune from St Joseph's College as Wakefield knock it on the floor.
Well, I mean, it's been coming our way, a little bit of fortune. As I said earlier, the lads felt a little bit disheartened by the way the events went yesterday and this morning. It's a bit tough, but hopefully they can make their way back into the competition and win this game.
It's fair to say that St Joe's have come up against some excellent sides so far in this competition.
Crouch! 5!
And here is scrum ball. The wind is starting to blow all the way up in our commentary box. I'm afraid if that interferes with the event at all, but Eltham have turned the ball over at the base of the scrum. And we'll now have a good platform just inside St Joseph's College half. It's a number 5, Fred Lambert, Wakefield Trinity under-18 Rugby League player, to take the ball forward. Shipped out by Brown, onto the number 12. Excellent line run there through the midfield.
Release, Ray!
And here is Brown. Put under some pressure there, Brown.
Brilliant work there from Toby Holmes-Lord to try and get the pass, trying to get the ball back into possession of St Joe's. Brilliant work there.
Wakefield withstand the pressure. Another lovely line run through the midfield. Brown takes it back to the other side. Look for the kick option, but spread wide. And there's numbers here through number 14, James Holdsworth, who cuts in.
Brilliant tackle there by Archie Mariani.
Enright at first, plays 9. Number 12, Sam North of the Yorkshire Academy at first receiver. And Brown's back on the ball. Brown with a chip through over the top of Sam Donnelly. And Sam Donnelly will return with a lovely kick downfield. Wakefield will return through number 22, Oscar Brown. Good collision there by Oscar Brown. Good meters all the way up to St Joe's 22. Here's the number 9, Brown. Another good line in midfield. Archie Williams holds him up well. Slowing the ball down. But a penalty there.
21 red. Advantage, not 10.
And it's taken quickly there by Wakefield, who now have another advantage. Charlie Otter with the collision.
Still got advantage.
Advantage still as they try the speculative kick through.
Not 10.
Continuously brilliant work from Toby Holmes-Lord trying to get that ball back from the ruck. Absolutely incredible work from him there. St Joe's under a little bit of pressure from Wakefield early on, but that doesn't mean nothing if they haven't got any points on the board, as we know in this competition.
Can Wakefield come away from this red zone with points? As they point to the sticks. 3 points incoming for Wakefield. It'll be the number 12, Sam North, the Yorkshire Academy man, to knock over the 3 for Queggs.
A lot of wind here. It won't be an easy kick for him, but should get the 3 points on the board for Wakefield.
You can hear the wind rustling through our microphones as we attempt to cover them now. But it's Sam North to get the first points on the board in this semi-final. Good connection and through the uprights. And the Wakefield parents are happy with that so far. Bit of a subdued St Joseph's crowd this morning.
Well, I mean, it's tough. A lot of them like to go out on that Saturday night, so that first early game's never easy for the crowd to get running. But by the third or second game, it's getting underway. You can hear the crowd and the drums behind us.
The drums are beating as Sam Donnelly will restart. Lovely weighted kick against the wind. And it's been claimed by a St Joseph's hand. And they will Slattery at the base. Into Williams. Good contact by Queggs Wakefield as Slattery's on the ball again here. And it comes out here to Donnelly. Clever feet from him into Jones.
Advantage, 13 goals roll.
Advantage, penalty advantage for St Joe's, which they will take. Now, is it points on the board for St Joe's to level the game, or do they try and build for more?
Points on the board, definitely. You've got to get yourselves back into the game, get yourselves level. Confident from Sam Donnelly, saying he can do it. Let's see if he can.
It will be Sam Donnelly, as we've highlighted before. Excellent day with the boot. And on comes St Joseph's College old boy, former 10 himself, Dan Lewis with the tee. Excellent player Dan Lewis was.
Won the festival in 2013, joint player of the tournament with the man we all know, Lewis Ladlam. Brilliant person to have in the camp around you. A great mentor for this squad.
Former Coventry rugby player as well. Incredible player in his own right. What a great mentor for someone like Sam Donnelly to have. Sam Donnelly from decent range against the wind to take St Joseph's College level with Queggs Wakefield. Clean strike through the uprights, dead centre. Exactly what St Joseph's College needed.
Great kick from Sam Donnelly there, pushing St Joe's back level 3-3 with Queggs Wakefield. Interesting to see what goes on from here.
Queggs Wakefield will have a response for St Joseph's College. And we are just 3 minutes away from half-time. It will be the Queggs Wakefield number 9 Brown to get us underway. And spilled, unfortunately, in the backfield. And now this is a great platform for Queggs, isn't it?
Unfortunately, yes, this is a great position for Queggs Wakefield to gain some pressure once again. They'll be looking to get a score here before the second half starts.
Just 2 minutes and a half left for the first half in these shortened fixtures.
Set.
And it's a great scrum by Wakefield, but countered well by St Joe's. And the ball has gone to floor. Rotated front row for this fixture with Mariani, Blacker and Williams all starting their first game together.
A little bit of a rotated lineup, but this 25-man squad is very, very good. So there's no level dropped when it comes to the substitutes being made.
St Joe's backline poised and ready for defence.
Hold the push.
And it's clean ball for Wakefield. It's into the hands of their number 12. Out wide to the 13, William Gattis. Another rugby league player. Picked up and runs strongly back into contact now as Queggs Wakefield breach the 22. They're calling for it wide here as the number 12, Sam North, takes it on his own. Still Wakefield ball. Back inside to William Gattis. Quicksilver want it wide now, but it's through the prop, Charlie Otter. Great shot by St Joseph's College to keep them out of this 5-metre red zone.
Brilliant tackle by Arthur Berdeon.
There's another great chop there on a strong Wakefield runner.
Advantage. No roll, 19 red.
But a penalty there. Good pick from the base of the scrum. It's a good physical contact in that red zone.
18 red's fine there, but 19 red, you need to roll.
It's a good steal, but unfortunately number 19 for St Joseph's College, Santos Ledesma, has been penalised. And the call is post. Sam North comfortable to take the 3 points here with the wind on his back.
Well, it's definitely the right decision. They're hoping to get that lead going into the half-time break.
Gents, one behind the 5, please. Thank you. Yep.
And once again, it will be Sam North, the Yorkshire Academy man. Good connection, but this time it is wide. And that will end this first half. 3-3 after the first half of a ferocious rugby. A tight game in this semi-final. Both sides don't want to leave this tournament empty-handed. What do you think of the first half so far, Will?
A little bit of fortune there for St Joe's, but they've made their way into the game. Getting that penalty back was so important. I know exactly what they'll be saying to them right now. Just find the gaps, play what you're good at. When they start to get the ball, they look like they could score. Hopefully they can find that try and get through to the final.
Quakes Wakefield will be looking for a response as well. Slightly more dominant in that first half. St Joe's have got some work to do in the break. We'll be back very shortly for the second half of this semi-final. Welcome back to the second half of this semi-final as St Joseph's College kick off.
Advantage.
That was an excellent kick by Sam Donnelly there. Collected on the far side by St Joe's. Ball inside didn't work, and now Eltham are back in possession. But it's an interception. It's an interception there by Josh Jones in the midfield. They'll go over for the score, but it will not count. Referees coming back for the knock-on advantage. You'll see here it's a fantastic take in the air by the young lad in the blue scrum hat, St Joe's number 24, Jack Bader-Watts. And then the number 12 here, the 13's running a good line. Josh Jones is up early to take the steal, but will come back for that knock-on advantage. Great play though from St Joe's, good start, keep the pressure on early.
Well, I mean, that certainly unsettled the Wakefield defence. Good stuff from Josh Jones, just a shame it's come back for the scrum.
Early. Need stability and control, gents. Okay, you've gone early over the mark. Free kick on the 5, gents.
And that is a free kick there. Early engagement on the half of the St Joseph's front row. And that kick is high. into midfield, but claimed very well by Josh Jones.
Brilliant take there.
And Slattery's on the ball now. Pressure on Slattery, and it's been kicked on the floor. It's bobbling about there, but St Joseph's College come with the ball. An advantage for high tackle. And here is Thorne. Ethan Thorne with those clever feet. One man inside.
I would not want to defend Ethan Thorne. He gets past you every single time.
Now here's Levi Wilson. Tries to get the tip away, but Donnelly's there. Into midfield, and it's excellent defending by Queggs Wakefield.
Pressure building here for St Joe's. They need to find that try now.
And that ball is in behind, but there'll be no advantage for the penalty. The referee instructing the players to keep those high tackles down, keep the penalty count low. As the crowd start to raise that familiar chant. Clever decision to go for the points.
Definitely. I was a little bit worried, think they're going to go for the corner, but great decision to back himself from Sam Donnelly. Let's see if he can get this over and put St Joe's in the lead for the first time in this game.
Very similar position for Sam Donnelly that the number 12 Sam North had for Wakefield just before the break. We'll see if Sam Donnelly, with 22 on his back, can take it one step more through the uprights. And this will, of course, take St Joseph's College into the lead just 3 minutes in to this second half. A 0-0 scoreline to tell you about between Eltham College and King's Worcester. Could see a King's Worcester St Joseph's College final if everything goes to plan here today. A repeat of the first game St Joseph's College had on day one, of course. But here is Sam Donnelly. St Joseph got a lot of work to do before they make it to this any kind of final. Donnelly, clean strike. Straight through the uprights. And St Joseph's College regain the lead for the first time in this fixture.
Brilliant kick from Sam Donnelly. He's backed himself twice and he's got 6 points on the board for St Joe's. Brilliant work from that man down there.
How do Wakefield respond with all that sustained pressure they had in the first half? So far, St Joseph's College has been on top.
They've just got to try and reenact that, and from this set piece and from this start of play, they can do that.
That's a lovely nudge high into the far side there, and it's been claimed by Queggs Wakefield excellently well. What a fantastic kick that was. And it's back inside through the forward runners. Line speed not there for St Joseph's College, and Wakefield crash into the 22. Penalty advantage coming now. Free ball for Wakefield to play with. And it's good pressure there from the St Joe's defence with a penalty advantage for Queggs Wakefield.
Should be a kicking contest this now.
We'll see if the number 12 Sam North backs himself yet again. Had a good tournament for Wakefield and one of their standout players so far. And the poster called. That familiar red tee of North.
20 red, off feet.
Tough angle against the wind. The breeze is still blowing.
Well, it's never easy when you have a bit of Ipswich wind. The pitches are so open, anything can move the ball in the air. This will be a tough kick, but I wouldn't be surprised if he gets it.
And then this fascinating battle, a stalemate on pitch 2 to decide the final. And here's the opportunity for Sam North to bring Wakefield level. I will comment now, as we've got a bit of time, the fantastic way that this tournament has been redesigned, giving high-stakes rugby for everyone involved. Doesn't matter how you finish on day one, doesn't matter how you perform on day 2, you're always going to have something to play for.
Yeah, I really like that idea, and it just gives a little bit of motivation and keeps people staying here.
Sam North is unlucky once again, close, but it's just crept over the uprights. Fantastic work there. That is 3 points on the board for Wakefield. Didn't get a fantastic connection with the ball there, Sam North, but he did just enough to get it through the post.
If it goes over, it counts. I don't think he'll be bothered about that.
That is exactly right. And the score's all level as St Joseph's College will have another crack at this Wakefield defence. Donnelly, high once again. Good competition in the air, but Wakefield come away with it.
Great kick from Donnelly there.
It looked like the number 9 Max Brown shaping to clear. Good setup there. And the clearance is enacted. The wind brings it back and it's Thorne underneath it. Lovely take there from the St Joseph's College man, Ethan Thorne.
He's had a decent tournament, Ethan Thorne. His stepping is brilliant. He's just trying to find that gap to get another try.
Slattery to Donnelly. Chip over the top there. And it's Badger Watts to chase. And it steepens Brown, the captain, to put him down. And it's Badger Watts to enact the turnover. Fantastic work there from Jack Badger Watts.
Brilliant work for the Welshman to get a penalty for St Joe's. Hopefully they can get in the lead 9-3 with only 3 minutes to go in the second half.
St Joseph's College love a Welshman in the first team. Tom Williams, Harry Williams, Jack Badger Watts.
Wait,
who would you take?
When we're walking back up, yep.
I think Harry Williams, come on, he's playing for the Scarlets. We love a man who plays for the Scarlets. Welsh under-21 international. Regardless, great contribution there from Jack Badger Watts. Sam Donnelly with perhaps his most challenging kick of the day here, or kick of the fixture at least. Just bending onto this near side. Coming into only 2 minutes left in this fixture. This is a really important kick for St Joseph's College. The wind is blowing, this time with Donnelly. And up he steps. Sam Donnelly to put St Joseph's College back in the lead. And it is wide to that left-hand side. The wind didn't help him there.
Bit tough kick, bit of a tough kick that one for Sam Donnelly, but St Joe's still comfortably level. Let's hope they can find something to edge them out in this performance, or we may be seeing a penalty shootout.
Penalty shootout, of course, if the game is a draw after the 20. 22 dropout now for Wakefield. Another opportunity to St Joe's to come running back.
Make sure your 7's behind, okay? Wing up, wing up.
Quakes Wakefield will be looking to put the pressure on to this kick. That's a lovely nudge there. The Levi Wilson will run back onto it. Good footwork as he breaks the first contact.
Great work from Levi Wilson there.
Donnelly wide to Badger Watts, but the wind has dragged that and made it a forward pass.
Gents, it's a forward pass, okay? Scrum. Goal ball.
Donnelly's unlucky there. There's a good option on this near side, but the wind has not helped him at all. The wind is his biggest enemy at the moment for Sam Donnelly.
Well, very tough conditions, as you can hear on the microphones. We're trying to cover them, but I think the referee's mic is getting a lot of the wind. It's not exactly a fun afternoon for rugby, but let's have a look what St Joe's can do to counter it.
It's cold hands all around on this chilly Ipswich morning as Brown spreads it wide, bit loose in the midfield there, but cleaned up well by Wakefield. Good counter scrum there as Wakefield feel the pressure to clear at this point. Still playing with the ball in hand.
Toby Homelords once again finding a way to get through to that ruck. He's had a brilliant day at doing that.
Wakefield now playing possession. Lovely line run there by a member of the Wakefield pack. Brown's at the base once again. And it's North taking on his mind. Exit is the call now for Wakefield.
No 16 out. In front.
And it's Brown to nudge. And it's taken well. Unfortunately there, Oliver Healy did so well to get under that. But that is the end of this game. And I believe that means we could be looking at our first penalty shootout of the St Joseph's College Festival. Full time here, 6-all. Let's have a little bit of words on that fixture from you, Will.
Well, I mean, it's a tough fixture, both teams leveling each other out. There's no clear opportunities for a try there, but they took their chances well, and the decisions in going for the penalties were absolutely correct. St Joe's probably feel like they could have got a win in there, but all lies on this penalty shootout. Can you explain to me a little bit of how that works? I'm not sure.
So, I'll need a bit of correction on that myself. I believe that it'll be a 1-by-1 shootout. Drop kick, I believe, possibly from the tee, onto the posts. And we'll wait and see what will be taking place. What a fantastic game of rugby, a thrilling encounter, an edgy encounter with no clear winner. We'll be back with you very shortly to find the decider between St Joseph's College and Queggs Wakefield in this semi-final. So, as you may have heard on the Pitch 2 live stream, it is a penalty shootout between St Joseph's College and Queggs Wakefield. 5 kicks from the 22, and beyond that, sudden death.
Well, it looks like St Joseph picked their kickers. Wakefield are yet to pick theirs. Dan Lewis giving them some words of advice.
If anyone can coach a good kicking lineup, it's Dan Lewis.
Top point scorer in festival history. He knows a little bit about kicking in this tournament. Let's see how these lads do.
On the other side, of course, there is a winner between King's Worcester and Eltham College. 7-0 scoreline in the end there. I'll find out you the winners in that fixture just in a moment as the whistle blows to argue that the penalty shootout is about to start. What a moment. What a moment for the history of the St Joseph's College Festival. I cannot remember another penalty shootout in history happening at this festival.
Yeah, something new. This is all a part of the new format. So let's see how this goes. It'll be interesting to see what happens. But yeah, how's your bottle? How can you handle the pressure? Can you do it?
It is interesting to see who will step up first. It looks like the first kicker will be the number 12, Sam North. Already missed one from the tee today, but he's had an excellent kicking day so far. What an absolutely fantastic occasion.
Oh, this is brilliant. I can't really, I'm so nervous for the lads here. Let's hope the other team have done enough and these kickers can get them through it.
I would be battling my way to be kicker number 5 in this situation. I would then miss because I am a prop, but beyond that I'd still enjoy myself. First kick of this penalty shootout will be Sam North. And it's clean through the posts. Now, one of the benefits of the St Joseph's College team is the number of people operating at the 10 role. We had Max Clark and Sam Donnelly, 2 excellent kickers. You've got to say the Max Clark here must be a sure number to be in.
Yeah, him and Sam Donnelly are probably the confident ones out of that group. The rest I haven't seen kick before, so this might be interesting. But yeah, 2 confident 10s, 2 confident kickers. That's always good going into a penalty shootout.
The first man to step up for the host, St Joseph's College. Number 10, Max Clark. Here is Clark's opportunity to become the first St Joseph's College player to ever score in a penalty shootout and to level the scores at 1-1. And up steps Clark. Clean strike through the centre of the uprights, and the scores are level. The next man to step up for Wakefield, interesting decision, number 11, Oliver Healy. Not seen too many wingers off the tee. I think I remember Nandolo striking it through for Fiji on a number of occasions. But it is Oliver Healy to put Wakefield 1 point up in this penalty shootout. It is 5 registered kickers, and beyond that, sudden death, to remind you all listening at home. And he's nudged it well through the uprights. Dealt with the pressure excellently well, has Oliver Healy. You see the boys on the pitch are enjoying this fantastically. What an occasion. Up next, of course, Sam Donnelly. St Joseph's College own Alwyn Jones dislocated his collarbone just 3 weeks ago before taking part in this festival. Had an excellent day from the boot so far, nudging all 6 of St Joseph's College's points. 100% conversion rate so far in this fixture. And here is Donnelly to level the scores. Clean strike through the uprights. Never in doubt.
Good from Dono. He is never missing that. Brilliant kick.
Up next, Max Brown. Been good from the base of the scrum so far today. At this point in the competition, 3 kicks in, the pressure starts to build.
I wouldn't want to be one of them. Definitely wouldn't.
Well, here is Max Brown, the Quirks Wakefield man. How deep into this team do you think we start to worry about the quality of kicks being taken? For both sides.
I'm starting to worry now, but I think beyond that 5 you've picked, you definitely have a little bit of a worry. But, you know, it's the same for the other team. It's the same situation. So, pretty much fair. Let's see how St Joe's and Wakefield can do.
Brown. Clean strike. But it's wide. It's wide from Max Brown.
And you can hear the St Joe's crowd after that reaction. It's absolutely brilliant. This atmosphere is incredible every single year. Up steps Jack Badger-Watts, the Welshman, to try and put St Joe's ahead.
That is unfortunate for Max Brown there. Had a good clean strike of the ball, but couldn't get the accuracy. And now it's St Joseph's opportunity. It's Jack Badger-Watts, the Welshman, to put St Joseph's College 3-2 up in the shootout. A composed figure on the green fields of St Joseph's College. And it's wide from Jack Badger-Watts. Could this be a running theme of the shootout?
We may have maxed out at 2-2, but you never know. We might be here for a while.
It's sudden death for a while, if that's the case. Up next, number 18, I believe. Joshua Riding, member of the forward pack. Interesting decision for your number 4 to be a part of the pack. I think he's a second row, back row, versatile player.
There's only one forward I've met that can kick, and that's Leroy O'Neill.
But what a clean strike that is from the number 18. And Riding has piled the pressure on St Joe's. Excellent bottle there from Riding to step up as a back row, second row forward and kick through the opponents in such a tense occasion. That is fantastic work from him. Up next for St Joe's, number 23, Will Stacey.
Not me, don't worry.
It'll be Will Stacey to aim for the uprights. St Joe's are desperate need of this kick to keep the scores level. The pressure is mounting on the young St Joseph's College back 3 player. There's a hush over the crowd as Stacey eyes his target. Up he steps. Will Stacey. Clean strike through the post. As cool as you like.
When your name's Will Stacey, there's not much you can't do. Absolutely brilliant from him down there.
It is all level as we come into the 4th and penultimate kick of this final. Just 2 more players from either side to step up.
5th kick this now.
Up steps the number 13, William Gattus, the Leeds Rhinos under-18 Rugby League Academy player. Let's see if the Union and League player can step up. And it is a clean strike. And up steps St Joseph's College, man of the moment, the hotly tipped player, coming into this tournament, Ethan Thorne. Excellent kick there by the Wakefield number 13. Take no time on it at all. Just straight up, through the uprights. It's exactly what Wakefield needed.
Brilliant kick. Ethan Thorne stepping up now. If he misses, St Joe's are into the third, fourth place game. If he does convert it, that means St Joe's will be going into the Shield final.
Sudden death after this kick. Thorne through the centre, and we are in to sudden death.
Here we go. Here we go.
One miss each for St Joseph's College. As up steps Wakefield's number 25, Archie Stancliffe. Not featured too heavily in this competition so far, but if he kicks it over the fence now to make it 5-4, Wakefield fans will be incredibly happy with his contribution. Stancliffe looks composed. Nudges well, and it's through the post. Excellent work there from Archie Stancliffe, number 25. And up steps for St Joseph's College in sudden death, Josh Bowyer. Had a bright tournament, Josh Bowyer. He's been active on that far hand side. The number 11. The tension in the air around St Joseph's College is palpable as he strikes it, and he strikes it through the post. A sigh of relief from Josh Bowyer as he connects well with that ball.
Brilliant for Bowyer.
And
you'll hear that crowd.
Up steps for Wakefield, number 7, Dan Fleming. The backs of Wakefield do not fancy this penalty shootout, but Dan Fleming does. The number 7. A proper forwards kick that. Levered it down the centre.
The technique gets interesting every single time we see someone else step up. Dominic Binns, head boy of the college, he's stepping up to try and keep St Joe's in this.
What an excellent kick by the number 7. That's the only thing you can ask of your flanker. But here he is, Dominic Binns, head boy for the 2021-22 academic year. And it is safe, it is central, and St Joseph's College are in the game. Now we are running out of players who have kicked a ball before.
I think, personally for me, watching the squad, I haven't seen many of these guys do it, and I'm thinking it will be the same for Wakefield. It's a new part of this competition. I absolutely really enjoy it. This part of the competition is where it gets interesting.
Now here's an interesting one. Number 9, Toby Calvert of the Yorkshire Academy. Another forward, another member of the back row to have a swing. Calvert, and it's wide. He has scuffed the kick. You can't put too much pressure on the lad. He's a number 8. He's a Yorkshire Academy prospect. He's an excellent young player. He's not in the side to kick the ball over the post.
There's no expectation for it. But up steps now Riley Stybrins-Brown, captain of the Joes team. See if he can put his team through to the Shield final.
It's Stybrins-Brown, the captain, the leader of this St Joseph's College side. No time, clean connection, and it's through the uprights. And that will end the shootout. It is St Joseph's College who are through to the final. What an incredible occasion we've been a part of.
Brilliant, brilliant entertainment seeing St Joseph's College go through to the Shield final. Wakefield will play in that 3rd and 4th game against Eltham College. But, as we said earlier, St Joe's will face the side they faced at the start of this tournament, King's School, Worcester. That'll be a brilliant one.
What a fantastic game of rugby. Thank you all for tuning in with us. There is more rugby to come. Another game to kick off as soon as the sides have cleared the pitch. Thank you very much for being with me, Will.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been great. I'll be back here later, some point during the day. But great to see St Joe's get a win.
What a fantastic game. 7-6 in the penalty shootout. We'll be back very shortly with some more rugby on Pitch 1.
shot away. It's just another super goal.
I cannot believe what I have just seen. Welcome back, everybody. Pitchside. England have won this one 22 points to 6.
Electric out the block.
St Joe's leaves the pitch to a hero's welcome because we've made history and the captain kicks the winning penalty in the first ever shootout. When you write a script, that's what it has to be, surely.
Oh, my heart's absolutely going. That was dramatic. But wow, I mean, fair play. Hats off to all the lads. That was not easy. That was a big, packed out crowd. Whole bunch of lads coming up. Feel sorry for the lads that missed, but what a moment for the St Joe's skipper banging over the penalty for his team. Wow.
It's only now when I look over there and there's no one there, and I look behind the goal and there's no one there, that I've realised exactly how many people were watching that. That was a proper sporting theatre, wasn't it? Gladiatorial.
Oh, that was just the tension that you wouldn't believe. I mean, this is schoolboy stuff, and we're all over there in the touchline, hunched down, worried about people missing. I mean, wow. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
What that does mean, though, is we have Shield finals and Bowl finals confirmed, if they don't blow away, that is. It's going to be Kings Worcester versus St Joe's in the Shield finals, so there is the opportunity for hometown glory. Then in the Bowl, it is Eltham versus Queggs, but now we're going to need to take evasive action soon because we're back into the big competitions. Who have we got up next and what's going to happen?
So up on here, we've got RGS Wycombe against Cheltenham in the Bowl final, so hopefully not another shootout. I can't handle that again. And over on the other side, we've got the third place playoff in the Bowl, RGS Newcastle against Whitchurch. So we've got a couple of crackers coming up.
Are you going up into the commentary box for this one?
I think I'm going up at some point. You'll hear me. You'll hear me over your sound waves at some point.
Well, in which case, I'm going to get out of the way now before a referee gives us a telling off. Enjoy these games. We're getting to the sharp end of this competition. Every game counts. It is semi-finals time, then finals time, and eventually we're going to have 4 trophy holders come the end of today.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to this fantastic semi-final. New boys to the tournament, Cheltenham College are on board with RGS High Wycombe. Joining me in the commentary box, it's another former England international, can you believe it? Peter Richards is here with me today.
Good afternoon, yes, thanks for that welcome. Tense finish on the last game, wasn't it? Thank goodness St Joseph's came out on top. They've had a tough run of games and some disappointment to deal with, but good to see them now going into a final later on this afternoon. But in that tournament just above, Cheltenham College against RGS, both had really good tournaments. So tight has been some of the results in these games. They would both feel potentially a little bit unlucky to be in this lower end, but an opportunity to get themselves into a final now.
What a lovely game of rugby we have. And also, Peter, a fantastic connection you have to both coaching teams in this fixture.
That's right, James Honeyburn, the head coach at RGS High Wycombe, a former Wasp scrum half and teammate of mine, and all 3 of the Cheltenham College coaches today, Ollie Morgan, Dan Murphy and Nick Runciman, former Gloucester teammates of mine. So, yeah, lots of relevant, not necessarily on the pitch, of course, but certainly off of it.
And it was chipped through there by Will Gilderson, currently operating at fullback, the England Dream player. And RGS High Wycombe might have an overlap early doors through number 13, Sammy Sinclair. It's brought down there where good wrecking over by the number 11, Will Joseph Caesar. And RGS High Wycombe have started brightly early on, although that is a fantastic tackle by the Cheltenham forward player.
Hold in front. Hold.
And the choice to kick there by Allison. The number 9 operating at outside forward. Have you had a lot of rugby to watch so far this weekend?
Yeah, I've been here since 9 o'clock yesterday morning and was here bright and breezy this morning, so I've seen pretty much everything that's gone on. Definitely the thing I've seen this morning, which is sprung to mind, is this wind that seems to be picking up very much. Virtually all the points have been scored at this lower end of either pitch 1 or 2, so that wind advantage for this game with RGS High Wycombe. So it's really important that they get a score on the board, because I've not seen anyone on this pitch yet today score going into the win. So slightly different tactic from both teams. For Cheltenham, it's a case probably of damage limitation. For RGS, really, really important they get some points on and then trying to look to defend a lead in that second half.
It's been a fantastic day of rugby so far, but this wind has had an impact, just as it did on our penalty shootout. But that line-out ball is stolen by High Wycombe as they play now through their number 9, Allison. Out wide here to Caesar. Man on the overlap there is number 15, Hooper. Hooper running well hard into their 22. Cheltenham on the back foot now as they rumble it through the forwards. There's Noah Byrne. And the number 20, Lloyd, controlling it at the base. Back out into the wide channel. Alex Darville to take contact here for Cheltenham. And it's a fantastic repellent tackle there from Cheltenham. But Lloyd still running with it there. It's been a ferocious start from RGS High Wycombe.
Yeah, I mean, great width put on the ball there from Wycombe to get the break down the left. But as you mentioned, the tackling from Cheltenham in those close exchanges was fantastic and robust. But giving away a penalty, and again, much as the form of the previous games, as I mentioned, a lot of the play camped down in this 22, and whether or not teams can convert these opportunities. We've seen so many very, very tight games today, all decided on situations like this, whether or not High Wycombe can convert.
And the line out is 1 in the air. And the maul is begun. Rumbling forward on there from RGS High Wycombe. And they're over the line, but just short. The referee calls and it's placed back.
Guys, just miss it there. It's short of the line, short of the line. Scrum blue.
Held up there and a scrum is called. Bit of handbags on the floor. No need for that at that stage of the afternoon. There's lots of rugby left to be played.
That's right, and actually I think just called just short, because the new rule actually says if it's held up, you get a goal line dropout, and I think RGS have got quite lucky there, because the ref has said that they were short and they were in possession, and he's given a scrum to High Wycombe. So say a bit of a let off, but it's a very, very hard position this. I'm looking at the pitch. The 12 and 13 for High Wycombe are built like a couple of back rowers, and you can't see the ball going much past those two now to try and get a try here for Wycombe.
Will Evans, of course, the academy man for High Wycombe. Uncontested scrums, by the way, but still picking from the base, and it's Will Evans who will crash forward. Ball is played back now. Picked by the forward pack there, but driven back strongly by this excellent Cheltenham defence. Unlucky from Cheltenham there, pulled for the high tackle, but it's on to Allison, through to the number 8. Skipper, Jack Pargetter, played wide once more. Still short, excellent red zone defence from Cheltenham.
Yeah, really, really good spirited defence. You think this is the 5th game these guys have played. So easy just to give up and, soak in a tackle, but there's absolutely no inch being given here by Cheltenham. A penalty again for the high tackle off the scrum. And again, there's uncontested scrums in this game, by the way, if you thought that the last scrum wasn't particularly competitive. And they're going for the 3 points. I'd have thought actually take an uncontested scrum and look to use that 12 again. But as we say, points a premium in this shortened version with only 10-minute halves. They've gone for 3 points, but you know what? If I was Cheltenham, I'd take that as a moral victory, because 3 points there when 7 looked ominous is maybe a bit of a let-off for Cheltenham.
It will indeed be Jack Allinson hoping to add the 3. Not a lot of points scored so far this afternoon. On pitch 1, of course, Matty Haynes' try for Newcastle against St Joseph's, perhaps the standout. A great solo run. But Allinson's been good from the tee so far. They'll be looking to add the 3 to put RGS High Wycombe in the lead.
Yeah, I saw the Newcastle try. I think 3 handoffs, wasn't it, down this touchline? And like you say, I totally agree. Best try we've seen today. It's been an attritional morning here at St Joe's, but a standout moment from RGS.
Top nudge there from Jack Allison will put RGS in the lead.
A special mention, by the way, to Denstone College turning over Kirkham. That fixture 3 weeks ago, I think, in the block fixture was about a 30-point victory to Kirkham. So massive turnaround for Denstone to get into the cup semi-final, and they'll now back themselves, I'm sure, to go all the way.
Embarrassing for myself personally, as I predicted them to be tournament winners. The play goes on as Cheltenham, through that knock-on, have got possession of the ball, but it's hacked through by the RGS men, and it's the number 13, Sammy Sinclair, racing after it. Well held by Sinclair, back onto his feet, and through good Cheltenham pressure, they're all the way back in their 5 metres as Lloyd digs it out to their front rower, Noah Byrne.
Tackle now, Outridge.
He did so well, didn't he, the 13 at High Wycombe, rather than trying to pick it up on the floor.
And that's Webber taking it hard to the line. Advantage now for them to play with. Allison out the back door by Bargetter, the captain, as Sammy Sinclair looks to chip it through. But it's covered well by Cheltenham, and they'll go back for the penalty advantage. How unlucky are Cheltenham with that top pressure, forcing the knock-on. They had ball possession to 22, and now they're all the way back to where they started.
Yeah, I mean, that's again, that wind, turnover on the 22, and the sharpness of mind of the 13. With his line speed, then he was just able to go straight onto the kick and did so well, showed great pace, because you know, so many of us might have pulled a hamstring on that chase.
I certainly would. We won't forget the hack through by number 1 Webber as well. He got a foot on that. Points again for Allison, thinking of just consolidating their 3-point advantage.
Yeah, it's back-to-back penalties, isn't it? Easy for the Wycombe scrum half, this one, after we've just seen St Joe's and Queggs go head-to-head with slightly harder kicks than this, and they got down to about their 7th or 8th men, didn't they? So this should be pretty straightforward for Wycombe. I don't think the scoreboard's right. This is going to be...
It's currently 3 points to the lead for those in the live stream, and that will now be 6. Scoreboard on the far side has 5. Hopefully they'll just add 1 more. Currently 6-0 to RGS High Wycombe. Again, another attritional game.
Cheltenham really eager to get back to the halfway to kick off, but you know what, if I was them, I'd be slowing this down and just try and get to half-time, because a converted try obviously wins them the game, and that's really their target, isn't it, for the second half? A converted try will be enough to take them through to the final.
Lloyd with the box. You see how far the wind carries that kick, and it's an excellent nudge. But unfortunately, just tight, straight out, and all the way back. Great platform now for Cheltenham.
Again, with the whole pitch to hit, the scrum half for RGS will be kicking himself, excuse the pun, that he put it out on the full, and gives Cheltenham an opportunity here to try and get something, steal a few points perhaps at the end of this half.
The cruel wind favours no team. It'll carry your box kick all the way dead. And now here, Cheltenham have the chance. And it's line-out ball just about for Cheltenham. Knocked on by RGS High Wycombe. Advantage for them to play with. Here's Elliott. Inside ball, but it's knocked on. Will come back for a scrum to Cheltenham. Uncontested scrum.
First loss forward by Blue.
Well, again, a bit of a reprieve. That's twice Cheltenham have dropped the ball when they've gone to the backs, but I think a little knock-on at the line-out from Wycombe has given Cheltenham College the ball. And with this uncontested scrum, what that's going to do is allow Cheltenham a perfect platform to launch a strike. So many times the scrum's unsettled, but this will be absolutely perfect for the Cheltenham number 8 and number 9 to launch a strike. And really, if you look at a pitch position, this is the best position on the pitch to look to try and score from.
The likes of Gilderson, the England under 18 at 13. But it'll go out to the number 14, Josh Ponham. Keen to turn pro in go-karting there, and he's been turned over well on the floor.
Holding on. 14 red.
And that's TJ Tanaloa clashing there with Josh Poulin. And it's a top turnover from High Wycombe.
Really, really good turnover. And you know what? If I'm looking at the profile, I'm looking at the 12 and 13 of Wycombe are as big as most of the forwards on the pitch. That's definitely not the place I'd be running. But look, super half from Wycombe really to be 6-0 up, but it's Cheltenham are very much still in this game with this, as we've seen, this really strong wind at their backs in this second half. It will definitely be some nervous times for Wycombe.
What do you believe that Cheltenham need to change going into that second half?
Well, we've just seen them with 3 opportunities in High Wycombe's 22, and they didn't get through 2 phases. They turned the ball over 3 times in less than 1 phase. So just holding on to the ball in the right area in this second half, they're absolutely guaranteed to have some possessions down in Wycombe's red zone in this second half, and they've just got to keep hold of the ball and look to try and convert, because as is the nature with the fatigue kicking in with these teams, that you can't defend for multi-phase. You simply can't. It's too tiring. So the advantage is very much with the attacking team, and with that wind at their backs, possession and multi-phases is really what they're looking to do here, I think.
We'll be waiting to see if Cheltenham can string together some phases in that second half. We'll be back very shortly for the second half of this semi-final.
Introducing NextGen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, the great tackle! It's not good enough. 1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen 15.
We're back for the second half here of this semi-final between RGS High Wycombe and Cheltenham. Kick-off there from Allison. Unfortunately, there's men in front of the ball. The referee's called scrum. And with the uncontested scrum, this is a good early platform for Cheltenham.
Well, again, you're absolutely right. Always be looking at the setup here. If I'm the Cheltenham 9 particularly, I'm looking at where the back 3 of High Wycombe are set up. You see maybe from a wide shot, but the fullback's all on his own at the back of the pitch. So maybe not a running option, but a running option with a kick to pin Wycombe in one of these corners. I'm probably looking, they were looking to go right. Is he going to look at that kick? He is.
And it's been chipped through by the number 13, the England under-18 star. But it's been turned over easily by RGS High Wycombe there. That kick has not gone to plan, as it is cleared well by Lloyd. Past that Cheltenham under-11. And Austin Thrussell in a bit of trouble there. But he's played well to keep the ball in Cheltenham possession.
Yeah, you know what, he's done really well there, because the ball was bouncing really awkwardly for him, and he was faced with 3 Wycombe defenders, and the money was on either getting turned over or put into touch. But he fought really hard to stay on the pitch. And, if I'm James Honeyburn, the Wycombe coach, you're thinking, why give a penalty away in that corner? Because you've just allowed Cheltenham to relieve all of that pressure and give themselves another chance at striking. But
it'll be Will Gilderson, the England under-18 and Gloucester man, to give Cheltenham some field possession.
These line-outs are hard as well. The wind blowing down the pitch, which means obviously when you're throwing the ball in, the likelihood is the further the throw's going to go, the more wonky it's going to go to the Wycombe side. So lots to think about.
And it's been claimed in the air by Iron Das, the number 5.
Well, that's a net gain, isn't it, for Cheltenham? Wycombe won the ball, but the ball's gone into touch off a Wycombe hand, and they've gained 10 yards for nothing, Cheltenham. But I can't see this being more than a throw right to the front. They've gone to the back. What a throw that is.
What an excellent throw that is, and a fantastic take by the number 4. And now they play through co-captain Leo Jameis. He's still going, Jameis, with some excellent running all the way up to the RGS High Wycombe 22. Picked off easily there by the number 21, Daniel McLaughlin, but he's in touch.
Well, it's coming back to that possession thing again, isn't it? Really good run from the Cheltenham 8, but then second phase turnover by running into touch. And I used to have coaches that would get pretty angry at me if I ran into touch, because you're essentially giving the ball back to the opposition. We used to work wingers fighting hard to get infield, and even if if in doubt, just drop to the floor and you know, stop yourselves being pushed out. But the opposite, quite the opposite line-outs to scrums in this game. The scrum is the guaranteed possession. The line-out is virtually the opposite thing because of this wind and what it's doing to the throw, what it's doing. Cheltenham should be getting up at the front here, getting a man in the air.
And it's their number 8 and captain, Jack Pargetta, who's claimed that. And Lloyd is more than happy to get rid, hang that high, and it's a good chase from the Cheltenham, from the RGS High Wycombe centres as Cheltenham come away with it. And there's a man offload there, but it's been lost in contact, ball in one hand, and Das can turn it round and pray. Of course, Das in number 4, James Murray in number 5 for RGS High Wycombe. And they play down the short side. Good offload there to the number 15. And away goes Ted Hodder. Brought down well there, but support is with him. And Lloyd to Allison. To the number 12, through to the captain, Pargetta.
Lost forward, Red.
Definitely Wycombe playing the better rugby in this game. Some really good offloading and just maybe a little bit more clarity about what they're trying to do. I think Cheltenham frustrated and forcing the issue too often. Wycombe just look a little bit more settled, but that's a great counter-ruck from Cheltenham.
The Pargetta's looking after the ball where they'll, but it's been spilt by their number 3, tidied up, and now Lloyd is still on the ball. And Lloyd has chipped it through, and it's number 23, Zach Gibson on the chase. But the Cheltenham man has gotten around him, the number 11. As Austin Truss has done well there, as Cheltenham look after the ball. And they play through the forwards in this midfield. Good shot there, though, by Das. And another good shot by RGS High Wycombe, which is keeping Cheltenham camped inside their own half.
Move away now, Blue.
Still time on the clock, isn't there? As far as 5 minutes, you know, only one score is needed. And again, another big let-off. I mean, as I say, Wycombe looking like the dominant team here, but another soft penalty, and this really gives Cheltenham, with the angle, an opportunity.
9 Blue.
Again, this would probably be their third line out of the second half, and probably their 6th opportunity of the game to put some points on the board. It's just whether or not they can actually do it.
It was a lovely kick by Gilderson, but man offside. And that is another fantastic kick by Gilderson, deep inside RGS's 22. And what a platform that Gilderson has just given his side.
It takes a lot of courage, doesn't it, to go for broke. We've seen a few people do that and misjudge it and it go dead. But that's the difference of a line out, maybe 30 metres out, 20 metres out. They're no more than 10 metres from the try line. And, you know, do they go to a drive here? But first opportunity really deep inside the RGS High Wycombe half.
A team short of a front row, but they have got Gloucester's Heath Gilliam in the lock. Oh, but it's been turned over by the captain, the number 8 for RGS High Wycombe. He's been all over the park today, and he's won that back again. And now it's Gibson to chase the kick. He's caught it well, but he's taken it outfield.
I really like the little 9 for Wycombe. He's kicking those balls beautifully. And that was maybe half a yard from the winger catching that and striding up the pitch, because Cheltenham didn't really have their sort of defensive setup correctly there.
It's the number 20, Jack Lloyd, playing at 9. But the call of not straight, it's another let-off for RGS High Wycombe to do with this wind.
3 minutes.
Yeah, game of missed opportunities, really. I feel like a broken record saying it, but you know, you got to credit Wycombe. You know, they're getting up and contesting. That makes it difficult. That puts a question in the hooker of Cheltenham College's mind, that he's got to get his throw bang on, and he wasn't quite up to it on that occasion.
Still only 6-point game for Cheltenham. They're still in this match. And it's Allison, hits inside to Gibson. And it's been turned over on the floor there by the number 8, the co-captain, Leo James. And Will Gilderson has another opportunity to put Cheltenham in the corner. And it's another excellent kick.
Yeah.
He was isolated, so he gets a bit
At
more
one
lenient.
point,
Yeah.
Cheltenham are going to have to capitalise off this possession.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. You know, the nuts and the bolts of rugby is win your first phase possession. Probably 50% of their line-outs they've lost at the throw. The last, I then even put somebody in the air. So get the first bit right, which is win the ball. It looks like they're setting up for a drive. They've got the number 8 there in at scrum half. So chances are they're going to a drive, but...
And it's been spilt in the line-out, but illegally after some interference from Wycombe. And what are their options now? Are they going to go to the corner again? They've not had a successful line-out.
Well,
in this
no,
area.
yeah, that's a good shout. That's a good shout. They could mix it up, and they've done exactly that. Guarantee possession from the scrum. Very much not the case from the line-out. And smart play from Cheltenham to make that call in the heat of the moment. We're looking at the clock. We've got about 75 seconds left on the clock. So this is it, really, isn't it? This is their chance. And if they were to score, there'd be no time for Wycombe to come back. So this is the game right here.
This is the last chance for the likes of Charlie Payne and Will Golderson in the backfield. Jameis made some good meters, and it spun away quickly. And here is the England man, Golderson, who flicks it on. Backwards is the call from the referee from that flick on.
Tackle now!
Cheltenham still have ball just outside of the RGS 5 metres. Here is the England man, wide ball to Jameson, who's caught well in contact behind the gain line. The Cheltenham still have possession, although it's a lonely left-hand side here for Stonehouse to run through.
No, out now.
Well, didn't he do well, the Cheltenham 13, to go in and secure that ball.
Advantage. Offside.
And there's a penalty advantage for offside.
Well, they're just going to have to tap and go now. They don't really have time for the scrum. That's exactly what he's
Gilderson's gone quick. Beats one man with the fend and gets the ball away. Advantage, not 10. Another opportunity for Cheltenham.
12. Can you check it's 12 there?
Well, the penalties are kind of inconsequential for High Wycombe. They don't mind giving them away at this stage.
It is now the last phase of the fixture. And it looks like the number 12 for RGS Wycombe may be in trouble here. It's Will Evans, academy prospect, but even off the field for this final play, and you must fancy Cheltenham here.
Well, I don't know whether they're going to take a scrum. Again, that's really smart, I was going to say. 14 against 15 in open play, you're not going to really miss, but actually missing a guy for the scrum strike, you're absolutely going to have a hole in this Wycombe backline defence somewhere, and it's just whether Cheltenham can see it and then run at it.
Do they drop a flanker who might be able to stop Leo Jameis, or do they drop a back which might leave a hold open for England man Will Gilderson?
No, they absolutely have to scrum with 8. That's the rules. They have to scrum with 8, which means they're one short in the back line. Okay, and I'm looking up and I'm thinking this is going to the right. They got their best runners there.
Off. Beats one tackle, rolls another. Good meters there from Jameis.
Out now, Blue! Out now!
And it's swung to Gilderson, who takes on his man, but is repelled well there by the Wycombe defenders. Ferocious defending from RGS High Wycombe. We are well into the red in this fixture.
Yeah, it's great defence from Wycombe. I mean, they're doing everything they can.
And that is game over. That is the penalty for holding on, which has been won by RGS High Wycombe.
So you need to kill the ball, okay?
And through sustained pressure, regardless of what Cheltenham could throw at them, it is RGS High Wycombe who have come out on top. The ball is tapped, and Allison sends it high into the Ipswich afternoon sky. And what an end to that fixture.
Yeah, great contest, you know, 6-0 again within a score. But you have to say Wycombe, the worthy winners. They were the better team with ball in hand and the better disciplined team overall. Although they had a sin bin at the end, I think the missed opportunities from Cheltenham, they probably had 10 opportunities within that game to score a try. And just on this day, they just weren't good enough. And great lessons for Cheltenham. Their first go at the festival. They'll definitely take a lot from this. But onwards and upwards for Wycombe. Their opportunity at a final here at St Joe's and thoroughly well deserved.
There is more rugby for Cheltenham, who will be involved in the third, fourth place playoff. In the Whitchurch Newcastle game, it has finished 14-15, I believe, Newcastle's way, but you'll find out very soon. Onwards and upwards then, onto the next competition. It is time for the trophy semi-finals. We'll be back very shortly for some more rugby here on Pitch 1, Day 2 of St Joseph's College Rugby Festival. Thank you very much for being with me here, Peter Richardson. It's been wonderful to have all your insight today.
Oh, pleasure. Thanks. I'm so pleased to be here, and good luck to all the teams for the rest of the day.
We'll be back with more rugby very soon.
Howdy, y'all. This is Hero Site Solutions, Ipswich. We specialize in durable and elegant portable restrooms. Our team's always happy to go that extra mile to make your event unforgettable. Check out our state-of-the-art flat pack toilet system, which allows us to deliver large amounts of loos in one go. This saves on transport, workforce, time, and pollution emissions. Our patented system allows the toilets to be set up in a matter of minutes, leaving you more time to use it. The clip and lock technology means our restrooms are secure and assembled with ease. They come in pretty powder room pink and blue with secure cell phone holders and somewhere to hang your rucksack or purse. Hero will never leave you in the dark. We guarantee our toilets are squeaky clean. Hero also offers site clearance and event management. Come say hi at www.herositesolutions.co.uk. Tell them Earl sent you. Because everyone needs a hero.
Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school.
Well, welcome back to pitch one for this, a big game. It is a plate semi-final between two stalwarts of the schoolboy game. Hampton versus Dulwich. I'm delighted to be in the present company of Dan alongside me. Dan, talk us through what you've seen so far today. How do you fancy either side's chances?
Watching both of these teams today, they're obviously a little bit smarting from their defeats earlier today, but both really, really able teams. Amazing pedigree. It's going to be a close one. I'm not sure where to go with it in terms of who's going to come out on top, but we're in the best seats, the lucky ones, I think.
Very much so. Hampton get their shove on. McGuinness whips the ball away. Anderson looking to find a gap. Instead, he finds Zach Gellety of Hampton. Advantage, however, in Dulwich's favour. The ball hoofed down the pitch. Finding Finn Wiseman. Ducking and diving. A seller as well, the open side flanker. Knock on, says the referee. It will be a Hampton put in. Marcus Taylor wearing number 23, starting as scrum half today. Only made his first 15 debut yesterday. What a place to do it. St Joe's College Rugby Festival. Talk about pressure.
Massively thrown in the deep end there. He's obviously got the credentials and the ability to do it, though. They obviously had faith in him. It's great to see.
This is what St Joe's Festival is all about. Marcus Taylor to feed this Hampton scrum. It's been working well so far this weekend, but Dulwich, they're a different beast. Hampton survive it though. The ball through Brown leader, wearing 22. Flings it wide. The ball lands on the boot of Frank Ramatala, but forward, says the referee. A bit bitty so far in the first 3 minutes of this game, Dan.
They're just getting used to each other, aren't they? They're sort of feeling each other out. And every game this weekend so far has been particularly tight. It's just showing that the standard level is of an equal keel. And it's amazing to see that the launches from both line-out and scrum are so key in this this morning. Let's see what they can do here. Dulwich put in.
Dulwich to feed. Crucial to know that Dulwich lost their skipper, their star man, Zach Carr, at 8 in the game this morning, against Wellington. Looks like they don't need him for now. Ball fed back inside to Leandro Goff. But it comes out a Hampton way, illegally, says the referee.
Dulwich found the edge pretty well there, and obviously a blocker play to the outside channel, but penalty now.
Dulwich are a team who are typically famed for their big runners and forward pack. However, this competition, they have really shown their dynamism in the back line as well as up front. Will be Harry Spicer to throw for this first line out. An attacking position for Dulwich to work with. Over the top it goes, into Hampton hands. Ball put back. All the way back. Too far back. The captain, Ethan Knight, just overcooking it slightly. It's those fine margins, Dan, that really do make or break this type of game.
It's so unfortunate there, wasn't it? It was literally half an inch at the wrong side of the line, and they're now back under pressure. Dulwich overthrow line out, and now Hampton back under pressure.
A second bite of the cherry for this Dulwich pack. Let's see if they can do it this time. McGuinness unleashes the back line through Harry Harris. Ollie Sutherson-Tutt, the latest to carry for the men in blue and black. McGuinness out to Gilbert, out to Wright. Scored a try yesterday in the group stage. McGuinness looks to find a hole, doesn't, instead finds the arms of Marcus Taylor. And penalty Hampton. Managed to get out of jail there.
That's an amazing set from Hampton. All them on their feet. They're almost icing every ruck to let the contest happen from Dulwich. But 3 phases, they got the ball back. I know Mr. Thompson will be very, very happy with that.
Jamie Brown leader finds an amazing touch finder. Puts Hampton in a profitable position. I'm sure people who have been keeping up the stream know all too well about the Hampton driving ball. McAnza, the hooker, has been the beneficiary of multiple tries due to this Hampton black and gold steam train, usually led by that man, Henry Donaldson, who rises high. This time, It goes out the back. Oh, nice hands. In the end, finds Ramatala, who's wrapped up in the tackle. Taylor. Offload, nice tip to McAnza. There's numbers here on the outside. Instead, the captain, Ethan Knight, looks to go elsewhere. Taylor, out the back. It's been spilled. It will be Dulwich ball. Mistakes costing both sides at the moment.
It's getting to that time on that second day. There are some tired bodies. This is a really tough and amazing tournament, but the bodies start to feel it later on this Sunday. But they need to get that third, maybe fourth face, and then there's going to be some difference in this game.
It will be a Dulwich feed. Don't be fooled by the 15 on his back, Jago McGuinness. He has the credentials to play at scrum half. He has been a shining star in this Dulwich side so far.
Just mirror. Cheers.
Instrumental to all things good.
Crouch. Binds. Sets. Stop, Black!
That Hampton scrum proving to be strong. Picked up by Anderson. Making yards. McGuinness picks his options. Inside ball,
amazingly
strict.
done.
Well there by Asella, Josh Asella. Stealing the ball. Now it's Hampton. Hampton with the hands. They go out wide. Through Ramatala.
Hold.
Taylor.
Thank you.
Breaking tackles. The
No,
ball
stop,
off the
23.
boot of Ramatala. McGuinness gets his dustpan and brush out, tries to sweep it all up.
Off Black, blue ball.
Off the back of a Hampton player. We will have a line out, 30 seconds to go. At the moment, no scores contributed by either side. Even Stevens.
Lads, take 2 steps for me. Yeah, thank you.
Dulwich looking to better their line out. Goes to the back, Tom Speed catches it on the floor. Tom O'Neill at the back of
Ball
things. Clock in the red. Ball cleared by Cameron Gilbert. All the way towards the half. Wiseman ducking and diving, trying to find a gap. Knight doing the same. This time he offloads. Donaldson to McAnza, well kept alive by the number 20.
Penalty advantage, Black.
Penalty advantage. What can they do here?
14,
Referee's seen enough.
14.
It's quite a far way out for a shot at goal, and with this wind, you'd assume
They're going to go for it.
Post.
Oh, goodness
called.
me.
I like the confidence.
Ethan Knight selects his tee.
He's been hugely impressive today and yesterday. Captain of Hampton, hugely impressive young player.
Not usually the kicker of choice, Connor Cross, who at the moment is taking a rest for Hampton, typically kicks at goal, but I'm sure Ethan Knight has some welly to it. He'll need it. No faffing around. Strikes the ball off the upright, off 2 uprights. Charlie Wright.
Side.
Gilbert finds touch, and that is the half. Well, we thought it was ambitious.
He wasn't far away there, was he?
Not at all. I think that's the closest you can possibly get.
From our angle here, I thought it was over all the way, but then what do we know?
Half-time score here on pitch 1. Dulwich 0, Hampton 0. Nothing to separate these two teams, but that's not to say that there hasn't been some action, Dan.
It was really nervy, as we said, in the first few minutes. I thought Hampton really came into the game in that latter part of the first half, and theirs with momentum, good ball movement, and just an error in that 5-metre channel. But Hampton's coming into it, finishing the stronger.
Exactly, and we have 10 minutes more to bring you of this game. This, of course, a plate semi-final. Both these teams lost their trophy competition this morning. Delegated down to the plate. Now they want to go home with some silverware. A win here would put them a step closer to doing so. What do you think's being said in that Hampton huddle, Dan?
If Hampton can continue what they were doing at the end of that second half and in the right areas of the pitch, that's exactly what the coaches there are going to be talking about. We're in a good spot. We need to keep going now. Scoreboard pressure would help, but there's a feel, there's a look to Hampton that they're really bringing themselves back into the game.
Looks like Cameron Gilbert will get us back underway. Some final words from the Dulwich coaches being issued. Change of direction. A reshuffle of the guard.
Ready, Black?
A few fresh bodies from both sides looking around on the pitch. See some different numbers than we did in the first half.
We're back underway. Changes are plenty for both, as is necessary in a competition like this.
Inside.
Ball brought back to Brown leader, who finds touch nicely. Something we've mentioned throughout the weekend, Dan, and something I'm sure you can appreciate. Just the level-headedness and game management, especially of the halfbacks. These boys, 16, 17, 18 years of age, showing real maturity on the pitch.
The one thing you notice when you walk around both pitches today and yesterday is the composure. Teams aren't really wanting to play in their end. There's a bit of wind. It's swirling, but the composure, just to step back and then play the corner at times, is really, really impressive.
Dulwich, not straight.
Option.
Frustrating times at set piece for Dulwich. It's been letting them down, Dan.
Especially when the momentum, Hampton were under pressure, had to kick to relieve it, and then you want to double back on that. It's another thing, and that's a bit of a let-off in terms of Hampton now have the ball in the Dulwich half. Let's see what they can do from it here.
We've seen how strong this Hampton shove can prove to be without the weightiness of Zach Carr behind Dulwich's pack. It seems to be folding slightly. However, this time is Dulwich who have the lead, but Hampton still have the ball. Connor Cross, he's rejoined us.
Scrum advantage, knock on. Scrum
He
advantage,
scoops the ball up. Hand it for Taylor. Back inside for Lehman.
Actually not going anywhere.
Not going anywhere, says the referee. No advantage. We'll have another scrum. Hampton have brought on Max Lehman and Connor Cross. Lehman wearing 9 on the wing. Cross wearing 10 in the centres. Two people who have been instrumental for Hampton's success over the past 2 days. Let's see what they can do to change this scoreline.
This is a great place for Hampton to launch from. Lots of options.
No further, no.
Good scrum ball.
Out the back, Brown leader behind smoke and screens. Ball out to the wing.
Oh.
In the hands of Nico Luckman.
High tackle.
High tackle.
Lads, calm down, calm down, calm down.
Tempers rising.
Time off.
As they would in a game like this.
Number on the shove. All right. Skipper.
Referee
Time off,
just wants to have a word.
It's a penalty against your number
Iago
9
Saunders.
for a high tackle. It's nothing more than a penalty. I then don't need the afters with the shove.
Getting a
Have
bit of
word
a
with your team and sort it out.
slap on the wrist.
Mark will be here when I put time back on.
This is an amazing position for Hampton now. Looks like going for corner. See what they can build. As you said, set piece, forward pack. The next few minutes will be quite important in this half.
No thought of Hampton going for the points. They want the full complement of 7. Cross. And abs it into the 5-metre channel. Of course he does. He's been doing it all weekend. Puts it on a plate for his forwards. We've been here before. The outcome normally ends up with a ball over a line. See what happens here. This time is Tom Sim.
Option blue.
Commentator's curse. Working to full effect. Not straight. The element proving costly. It's a tricky one to judge, Dan.
It's so difficult, isn't it? All that good work, good break on the outside, penalty, kick for corner. It's just that next job, and obviously wind didn't help in that matter. But the pressure is now back off, and you need to win the ball back, and there's different transition. But that there is when coaches are watching. It's almost like a turn away moment.
Hold it. Set.
Dulwich have a scrum on their hands. Hampton pushing. But it's still Dulwich ball through Rinsard. The outside centre making good ground. Gilbert in the pocket.
It's a great carry from the centre to relieve that pressure.
Brown leader having to gallop back to get the ball. Wiseman picks his hole. Can't find one. Dulwich get their hands all over it. The referee, penalty.
14, side entry.
Bit silly from Dulwich. Those are the type of penalties that you really can't give away. With 5 minutes to go, Connor Cross decides to play with the wind rather than the distance. Doesn't go out. Dulwich will hoof it downfield.
It's outside.
But it's outside the 22. A bit of a let-off for Connor Cross.
It was a very interesting 45 seconds there, wasn't it? Penalty, kick for touch, miss, go out on the full, so the pressure then reverts backwards and forwards, and Hampton now line out on the 22. They're hoping for a better effort than the last one.
Let's hope so. Tom Sim, deja vu. McAnza just can't get his arrows on bullseye. Scrum called by Dulwich. I feel as though we've done this before.
There's been a few, hasn't there? There's been a few scrums already in this game, but I think someone needs to make a break. It's the next big play that's going to be really, really important.
Outside, so it'll be taken back in. Crouch. Binds.
Jacob McGuinness, ball in hand, has been Rinsard once again with a good carry. Crucially outside the 22. This ball must stay in field. Oh, Gilbert decides against it. Dummies us all.
Offside penalty, yeah.
Penalty advantage to Dulwich.
Penalty advantage, blue, offside.
What can they do with it? McGuinness.
Keep the mark for me, mate.
Ball darted back in field. It's Wautier Penalty.
Hang on, lads, we're over here.
The initial pressure from Hampton was brilliant. Off the line, obviously someone's got a little bit over-eager and crept a little bit.
Cheers. 21 black. Offside.
Neo Sukrag Hamill, the man who has been penalised there, can play wing or back row. Gilbert with a monster. That is the type of kick that you want to see if you're wearing black and blue.
Just looking at the line, sorry, the assistant referee's flag.
I've got 2:30 on my watch.
The wind has been a massive help there. So that was a great kick.
The kick assisted by Mother Nature. The call confirmed between the front row. They go short.
Okay, backwards.
Ball collected. Backwards. Harry Spicer has it.
Hold.
McGuinness down the blind side. McGuinness. Unfortunate.
Unlucky.
The opportunity was there, wasn't it, Dan?
There was definitely space, and it's been lacking from both sides in this game so far, but there was definitely a gap there. He went for it. There was a little offload on. He just managed, I think he just obviously foot in touch.
Henry Donaldson returns to the field. He will be making sure that this line out is spick and span. Hampton go up.
Go back.
Dulwich go down. The ball boxed by Taylor. Where's this going to land? Harry Harris
backwards,
fumbles it, but collects it eventually. McGuinness calling his options.
It's a good carry there.
Ollie Sutherson twit. The ball to Harry Harris. McGuinness.
Penalty advantage.
Gilbert.
Just crept again, I think.
Offside.
Over eagerness.
Don't play him.
McGuinness.
Playing penalty advantage. Blue.
McGuinness. This could be spectacular. He's done it before. He'll do it again. Remember the name, Jacob McGuinness. Gilbert. Harry Harris.
Backwards. Play on. You happy with
fumbling.
That?
Still in the hands of the black and blue.
Hold.
Ball fed to Tom Speed. Bounce back.
Penalty advantage over, Blue.
Penalty advantage over. Fairly quick. Spicer out the back door. Oh, just about collected. Harry Harris has it. Gilbert. There's numbers on the outside if they straighten up.
It's great offloading.
Harlem Globetrotter stuff here from Dulwich. Keeping the ball alive.
Take a step. Four. Take a step. Thank you.
Keeping it close this time. Penalty Dulwich.
What do they do?
Clock's in the red. Do they kick at goal? Do they tap and go? Scrum. Line out.
Lads, marks here.
Not that.
Fellas.
Rinsard getting slightly over-eager. Hold your horses, son.
Marks there. We'll deal with the injury though with time off.
It's interesting to watch the held-up rule has changed some teams' approach around the try line.
Yeah, time up.
McGuinness just taking some treatment. I mean, if I was McGuinness right now, I don't think I'd be able to walk. He's been absolutely all over the shop today.
Oh, he's been... the amount of times you've heard his name on commentary or out here with interviews and what have you, it's just a testament to how busy he's been in this last 2 days.
He's certainly earned some rest. As has everyone in this Dulwich team. They've worked ever so hard to get to this position. And now they have an opportunity to clinch it. Harry Kirkham, the fly half, is back on.
Time up.
Gilbert, both can kick at goal if needs be. Doesn't look like they're going to go for that though. Looks like they want the try.
It's not the easiest kick. Is it right on the 5?
It would certainly prove difficult in this wind. as would any kick for that matter. We've already seen that through the penalty shootout. We could very well have another on our hands.
High tackle.
High tackle, penalty. Spicer deliberates, as does McGuinness.
On the line, Black.
They're going to tap and go. Tom Speed over the ball. Takes it himself, but is met by half a dozen Hampton men. Rin.
It's an amazing defence.
Yeah, fine for me as well.
Big hit
One jackler,
from
one
Hampton.
jackler, Blue. Thank you.
Spicer. Ever so close. Move comes the call from McGuinness. O'Neill. They've gone back. They need to go forward. Harry Harris. The latest to take it up for Dulwich. Phase after phase. Gilbert hesitates, goes one way, then the other. Rinsard. O'Neill. Spicer. Got to be careful when you get in that 5-metre channel, especially with a Hampton defence as strong as this. Once again, Harris gets his hands on the ball, coming off his wing, searching. Tom Speed.
Hampton are making really good decisions around ruck time. They're actually icing their rucks. They're all on their feet ready.
Gilbert calls for the ball, instead it comes to Williamson. Haven't seen much of him today.
Hold.
Gilbert, drop goal.
Charge down.
Charge down. Knight. Space to run into. They get quick ball here, it could be on. That's the game. We will have a penalty shootout.
No.
The second of the day.
We love them so much. First time was so nice. We just have to do it twice.
As a Cardiff fan, it brings back some very bad memories of Cardiff versus Leicester many, many years ago.
We mentioned that on pitch 2 in commentary, the solo pressures that it can put on certain people.
It was amazing to see the atmosphere of the tournament almost stall for a second because everyone was focused on this pitch earlier on for the Wakefield St Joe's match.
But first of all, a little debrief on that game, because by all, everything except the scoreline, that didn't feel like a 0-0, did it?
There was so much going on. There was some missed line-outs, there was some missed touch. But it was an exciting 0-0. I think we saw one yesterday where there was a really, really exciting 0-0. We were absolutely engrossed.
Not scored any tries or conversions.
Milfield, Brighton yesterday, Dulwich, Hampton today. Conversations being had. Saunders, Knight confirming what's going to go on now. Decisions to be made.
Who's kicked? Just go and stand on the edge of the 22, just so we know you've kicked. Yeah, we need to do a toss as well. Lads, we need to do a toss as well.
Where's the advantage? Is it first or second? They always talked about that in the recent Euros. Where's the advantage in this one?
I don't know. Where would you like to go, Dan?
I have to be frank, I don't think I'd want to go. But we got through so many kickers, showing how many boys in the St Joe's and the Queggs Wakefield boys could actually kick towards goal, which is great to see, showing multi-skilled players. But I think the earlier the better is perhaps where I'd like to go.
Why not keep it in play? Yeah, as quick as we can.
Decisions to be made. Who will go first? Probably a guarantee. Second, third, probably decided. Fourth, fifth, sixth, whoever has the guts to step up.
It's the 13, 14 and 15th kicker that we want to, imagine we get to them. Two.
I feel as though after about 5 or 6, if they're going strong, we should just get the front row to do it. Well, that would be something. Talk about entertainment.
It's when they all step up and they go straight through the middle, and they've got such poise as kickers that we think the rugby's changed dramatically.
Cameron Gilbert will get us underway, it seems. So Dulwich will have the first kick.
We can crack on.
Gilbert just looking for his tee, which I'm sure is crucial.
Dulwich. Dulwich. You got a tee? Cheers.
Having to drop goal all of them would be a new thing.
That's level 2. Boys lining up. Some of them, there's nothing they can do. They played their part. They've written their story. Now it's down to the likes of Gilbert, Knight, Cross, Rinsard, Anderson. It's their time to shine. We finally have a kicking tee for Gilbert.
The crowds have flocked back to the sidelines. They've obviously heard or seen that another penalty shootout is happening. It seems to be drawing people back in.
The crowd starting to form. Kirkham, after completing their game on pitch 2, head towards pitch 1. But for now, all eyes on the young Cameron Gilbert. No waiting around, no fuss. Right between the uprights, job done.
Go to your side, but just on the 26. Thanks.
Next up, Ethan Knight, the skipper. We've seen just how big his boot is, how accurate. Very much so.
Very composed, wasn't it?
A captain's contribution. Now, Oliver Rinsard
13.
had a whirlwind of a tournament.
When you finished, over there.
Yellow
please.
card in the first game, try in the second game. Up and down, up and down.
It's a particularly lonely time for the first kickers. Obviously, you've been sent to the sideline so they can see who's kicked already. Even better when you've kicked it, I guess.
I'm sure Rinsard will be waiting for that moment. He gets it. You can almost see the weight lift off the respective shoulders after the kick.
There was a little bit of speed towards getting the tee back after successfully putting it over.
This time, it looks to be Zach Gellety, the inside centre. He's kicked before. He knows what he's doing. Hands on the knees. Creeps up. Scruffy, but good. Dan, it doesn't matter how you get over, does it? It just needs to go through those sticks and over the bar.
At this stage, if it goes over, he's happy, and obviously number 12 there has jogged off a lot happier than he was maybe 20 seconds beforehand.
Next, Leandro Goff. We haven't seen much of Leandro throughout this competition, but now is his time to shine. Posting in. You don't get much closer than that.
The relief there was extraordinary.
Shaking his head as he goes to celebrate with Rinsard and Gilbert, who have also made their kicks. Now, Connor Cross. If he doesn't get this, no one can. Been impeccable off the tee so far this competition. London Irish Academy. Sweetly struck by Connor Cross, following the likes of Jamie Benson, who once wore that Hampton number 10 shirt. I'm sure Jamie will be watching at home, looking on, proud. He's represented that well. Next up for Dulwich, it's the main man, Jago McGuinness. He's already done so much for his team. But can he do it when it matters most? No, he can't. Frustrating times for McGuinness. Key to point out that he did seem to have a slight injury towards the latter end of that game. May have affected his strike of the ball. But now everything lies on Max Lehman. Scrum half for Hampton. To put them through within a chance of getting some silverware. Sweet as you like. Textbook. We still go. Tom Wartier. He misses. That's the game. Heartbreak for Dulwich. Tom Wartier relieved by his teammates. Nothing he could do better. A difficult way to end what was a fantastic display of schoolboy rugby. Putting on a show for us all here on pitch one. Final words, Dan.
It seems so cruel, doesn't it, that they've worked so hard in defence and attack and keep turning up, keep turning tough in second and third efforts, that we have faced a penalty shootout. But it's made a very clear decision, hasn't it, that Hampton go on and will play in the next match.
Final score here on pitch one. Dulwich 0, Hampton 0. Hampton win on penalties.
Introducing NextGen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, the great tackle! It's not good enough! 1-2, skip a few and with the wheels!
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What a kick! Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen 15.
Welcome then to pitch 1 for this trophy semi-final between Brighton College and Wellington College. Another penalty kick-out preceding this game. Joined on comms by head of rugby at Hampton School, Sean Thompson. Sean, thanks for joining us.
Oh, thanks for having us, Phil. Yeah, getting off the pitch pretty quick after that. Excited to see this game though. Two really good sides that I've enjoyed watching all weekend. Who should put on a really good show for us.
Yeah, you've literally just hurdled up here and joined us in the commentary position as Brighton take up a pretty threatening position inside the Wellington 22. Uncharacteristic to form, this has been Brighton's strength all weekend, this pick and go game. Got some big lumps in John Smith, Toby Vander, Harry Brown, who can do some damage, but the Wellington defensive line, after watching them yesterday, is quite strong.
Yeah, we're interested to see how these two sides go up against each other. We played Brighton 3 times this year, and probably uncharacteristically for them, they've been really dominant up front. Probably not showing the flair and moving the ball as well as we'd normally expect them to, but Wellington's defence all weekend has been really resolute, so it'll be interesting to see how these two match up in these first few minutes.
Tackle release!
And they're in this position again, and the axis of Smith and Brown has been a potent force when they latch onto each other, but Wellington offering no resistance there. But Brighton going through the phases here nicely. Seems like they've had the ball forever in this half.
Adam, that was on you, that one.
Yeah, it's a tense start. If Wellington can see this out, it could be a massive moment for them, but we'll just see what happens now. Brighton looking to come back the other way.
Don't want to get white line fever here. Need to keep their eyes open.
That's a big old hit.
Take advantage of the spaces on offer.
One step. Advantage, one offside.
They've now got the advantage though.
Might try something now. It's on.
Absolutely. Gooley with the little chip in behind. Can they get the fortunate bounce? Not quite, but offside there. And they'll come back for the penalty.
On the 15. Perfect.
Be interesting to see if Brighton here, their line-out's been pretty slick all weekend. If they go to the corner here, they could be pretty effective.
Coxon looks like he's just popped that into Mrs. Smith's back garden. One bounce, over he goes. Coxon obviously slammed that clutch kick last evening, last kick of the day to take Brighton into the trophy. As Jack Hoare hits Brown, and the maul is rumbling on from Brighton. They've got it at the back.
Yeah.
Down they go. First blood, Brighton College. Who's going to emerge from underneath that? Captain John Smith. Talismanic performance all weekend. And you're not stopping a man of that size with a really good drive from that far out.
Yeah, flashes are there. The score against St Joe's at the end of the night yesterday. 5 metres out, Brighton's line out, and Moore's been pretty successful this weekend. Unsurprising that they've gone over there.
You've just been out there, Sean, with Hampton. I can just feel this breeze blowing into our commentary position. How much of a difference is that making down there today?
Yeah, I think compared to yesterday, obviously the weather was a little bit less consistent yesterday, but today the wind's playing a little bit of a part, particularly on pitch 1. The wind can really come in, and Brighton with the wind at their back in this first half, if they can take advantage of that, it's going to be difficult for Wellington to get back into the game.
Coxon with another clutch moment, adds the conversion. That's important. Converted tries are a decider in drawn games, as I'm sure you'll have been aware, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have to test that bit, but yeah, it's a massive moment for them. Wellington need to score twice now, so Brighton will probably look to try and control the field position here and maybe put Wellington on the back foot again with this wind at Brighton's back.
Wellington been starved of any possession so far, as that's plucked out of the windy sky by that man Coxon again. They'll keep it calm as Charlie Clare gets the ball to the back of the ruck.
He's got a decent boot on him, this 9, so saying that.
Little wobbly one, but that might just be a fortunate bounce there. Looks like they've knocked that on though. So Wellington from deep in their half, no advantage coming. So they'll reset for a scrum.
Wellington will be pretty keen to get back on the front foot here, see if they can put Brighton under a bit of pressure. Probably going to be a sort of a contest between Brighton's forwards and Wellington's backs in this. So if Wellington can get an early score here, they could do quite well.
Historically, usually the other way round sometimes, isn't it, a bit with Wellington and Brighton?
Yeah, it has been. I mean, Wellington normally quite a rounded team. You'd expect their forwards to be pretty physical, and then their backs to have a little bit of click. But yeah, this weekend it's kind of been the other way around.
Alex Frost there in at tight head for Hampton. Third generation Frost to play first 15 rugby for Wellington. Believe it or not, there's a fourth lower down the school. So that's quite a record there for the Frost boys.
It's a good production line to call on, isn't it?
It is. I learned that from one of their lads yesterday. So fed me that one nicely.
Yeah, always good when you get a few brothers. I mean, Brighton have had the Smiths in the past. We've got mini liner coming through at Hampton at the moment. Yes, if you can produce, especially they're all front row as well.
I'm not aware, not sure, but that could well be. I mean, if the gene pool is anything like Alex's, then yeah, they could well be. But obviously Brighton and Hampton and obviously Wellington College, notorious for churning out their professional players. Hampton quite a few at Quins, haven't they?
Yeah, we've had a couple. Yeah, Lewis obviously doing really well at the moment, and Jamie Benson, who left us last year, has just gone on. But both of these schools have had quite a lot of guys in the last few years go on to do really, really well. Brighton in particular, obviously.
And as Sean's just talking us through there, tensions boil over. Wellington trying to play out the back and get some width on the ball, but the Brighton defence drifted out all too easily. And Brighton managed to force the turnover and will be able to clear their lines and pop the ball deep into Wellington territory.
Yeah, big moment for Brighton that. They go back up here now, see if they can get that line-out drive clicking again. Wellington are going to find it hard to come back if Brighton can get two up.
I'm going to the back.
Yeah, Wellington really been starved of any ball in this half, haven't they? Haven't been able to show what they're about.
No, they haven't really. Which is unlike them, uncharacteristic. They normally look to build through the phases and sort of almost grind you down with the way that they play. Oh.
Good breakaway. Good breakaway. Wellington choosing not to compete. It's the first time I've not seen accidental offside called for that one. Good read there by Brighton.
Yeah, pretty quick thinking from both sides. I mean, good plan from Wellington, but fair play to Brighton. They managed to get away with it.
As Harry Brown does the hard yards. 4 or 5 tries already this weekend with a combined distance of about 6 metres.
I'm sure when he's telling the grandkids that'll be a little bit longer than that.
It's all online now, so you can't even fib, can you? So as Brighton again surge into Wellington territory, pick and go. Support play there. Familiar territory this from Brighton.
Yeah, it feels a little bit deja vu this first few minutes. Brighton can keep this going. Wellington are going to need to stop them at source, otherwise they could find themselves under the sticks again.
Knock on there by Brighton though. Dogged defence by Wellington. Just what they needed. 8 minutes gone in this first half.
Yeah, big moment that. If Wellington can build up again now, get up the other end of the field just before half time, they can get themselves right back into this.
Second time now, I'm talking about players coming in and engaging in conversations that they don't need to do.
Bit of verbals on display as well. Tensions running high, as they would do. Big game this.
Yeah, I think obviously it's a fantastic weekend for the boys to come here and play in this tournament, but it does mean a lot to them, and so you'd expect some of the lads to maybe get a bit carried away. It's just which team can control that the better might be the one that can come out on top here.
And no doubt lots of boys out there will be familiar with each other, playing academy rugby together, and no doubt.
Yeah, I always find it amazing actually just how well the boys do know each other. A lot of them will follow each other on social media and stuff as well, and yeah, they'll know the strength of each other's game and what they can do.
Wellington centre. Mason Archer crashing the ball up. Strong carry there. Looks to be in some discomfort though as he slowly gets to his feet. Sorry, that's Oz Henry. Beg your pardon. Wellington with a chance to gain some territory here and try and strike back just before the end of the half.
Yeah, I'd expect Brighton to try and put a bit of pressure on this line out here, see if they can nick it back and go into half-time with that lead.
Wellington set piece, you'd imagine to be pretty slick, as it is, right at the top.
Great ball.
Little break there by number 5, Oliver van Druten, scorer in the match yesterday. Cut out pass, 1v1 in the wide channel. Well dealt with there by the Brighton number 11. But this is what Wellington need. Oz Henry just knocks that one on. Usually a strong ball carrier, and that is the half. Quite a tense half of rugby that. Brighton having the rub of the green there. Camped in the Wellington half for large periods. Wellington been starved of the ball, but at half time, Brighton take the lead 7-0. Back here on pitch 1, Wellington with the ball and the wind ever so slightly behind them. Can they push home and can they really make a threat to the Brighton line as Captain Smith, ever dependable under that ball, sets it up nicely. Penalty there, not rolling away. A nice, easy release here for Brighton. Just what the doctor would have ordered first 15 seconds into the half.
Yeah, I imagine both Nick and for Brighton and Dan at Wellington, the two coaches would have been talking at half time about getting these first couple of moments right, and Brighton have absolutely nailed that.
Missed the kick though.
Yeah, huge.
Big moment. Bit of space here. This is where Wellington can punish sides. Arthur Whittaker on his outside. But that's a good counter. Great counter. Where's this going? A bit of a mess there on the floor. And there you go. Brighton have come back up with the ball. But knocked it on. Unfortunate. Did well to counter the breakdown there. As you can just see here, Wellington putting a bit of width on the ball. Number 24, Finn Walder, showing and going. Little pump. Didn't need to feed Arthur Whittaker outside him. But look at that. Well, good decision at the breakdown.
Yeah, I felt put the coach's curse on the Brighton guys there with the kick to touch. But still, they've got another chance to stop Wellington here. These next couple of minutes could be massive to decide who goes through to this final.
Wellington still quite a way out from the Brighton try line.
Crouch.
Yeah, I still wouldn't fancy defending against this Wellington backline. If they can get flowing here from this distance, they can still strike pretty well.
Powerful scrum. Ball's out. Whittaker, ball in hand. Hits Finn Tors. 2-on-1, should be in the corner. That was routine.
Massive.
Lovely score there. Wellington break the deadlock in this second half. Needed that very much.
Yeah, big moment. Obviously, scrum on the far right. Really well worked strike from Wellington to create that space on the outside. And Brighton lads just couldn't get over quick enough. They held their width beautifully. That's a cracking finish.
Yeah, looks like Ben Frampton on the end of that one. Finn Torres feeding him on the inside. Frampton, who went from his own 22 yesterday, scoring a contender for try of the tournament yesterday, but he's done the business here when it really matters. Wellington College back into this game. Big kick upcoming. Rory Taylor with the extras. Wynn just carries that one to the left of the posts. Brighton still in the lead by 2, but Wellington finding their feet, meaning business, ready for this brutal encounter to continue.
To be honest, Wellington would have known they needed to score again there anyway with the deciding factors. Even if he got that kick, they still needed to score again. So not too disappointing for the boys. They'll look now to just to get this right and go back up the other end, I'd hope.
Strong high kick there from Gooley. Digging it out from the back there. Knock on though. Little error there. Could it be quite costly?
That could be one of those moments we were talking about at half-time that could decide this game. In these shortened matches, these little moments can make a massive, massive difference in the outcome of that.
Good position here for Brighton. However, Wellington scrum could make this a little bit scrappy for them. That man Frost on the tight head, with Will Ayton at hooker as well as the captain.
Interesting to see if Brighton can come up with a strike as good as Wellington's last one.
Good shove. They've turned them away from the direction of traffic. Gooley goes blind.
He's going to have to get this right. He's on his own.
Does well, though. Well supported. No 10 for Brighton. Smith fights to get over that gain line. Calls hands away. Scoots in behind. Brighton going back to their tried and tested method. Ball's not out yet. Smith in at 9. Feeds Brown.
They're getting really, really tight here, Wellington. Brighton might look to that left-hand side. There's a lot of space if they can move it.
And that is smart play there from Wellington. Strong ball carry. Harry Brown, who's made yards all weekend, held up there by Wellington, calling them all, ref calling them all, and then stopping them from playing it. And now that's a Wellington scrum.
I think I'm going to have to stop saying what might be on or might not, because every time I've said it, it's been a turnover in the opposite direction.
Subs on for Brighton. Alistair Conley's gone off.
That was a huge stop for Wellington, though. Good chance now for them to get back up the other end of the field, put Brighton under pressure again.
Crouch.
Big mo. Sorry, Sean, go for it.
No, I was going to say it'd be interesting to see what they do here. Do they try and run it? Do they just try and put the ball down into space and try and get the turnover further up the field?
Boot to ball is the answer.
That's
from
great.
Taylor. It's got a lucky bounce, and I think that's just touched a Brighton hand. No, beg your pardon. It's a Brighton ball. But great kick there from Rory Taylor.
Can Wellington turn the screw now and try and put Brighton under pressure? All that Brighton line-up that's clicked so well all weekend, just secure this and put them back up in Wellington's half.
Push back, please. Push back. Cheers. Move.
Great take.
Banker ball there for Brown. I think he got an unfortunate nickname. I think I said he was 6 foot Brazilian on commentary yesterday, and the lads have all been calling him 6 foot Brazilian, which is
fantastic.
Not the nickname you really want, is it? So, but sloppy play there. Wellington with the opportunity now.
Yeah, I think Brighton will be a bit disappointed with that. They had a chance, a bit of space in behind. Maybe they could have looked at with the lead still, but gives Wellington that little shot now from halfway, see if they can just put themselves back on that front foot.
Let's go, Alex. Your ball, mate. Your ball.
Captain Ayton with the ball in his hand.
Watch front.
Well executed there by Welly. Can they put some width on it? Oz Henry feeding Frampton. Torse on the ball. He's got Whittaker outside him.
Tell you what, if they can move it back this way quickly, Brighton are narrow and there's some big mismatches possible.
It's a 3 on a 3 out here at the moment, which we'd love to see.
Oh, stuff you dream of.
What a turnover. Number 6, Toby Vander, doing the job. Got his name wrong all day yesterday. Apologies, but he's come up with the goods when they really need it.
Yeah, huge moment for Brighton, that, with only a couple of minutes left now. Get themselves back down into the Wellington half. Most of this second half, to be honest, since the Wellington score's been played in that middle bit of the pitch, one team will just want to try and push themselves up into the far 22 now. If Brighton can get this right, could be it.
You telling your boys to just keep it in hand and try and run that clock down now, or are you still pushing for that extra score? What's your thoughts?
If I'm Brighton here, I'm probably looking just first thing, get this right, get this line out right.
Which they haven't.
They have not done.
You'd have thought with a man as tall as Harry Brown on the pitch, who's barely lost a line out all day, that you just go for that option. But it's those moments that we've talked about all weekend that can change the dynamic of this game so drastically.
Yeah, I think we forget as well, these kids are 16, 17. It's a massive amount of pressure. So many people watching, and opportunity to get themselves into the trophy final here at St Joe's is huge. So sometimes we've just got to take a step back as coaches and just remember, like, they're kids and they might get that wrong, but they've got an opportunity now to put it right again.
Absolutely, well said, Sean. An experience like no other playing here at St Joe's. Dynamic push there from Brighton, making a mess there, but they can only push 1.5 meters, which is always an interesting one at schoolboy level.
More telling though, that's taking a little bit of time out of the clock. Right now we're keeping their eye on that.
Yeah, our clock has 30 seconds left, but it doesn't matter, it's the referee's clock that actually does the deciding.
Yeah, unfortunately we found ourselves on the wrong end of that a couple of times, looking at a TV clock, and unfortunately the referee had something different.
Set, steady.
Wellington having to throw the dice here. Whittaker steps inside. Lovely electric step. Can he get the offload away? Not required.
Exactly the same strike they scored with earlier, just not quite as slick this time.
Out on the 5 meter line.
Big defensive set here from Brighton. If they can stop them here, this could be the game.
Need to keep their width. There's a few big men out wide for Brighton if they can make these mismatches. But Harry Brown,
big shot,
does the business there. The 6-foot Brazilian.
Really enjoying that.
Let go, let go.
But Wellington still with the ball in hand. If there's a team that can hold up and take on as much pressure as this, it's Wellington College. Defending champions technically, as Frost makes the tip on. Quick ball. 15, Torse with the ball in hand. Still Wellington make their progress. Shouts from the sideline of turnover, but Wellington still have the ball.
This is big from Brighton. They're just getting off the line every time, just trying to stop it at source. Wellington aren't able to find any space at the moment, but could be on here on the left.
Frampton, the danger man, gets in. Little head clash there from Gooley with a teammate. Needs to get himself up. Wellington, imperious, creeping towards the Brighton 22.
Fantastic patience from Wellington here. Have they kept that though? Lost it forward. On. That could be it.
Full time. And Brighton College have managed to hold on to make it to the De La Salle Trophy final. Tough game. Wellington huffed and they puffed, but they couldn't blow Brighton's house down. Fair play. Boys and bodies everywhere on the pitch. Wellington ousted and beaten by Brighton College, looking to repeat their success of 2017. And it looks like they can't quite see the result on pitch 2. But they'll play the winners of Milfield or Denstone, and we'll get that result back with us shortly. Thanks very much to Sean Thompson from Hampton School. What a semi-final. Thanks, Sean.
Oh, no, pleasure, Phil. Thanks a lot. Great game. Some huge moments in that. Congratulations to Brighton. That defensive set at the end there was big. At the end of a really, really tough weekend. No, awesome for them to be in the final. Really happy for Nick and the boys. Yeah, it's going to be a really tough one. It doesn't matter who they're playing, Milfield or Denstone, it's going to be a cracking final.
Brighton College into the final of the De La Salle Trophy for another year.
award-winning food at the Brewers, a cosy country pub in the sleepy Suffolk village of Rattlesden. With award-winning food created by Chef Patron Sam Sturman, the 2020 Suffolk Chef of the Year, the Brewers has a wide range of top-quality wines and locally sourced beers, and offers indoor and outdoor dining, as well as an exclusive private dining and tasting menu experience. A short drive from the historic market towns of Buryton Edmonds and Lavenham, the Brewers offers some of Suffolk's finest pub dining, being named Best Newcomer at the 2020 Suffolk Food and Drink Awards. The Brewers is proud to support NextGen15's coverage of the St Joseph's Festival. To book your table at the Brewers, call 01449 736 377 or visit www.thebrewersrattlesden.com.
Introducing NextGen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, the great tackle here! It's not good enough. 1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen 15.
The first of the finals is nearly upon us, and the sun has come out here at St Joe's. And who better to talk about the team who are, well, hopefully going to win a trophy, but the principal, Mrs. Clark. These are special days for you, for the students, for the school. How excited do you get in the build-up to them?
So hugely excited, hugely excited. I mean, the excitement, first of all, is the tournament itself. But secondly, and equally importantly, is the current and our past families around us. So many of our current students, current parents are here, and former parents and staff. You know.
I appreciate you having a chat to us, because there is a tunnel building up behind us. Have you ever been in it?
I've been at the end of it. I've been at the end of it many a time. It's so exciting, absolutely, yeah.
It certainly is. Let's say, well, the team's about to come out behind us, so I'll keep it for a couple more minutes if you don't mind. Is there anybody who sort of keeps coming back, sponsors, partners, that you'd like to say thank you to for their support today?
Yeah, huge thank you to Elam Trailfinders and all of the sponsors who've helped us to get to the point to where we are today. It's great to see so many unis here as well, our concessions, yeah, a huge amount of sponsors.
And as well as the success on the pitch, what are you hoping that the players and the students here at St Joe's take away from days like today?
They take a huge amount of pride away. They learn about leadership, they learn about resilience, and they learn about supporting each other and being part of what is a fantastic community. That's really important.
It certainly is. We've got rugby fans of all ages as the kids have just come sliding on their knees. Thank you so much for having a chat today. Enjoy the game. I know I'm supposed to be neutral, but good luck to St Joe's in the final. Enjoy the match, everyone. Perfect. Thank you.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are into the closing stages of the 2021 St Joseph's College Festival. Here is the first of many finals today, the first of four. St Joseph's College up against King's Worcester in a repeat of the first St Joseph's College game of the tournament. What can we expect from these two sides today, Will?
Well, St Joe's, no matter what competition, they want to win on their home soil. We're looking forward to a brilliant final. 1 of 4, as you said. They faced King Worcester and got a narrow 5-0 victory. They're going to hope to recreate this. The crowd's going to be behind them. I cannot wait to watch this one.
A nervy penalty shootout in the semi-final took St Joseph's to this event. How about King Worcester? How did they get on in their 7-0 win against Eltham?
Well, Eltham don't look the best out of this competition, but King's Worcester did see them off quite well. They've had a decent tournament, but it'd be interesting to see how they do against St Joe's.
There's a big King's Worcester pack to watch out for today.
St Joseph's, are you ready? Thank you.
St Joseph's College
on my whistle, please.
all ready now for kick-off. And the ball is live into the backfield, claimed well by Cian Rothwell. All eyes, of course, on this Kings Worcester side, full of Worcester Warriors. It's a fantastic little side. They've had a great debut so far, been great sports. They've worked really hard, and they'll have a good job here to disrupt the hosts as Jones gets his boot behind that there. Well, Sam Donnelly there, the man with the boot. And Worcester look to return. It's a great shot there in the midfield, but Worcester have got the ball away, and they've got a number overlap on the outside here. It's chipped through, collected well by Ethan Thorne, and let's see how he can counter. Good footwork, good little start from Ethan Thorne.
There's a few changes in this team, adhering to the rules we've set, making sure that all players that turn down have enough minutes. So not what you'd say the 1 to 15 would be, but it's still a very good side coming out here to St Joe's to try and win this Shield.
Excellent work there from Kings Worcester to hold up the second row on contact, and this will be a great platform for Kings Worcester. They've got a great pack on them. We saw it in that first game, an excellent scrum. Some really good weight on those front end forwards. They're a powerful little lineup, and we'll see what this rotated St Joseph's College front row can do.
The gents, steady cadence, please. Drive straight and level, stability before the ball comes in. Crouch!
St Joseph's College final appearance at their home festival in this fixture. And there'll be an excellent shove from Worcester. Great platform for Kings. As they crash now in the midfield, but an excellent shot there.
Don Binns on that shot, brilliant tackle.
Kings Worcester now rocking and rolling with the forward with an excellent line there in the pack, but again, solid defence from St Joseph's College keeps them on their halfway line. Good offload there, but no meters to be had off of the captain, Strike Grosson. Strippins Brown, and that will be turnover ball following that forward pass off the offload. Decent start for St Joe's defensively.
Brilliant, they're not letting them get past that halfway line really, just keeping them out, making sure those shots are on, making sure those tackles are on, and keep them out and not letting them have a chance. St Joe's need to counter here, get some points on the board.
This is a good opportunity for St Joseph's College. Jack Baylor-Watts at number 9. Interesting rotation there.
Yeah, Sam Slatty's had a brilliant tournament at number 9, but Jack Badger-Watts comes into this game.
And that is an excellent turnover from Kings Worcester as their back row come away with it. Promising position now for Kings Worcester, just inside St Joseph's College 10-metre mark. Great offload play there. It's out to their wide number 11, but he is double shotted in the contact. Still Worcester ball just inside St Joseph's 22. Isolated front row forward, but it's excellent play from the young Worcester front row. No holes to be found in St Joseph's College defence so far. Bit of handbags there between the number 3 following his strong carry. Cian Rothwell is not happy with the number 3's reaction. Neither of the St Joseph's College crowd. It's been a strong start from Worcester. They've repelled the early pressure well.
Oh yeah, it's a brilliant start from Kings Worcester. St Joe's just keep them out though. As we said before, you know, if a team has a lot of pressure on you, even though the time's short, if they don't score, you're doing something well in defence. But they're going for post here. Let's see if they can get 3 points on the board.
We spoke about kick-off, about the standards I expect, and that you need to set the example. Now's the time for you to step up. Please take control of the players. Have a word. I don't see anything more. Just pushing and shoving as far as I've been told. Blues scrum because they were in possession going forward.
So the referees had a quick word with both captains there, just making sure these St Joseph's College players and these Kings Worcester players are under control. Just a scrum to restart us here, as Kings were in possession. tempers can flare, especially so late in the competition when the full crowd are out.
Emotions are so high when it comes to the St Joseph's College National Schools Rugby Festival. It's ridiculous. And when you've got the St Joe's crowd behind you, it can spur you on a little bit as well. But nice to see the referee just making sure that is all controlled.
Good platform, though, for Kings Worcester as they stack up on this far side. Expecting strong ball from this powerful Worcester pack.
Hold the push.
And it's their number 7 playing at 8 today who's picked from the base. And it's played wide on the outside here. The hook has a run at Lex Wolves. Gets one fend away from him. And now Worcester creeping up inside that 5 metre through their powerful front row once again.
Not releasing tackler.
But that is a Worcester penalty. Not releasing on the floor there. St Joe's struggling to contain these powerful Worcester runners so far today.
Yeah, the pressure's all with Kings Worcester. They're having a good first start to this game. St Joe's just need to find a way back into it, whether that's a big tackle, trying to turn over the ball. This is going to be tough. Brilliant front forward, brilliant pack from Worcester.
This Worcester pack are the difference so far today. We'll see if St Joseph's College can respond. Good line-out ball here for Worcester. But the line-out ball's not gone to plan, but it's still made it to Worcester's number 7.
Stay on.
And the pick and drives here as they make some good ground through the centre. They are just short now on the line.
Release red. Tackle assist.
Kings Worcester camping on the try line here, still short. One more phase could be the breaking of this St Joseph's College defence as Worcester push hard. Short again from Worcester, and this time they look to go wide. But Mariani wraps up the forward runner. But it will be a penalty for Worcester. That is a high tackle from number 21, Arthur Boudiron.
21 red.
A lot of pressure on St Joseph's back line from Kings Worcester. It looks like it's going to be a tough battle out there. They just need to find a way to get through this.
Time off.
They've tapped and gone short, but another penalty in the red zone could spell trouble for St Joseph's College.
Clearly direct to the neck.
And that is a yellow card for the St Joseph's College number 8, Levi Wilson.
Still off, gents. Hold on.
When you're under that much pressure, having a yellow card in the game doesn't really help you at all. That's tough for St Joe's. They need to find a way to get through these last couple of minutes in the first half.
So Levi Wilson, number 8, is off the field. Only 2.5 minutes left of this first half. But another penalty now. And Worcester will come again with this strong forward pack.
They really want that first try. They really want the mark off the board. They really want to get going against the St Joe's side.
This is, of course, the first of our 4 finals up for you today. But that is a powerful maul from Worcester, although they haven't got the direction and they are right in that corner now. But they have over the line. They have made it over that white line. That powerful Worcester maul didn't have the direction they wanted. But they've managed to display, they've managed to move the ball, shift it inside, and they've crawled over that white line. And the 14-man St Joseph's College, without important forward Levi Wilson, have gone 5 behind. Well deserved from King Worcester.
Well, pretty much that's the way the play's been going. It looks like they're gonna try and keep going with this. You know, this pressure, they've had it for a long time. Probably the most deserved of the tournament. Unlucky from St Joe's. They need to find a way to get back into this game from this start-up.
What do you think St Joe's needs to fix moving forward, as Kings Worcester's 10 will be looking to add the extras?
Well, I mean, when you're that far behind and you're getting pressured by this incredible pack from Worcester, it's tough to find a way back. Maybe conceding a try and getting back to the middle spot might help them in the end.
Sustained pressure from Worcester resulting in the first score of the bowl final. And it's a clean strike from the Worcester 10, but it drifts just to the left-hand side of the upright. No extras for Worcester, and St Joseph's College will need to respond quickly as we move into the final minutes of the first half of this Shield final. Bowl final up next at 3 o'clock, followed by the plate final at 3:40, and finally the trophy final between Brighton and Milfield at 4:20. But we stay in the here and now on this sunny Ipswich afternoon for the Shield final between St Joseph's College and King's Worcester.
St Joe's need that response now, need to find a way to get back into this game. They've got another half to go, but a try right now would do them greatly.
Just 40 seconds left now in the first half. 1 minute 20 calls the referee, so plenty of time for St Joseph's College to play with the ball.
No, because your player was also pushing as well, so there's no... Thank you.
And it will be Sam Donnelly to kick off for St Joseph's College against the wind. A lovely high-weighted kick, but Worcester gather cleanly. 1 minute to go for Worcester, and the number 10 has spilled from inside his own 22.
That's the moment that can change this game. This is a chance for St Joe's to get back from the set piece. This is a massive, massive opportunity. Levi Wilson, the guy who just got yellow carded, is coming back onto the pitch for this scrum. That is so, so vital for St Joe's. Let's see how they can do in this final minute of play.
This could be last chance before the end of the first half for St Joseph's College. They've got good field position here. They need a strong scrum to counter this excellent King's Worcester pack. And it is the back line, I think, Will, that could be the difference here for St Joe's.
Oh, most definitely. This pack isn't the strongest compared to Worcester. They just need to find a way to get it out of there.
And ball is turned over in the front row by Worcester, and that is disappointing for St Joseph's College. Worcester, you imagine, would now look to exit.
That's twice now St Joseph lost in the scrum. It's going to be a tough afternoon for them. They need to find a way they're back into it.
That is an excellent kick there by King's Worcester that puts St Joe's deep beyond their 5-metre line. But some lovely footwork out on that far-hand side. Think St Joe's will play with it now? We're in the red zone, or do you think they will nudge to end the half?
Well, you wouldn't want to concede here.
St Joe's must be careful playing inside their own 22-metre line. And the maul is called by the referee, and that will be Worcester ball. Luckily for St Joe's, half-time called. Much to be improved upon in that second half.
Well, I mean, 5 down after that relentless pressure from King's Worcester, I think they'll be slightly happy with themselves. They need to find a way to get back into this game, find some points in the second half. I think they've got it in them, but can they do it? That's the big question.
Well, there you have it. There is the first half of our first of 4 finals, the Shield final between St Joseph's College and King's Worcester. King's Worcester 5 points in front so far. Well, let's see how St Joseph's College will respond in the second half. We'll be back very shortly.
What drama we have here! He's allowed to play on, puts a shot away, and it's just another super goal.
I cannot believe what I have just seen. Welcome back, everybody, pitchside. England have won this one, 22 points to 6.
Electric out the blocks.
Have completed the greatest of comebacks.
Callum looking for Godfrey. Callum got Godfrey. He's at the goal.
2018 champions, the London Monarchs.
Winners of 2018.
Boys, well done, boys. Let's give it up. Go on, lads.
Welcome back to the semi-final of the Shield towards the end of day 2 of the St Joseph's College Rugby Festival. It'll be Sam Donnelly to get St Joseph's College underway, 5 points down to King's Worcester. What have we got to see from St Joseph's College in this second half, Will?
They need a massive response after that very dominant first half from King's Worcester. They need to find a way to get back into the game. Maybe they can catch the ball off this kick. You never know. Let's see what happens. Second half is live.
And it's a lovely nudge from Sam Donnelly just inside that 10-metre. And it's been knocked on there by St Joe's. So clean ball for King's Worcester to exit. Strong running from the midfield, as we'd expect from these big Worcester forwards. And it's chipped on through there into the backfield. And Sam Donnelly is there to return with good footwork, beating 2 men. That's more of what we need to see from St Joe's, isn't it?
Exactly that. They just need to be on the ball, get more confident. You've seen a few subs have been made. A few of the first team are now back on the field. Maybe that can make a difference.
See Slattery there, a number 9 in the red scrum hat, one of those to be replaced. And here is Clark. Takes the ball on himself and beats 2 men with a fen, gets the ball away to the captain.
This is
and
brilliant.
It's Thorne on the outside. Lovely tackle there from Worcester, but he's offloaded as well as Ethan Thorne.
That's the moment St Joe's needed. They're in this now.
St Joe's crash over that 5-metre line, held short by the Worcester boys, and it's Slattery out there to Eli Wilson, who makes good metres. And here is Sam Donnelly, who goes himself. Support there from Ollie Hall. But Worcester have turned it over inside their 5-metre. Sam Donnelly was isolated there.
You always think there could have been a pass there, but that's tough for St Joe's. Brilliant pressure they've made there. Hopefully they can get the ball back soon. But what a start for St Joe's to get back in the game. Just a shame they couldn't keep it going.
Lovely work out there from Max Clark, fresh on the field with a beautiful offload to the captain, Simmons Brown. Played one more to Ethan Thorne down that far side. That's more of what St Joseph's College needs to do, isn't it?
It's exactly what we need to do. Use your best players and find the ways to get the ball to them. That was absolutely brilliant. They need to find a way to do that again and replicate that attack.
Take a step to your right.
But it'll be King Worcester ball from just outside their 22. Clean line out ball for them.
No, ball gone.
And it's a good move from that line out, which just gave them some good metres. But it's been stripped there by Cian Rothwell on the floor.
Brilliant work by Cian to get that ball back.
But it's another turnover on the floor. It's the St Joseph's College number 1 there, fresh on the field. Johnny Tomlinson has unfortunately sealed off that ruck following some good work from Cian Rothwell. And that is a problem for St Joseph's College, making all these great metres and then being turned over or making mistakes on the floor.
These penalties have made a massive difference to this competition. Well, the ball's just come behind us. But these penalties really have made a difference in this competition, as I just said. You know, they are the difference in these games. The choices you make are also very important. St Joe's need to find a way to get this ball back and try and get a try.
The wind is not letting up here today, despite the beautiful sunshine, as Worcester have line-out ball on the halfway following that penalty. And it's not clean line-out ball, but Worcester come away with it and truck it up through the midfield. And it's a turnover there.
Brilliant from St Joe's to get that ball back. Hopefully they can find a way through.
Number 21 there deserves some praise. Excellent turnover from the young St Joseph's College player, Arthur Buderon. And that is an exceptional kick from Sam Donnelly, as we've seen all day from him. Another wonderful nudge has put St Joe's in an excellent position.
His kicking has been superb today, and quite frankly, it's the difference between some of the teams they've played. Brilliant work from Sam Donnelly to find a close edge on the Worcester line.
Joseph's College line-out has not functioned as perfectly as one would have hoped so far today, but great position now. An excellent line-out ball thrown back into the centre for a St Joseph's College maul, which is rumbling onwards towards that Worcester line. Stop now, just 5 metres out. And it's a penalty advantage for collapsing the maul now. But St Joe's will still come away with it. And St Joe's will play wide now with penalty advantage through Donnelly, who is brought down just short of Worcester's 22. And the ball is turned over. We apologise for any language you may have heard from any of the players on the pitch today. Emotions are running high. But this is fantastic ball for St Joseph's College.
That was a brilliant line out. It really worked there. They've tried a lot on that in the warm-ups, trying to get it perfected. In that first game, they looked like they struggled with the line-outs, but now they're perfecting it. It looks really good. St Joe's need to find a way to get through and get this game level, or even more, go in front.
A converted try will do it for St Joseph's College with 5 minutes left in the second half. An unconverted try will take us level again. St Joseph's College has survived one penalty shootout so far. And that is line-out ball for St Joe's. And here is the St Joseph's College maul. And Slattery's gone left. And Sam Slattery at the base of the maul has picked wide. Clever work there from the number 9.
That young man down there, Sam Slatter, lower 6th. George Norwood's been out to injury and he's had to come in and he's done a brilliant role this tournament. That's a brilliant try and put St Joe's back in the game.
Just under 4 minutes.
Excellent work from Sam Slatter, one of St Joseph's best players so far this tournament. He's really run the show in the absence of the injured George Norval.
4 minutes to 4.
There's 4 minutes remaining in this game.
40.
And Sam Donnelly has the opportunity to put St Joseph's College in front. Excellent work there from the set piece. It was a really smart option for Sam Slatter to take the ball left following the pausation in the maul. They're a big, strong, physical Worcester side, and St Joe's did well to exploit their slight lack of pace in the forwards compared to that of Sam Slatter.
Yeah, brilliant work to find that gap and get that try. Sam Donnelly now with a massive, massive kick in St Joseph's search for the Shield Trophy.
On a windy day, Sam Donnelly from the tee has been excellent so far this tournament. One of the highlights of St Joseph's College performance has been their work off the boot from Max Clark and Sam Donnelly. But here is Donnelly's opportunity to put St Joseph's College in the lead for the first time in this Shield final. As composed as ever. And it's a lovely strike of the ball, but it's drifted just far to the left. He's very unlucky there, Donnelly.
Wind certainly was not his friend in that moment. Just couldn't find the way through the posts. 5-5, it's getting interesting now.
Momentum perhaps shifted towards St Joseph's College?
Definitely, since that second half has started, they've looked a little bit more confident on the ball. But it's about how they do it now, what they do to push themselves in front or keep this draw.
And Kings Worcester have claimed the ball from the kickoff as their front row knocks off Blacker twice in a one contact. And they go to the short side now. Sam Slatter does well, fantastically in defence there to bring down their powerful front row forward. And it's a great double tackle there on the back row, which has given St Joseph's College ball. But the referee will come back for the knock-on, and now St Joseph's College have a base to work from.
Brilliant to get that ball back from that position. A little bit of pressure was giving to Worcester. They're kind of getting back into the game, and to have that scrum going their way, it's brilliant. Their scrum hasn't been the best today. They need this ball back.
No, red scrum. I'll move for you, 9.
Powerful battle in the front row expected, as has been the case so far this fixture.
A few changes in the pack for St Joe's at half-time. Maybe that makes a difference for their scrumming.
The crowd are certainly still on St Joseph's College side.
Crouch! Bind! Sets!
King's Worcester get the shove on again, but it will be St Joseph's College ball
Ball picked up, 9 onside.
as Levi Wilson is wrapped up.
Release blue. Yep, ball's available, use it.
Slatter to Donnelly. Donnelly into the midfield. It's over the top to Max Clark. Big fend and Max Clark's away. He steps inside with men outside. Tries to chip through, but it's deflected off of a Worcester man. Great work there from Max Clark. Meters made despite losing the ball inside the 10 metre. But
No clear release, 10.
no clear release from Max Clark on the floor after all his good work. And 10 more metres for contesting with the referee. That's not in the spirit of St Joseph's College, I'm afraid. Perhaps tension's running a little too high for St Joseph's College in this final fixture, as King's Worcester give themselves a good line-out platform. We'll have a look at this replay here. It's excellent running, but you can look at the body language of Thorne on that far side. He thinks he's absolutely under the post if Max Clark gives that ball away. And you can see there is no release there from Clark on the floor. It was great work from Max Clark, but you think on another day, if he gives that ball, St Joe's could have been in.
St Joe's definitely could have been in there, and I mean, their reaction to that referee decision has cost them 10 metres.
St Joe's have been let off there. The wind has not worked in King's Worcester's favour this time.
Do you have time?
And the referee's deliberating over how much time is left. Our clock says 20 minutes.
Okay, option.
But there are 30 seconds left in this game.
Okay, scrum calls.
Yeah, good call, boy.
So we're into the final 30 seconds before possibly another penalty shootout,
To a secondary watch, yeah, Jen,
which I know
real
that
time at 30 seconds from when
my
the Super
companions
Bowl crowd.
in the commentary team are tremendously excited about. What do you think St Joe's could do from here?
From when I call
Well, I
them
mean,
out.
you'd rather take the penalty shootout than concede at this moment in time. They'll go for this try in these last few moments, but if it has any worries, they'll certainly get it out and go for that penalty shootout.
St Joe's need solid scramble from here.
Hold. Ball's gone first.
Donnelly. And it's wide now to Clark, who's got man outside him. This time he'll throw the offload, and Thorne's held it well. Steps inside, one man is brought down. And here's Slatter. Hits Levi. Wilson on the contact, but he's driven back well. That's not how you're going to beat this King's Worcester side, is it, Will?
Definitely not. St Joe's definitely looking for that try, though. They're trying to find a way through and end this game in the time.
Excellent work on the floor there as St Joe's recycle the ball through Donnelly. And here's Ribbons Brown. It's a missed pass there to Jones, and Jones shakes off the first man and the second as well. Offload away there, and Ollie Hall is there in support.
Backwards.
It's spilled backwards, and St Joe's still hold the ball. Fortunate there for that ball to bounce backwards from Ribbons Brown.
They're really looking for this winner now, just see if they can find it. The physicality of Worcester is keeping them out, though.
Big strong counter-ruck there from Worcester. And King's Worcester have counter-rucked and won the ball.
21 hands in the
Do you think it's possible for Worcester to go coast to coast from here?
We've seen stranger things in this festival, but it's going to be tough for them.
Well, that is disappointing for St Joseph's College. They worked really well down the blind side, perhaps not using that excellent back line as frequently as they should have. But not hundreds of metres made by King's Worcester. And now St Joseph's College have some defending to do just outside of their 10 metre. Two number 3s on the pitch for King's Worcester. And that line-out ball has gone array. Referee calls backwards, though, and the game will go on. And King's Worcester will recycle. The number 10 set on halfway. Lovely ball through there, but it's only a knock-on advantage for King's Worcester. Attempted intercept there.
Entry 7.
And now that is a penalty. That is not what you need to be giving away in these circumstances. Could Worcester go for the kick? Do they fancy the sticks, or will they go for the corner?
It must be direct.
Against this wind, this will be an exceptionally difficult kick for posts. And they've opted for the corner. Another great platform for Kings Worcester.
Definitely, they're looking for that try as well as St Joe's did. It's just about who can find it. I think St Joe's will definitely want this play to end now. They want to get into that penalty shootout. They know they can win.
They're in now 4 minutes into the red zone in this Shield final for St Joseph's College.
Set your own gap.
Kings Worcester and St Joseph's College currently held at 5-all. The Kings Worcester have a great opportunity here. And that is Worcester ball as they set their maul. But the maul has gone down, and St Joseph's College have won the penalty. Excellent turnover there from St Joe's at the maul. Great disruption of this powerful Worcester pack.
It's end to end. There's no clear winner. I think it's going to go to a penalty shootout, but this is a very good game, very high quality. We might see a try, you never know.
Sam Donnelly looks for the corner as the wind changes direction all the time. And it's another excellent lunge by Sam Donnelly, gained some metres for St Joseph's College. This here certainly is one final platform.
St Joseph, they're going to go for it. They're going to certainly try and work it out, make it go to the wide point, and Josh Bowyer on the wing and Ethan Thorne. That's the way they'll score a try.
The wide channels are certainly where St Joseph's are getting the most love in this fixture. And that is line-out ball for St Joseph's College. Slattery. Kean Rothwell plays it back to Max Clark in the backfield, who's got some gas. And they've played it wide to Thorne. Thorne fends one, but there's an offload attempted there that has gone to the touchline. And that will be game over for St Joseph's College and Kings Worcester. Penalty shootout ahead.
I don't know how they're gonna deal with this. A lot of pressure on them. I can't imagine what they're feeling right now, but it's gonna be tough.
We were not made aware of that. Let's all convene, please.
Possible miscommunication there between the referees. The referees, I believe, are still playing in the rules last year, which was whoever scored first in the final would be the eventual winners. It's a perfectly reasonable rule.
Perfectly reasonable, but yes, yet again, the penalty shootout is also perfectly reasonable. I'm sure some of those players on there will be playing for a penalty shootout. If they haven't got that, that'll be tough on them.
Perfectly reasonable is an interesting way to describe a penalty shootout, but interesting nonetheless.
For us in the commentary booth, it's more than interesting.
We will wait and see as the referees deliberate.
Both captains, please.
Seems like the referees have made a decision. We eagerly await what they have concluded. We'll listen in now.
Sounds like they are planning for a penalty shootout.
It is penalty shootout time, ladies and gentlemen, in the Shield final, it seems.
After that, sudden death if the scores are level.
There will be 5 takers from each side selected, followed by a sudden death period if a conclusion cannot be reached after those 5 penalties. Kings Worcester thought they'd won it on the old rule of try scorer first, but it is penalty shootout time.
The other team.
Newcastle and Wycombe will have to wait for their fixture to commence.
Let's do it logically as well.
And it is St Joseph's College second penalty shootout of the day.
Billy Belger
I need a back.
Just waiting, of course, for the setup of the penalty shootout. Referees getting some deliberation from the senior officials. We will be straight on after this fixture to the next final on pitch 1. But for now, we are waiting the results of the Shield final. It's a penalty shootout between Kings Worcester and host St Joseph's College, following a 5-all draw in normal time. We'll be back with you very shortly for the beginning of the penalty shootout between Kings Worcester and St Joseph's College. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Shield final on day 2 of the St Joseph's College Rugby Festival between St Joseph's College and Kings Worcester. The number 10 for Kings Worcester will be the first to step up. There will be 5 kicks for each side before a sudden death period. The first to step up is Kings Worcester's number 10. And the wind has dragged it wide. And Kings Worcester's number 1.
Well, that's the start the St Joe supporters wanted. Not what Kings Worcester wanted, though. Max Clark has the opportunity to put St Joe's in front at a very early stage of the shootout.
That is difficult. This wind is whirling, and that St Joseph's College crowd is camped behind those posts. There will be more of a hush, you feel, for Max Clark's first kick of the day. Head coach Anthony O'Riordan shepherding some of the younger students off of the pitch for official reasons. And now Max Clark will have the opportunity to kick a goal. This will put St Joseph's College 1-0 up in this Shield final. Composed as ever, Max Clark strikes the ball clean and straight. And the St Joseph's College crowd are happy with Max Clark's performance so far.
Brilliant from Max Clark. His kicking performance in this tournament has been brilliant, and that's a testament to it. Good stuff from St Joe's. 1-0 up. Let's see how it happens.
This is a crucial conversion now for Kings Worcester, the number 15. How much of a benefit do you think it is that St Joseph's College have already had to circumnavigate one of these penalty shootouts previously?
Even though it's a short experience, it gathers a lot of, ideas and experiences. You can tell which ones want to kick, you can tell which ones don't want to kick. It's got them in the mindset.
The number 15 strikes it, and it is just through the post. Dipping low, A low-driven kick, but it is successful, and that's all that matters in these penalty shootouts.
This new format is absolutely brilliant. So much more entertainment when it comes to even a Shield final. I cannot wait to see what the bigger finals have to hold, the plate and trophy. It'll be a good watch, just as well as this one has been.
And up steps Sam Donnelly, perhaps St Joseph's College best performer in the tournament.
Well, certainly one of. He's had a brilliant tournament, and he's been testament to what St Joe's can do. Let's see if he can get 2-1 and get St Joe's back on top.
You can hear the wind swirling around the St Joseph's College field. Not an easy kick, even from dead in front. And Sam Donnelly will step up to continue St Joseph's College advantage. And he struck it well, struck it true. And St Joseph's College continue a 2-1 lead.
Well, our main two kickers, Max Clark and Sam Donnelly, with a 100% perfect record in this penalty shootout. Brilliant from St Joe's. It's about the people who maybe aren't as confident as kicking as they are.
Now, this is absolutely crucial for Kings Worcester. They need to keep up this St Joseph's College 100% record if they wish to stay in this contest. A miss here would put them 2 behind St Joe's, depending on the next kick. This is Kings Worcester's 3rd attempt at a conversion. 1 miss, 1 hit so far. And it'll go dead centre. And the Kings Worcester supporters are happy with that. Destiny is still in the hands of St Joseph's College, however, as up steps their captain. Tell me about the impact that the skipper has had on this tournament so far, Will.
Well, he's a really good captain. He's a modest character, but he gets the team going. He's been brilliant in the centre positions. His tackling, his powerful nature has worked really well for St Joe's in defence and in attack.
Here is Riley Stribbins-Brown then, St Joseph's College captain. Clean and true, and St Joseph's College are 3-2 up in the final.
A true captain's nature, putting his team in front again.
With just 2 kicks remaining in this shootout. Up steps number 5 for Worcester. Interesting decision to go with the second row within the main 5, don't you think, Will?
Well, I mean, if they're up for it, they can more than well do it.
We will wait and see as the lock forward of Kings Worcester begins his run-up. How many times do you think he's struck a ball in a competitive fixture, Will?
Not many.
But he's kept it low, he's driven it hard, and he's kept it over that bar. That is excellent work from the Kings Worcester lock as St Joseph's College look to press home their advantage. 4 kickers down for Kings Worcester. This will be St Joseph's College 4th. The ball is placed by the number 23, Will Stacey. Will Stacey, of course, not had a massive impact on this tournament, but this is all crucial. A penalty shootout in the Shield final. Eye on the target for Will Stacey as he begins his run-up. A confident goal kicker, and it stayed central and true. And this kick becomes crucial for Kings Worcester. If they miss here, it is all over. And even if they were to nail this conversion, the number 11 for Kings Worcester, St Joseph's College still have the chance to take the victory in what has been a highly competitive Shield final. This will be King Worcester's final attempt at a conversion within the regulated 5 attempts before sudden death. But St Joseph's College still hold that 1-point advantage.
Massive moment here for Kings Worcester. Can they keep themselves in it?
Up steps the number 11 of Kings Worcester. And it is over. Clean and simple from the Kings Worcester number 11. But this is the kick that matters. It is the number 15, St Joseph's College leading star coming into this tournament, Ethan Thorne. Can deputise both at 9 and 15. How confident are you in his kicking ability, Will?
I don't want to talk too much because I don't want to see it bite me back. But Ethan Thorne, he's been a massive part of this tournament. He's been a massive part of this squad. Him scoring this would make him even more.
It is Ethan Thorne to win the shield for St Joseph's College. And that is game over. And through a penalty shootout, St Joseph's College will walk away from the St Joseph's College Festival with silverware. They are shield winners of the 2021 St Joseph's College Festival through the boot of Ethan Thorne. What do you make of that match as a whole, Will?
They had a tough day yesterday, and today, this morning, they had an even tougher one. They had to find a way to come back. And in the situation, 2 wins in a row to get themselves some silverware, it's absolutely brilliant work from St Joseph's. They'll be watching that Milfield and Brighton game knowing they could have been there. They were close to those in the group stage. But this has been no more less than a successful weekend. It's been a good weekend for St Joe's, a lot of potential in this squad. And the season ahead, it'll be so interesting to see what they can do.
Thank you very much for being with me today, Will. Thank you all for watching at home. St Joseph's College walk away with the shield. But up next, it's another final, the bowl final, the third-tier competition. It's RGS High Wycombe up against Newcastle. We'll be back very shortly for the next fixture.
Well, the home team leave the field for the final time. They've done it the hard way, but Angus, they've left with some silverware in the most dramatic of circumstances.
Oh, goodness. I thought last night St Joseph were dramatic in defeat. Now they've gone and won 2 penalty shootouts. They win the shield. Absolutely brilliant. Absolute drama at the last. Just fantastic.
Huge credit as well. Before we look forward to the next match, which is the bowl final, let's talk about the performance of St Joe's. The host, it always comes with added pressure. Could well have found themselves in the main trophy competition. You said yourself when we were chatting, everybody seems to have wanted to burst St Joe's bubble this tournament, and Worcester nearly did exactly that.
I mean, it's just the drama of it, isn't it? But what a gutsy effort from St Joe's. They've, over the course of the 2 days, they've had to dig deep. Part of being the home side, it comes with a lot of pressure. You know, there's, I honestly believe, about 1,000 people around this touchline-ish, and it's really, really tough. These are kids, we've got to remember that, and that's really difficult, and they've come through it. That is a high-pressure situation. Penalty shootout, you don't see a lot of them. I think there have been 2 in professional history. We've seen 3 this afternoon.
Well, you talk about the 2 in professional history. We've been talking about one that was so long ago that every player who was involved in that penalty shootout has now retired from the game. Some of them are pundits. Some of them are probably selling second-hand cars somewhere. That's how much of a rarity it is. But just looking over there now, the hung heads of those Worcester lads, they had their opportunities. That's a difficult one for them, but a great game to finish the tournament, even though they didn't come off on the right side.
Absolutely. I mean, Kings Worcester, they didn't lose that. They just didn't win the penalty shootout. It was a draw in the match. They've been a great side. They've tried really hard. This has been their first time here, and you know what? They've got themselves to a final. Fair play.
They thought they'd won it as well, didn't they? We weren't sure what was happening at full time as the lads just come past us now. They thought as first try scorers, they were victors in the competition. Alas, they'll be back next year. Hard lines, lads, well played. But that is looking backwards. Let's look forwards now, because it is the bowl final. It's the 2 Royal Grammar Schools going head-to-head. 3 more pieces of silverware up for grabs, starting with the bowl.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, we spoke earlier today about RGS High Wycombe and the way that they can produce a bit of drama, didn't we? We might see a bit of that here today against RGS Newcastle, former champions, of course. But RGS High Wycombe have won this back in the 90s. There's a bit of history there for them.
You've got so much residual knowledge, and I love it. That is the whistle. The game's underway. Here's Will and Wilf with the commentary.
Hi there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Up now, we have the bowl final with RGS Newcastle taking on RGS High Wycombe. Great start for Newcastle as they've won a penalty just outside of High Wycombe's 22 and points already.
Mark's here. Yeah, so you can go there on your own line.
And here is Will back on lead comms, just like in 9 o'clock yesterday.
Blue and white.
Yeah. We're back to how it started, aren't we, Wolf? Welcome, welcome. glad to be back. Newcastle, an opportunity to take the lead. It will be Freddie Nichols, the vice captain. He's had trouble from the tee today. Let's see how he converts this one.
Eyes on. 22.
It's gone wide.
22. Gents behind, please.
We will restart with a 22 dropout. An interesting start to the game, Wolf.
That's tough from Newcastle. I think they've had a really, really good start there. They were rushed up so quickly, put great pressure on RGS High Wycombe from the kickoff. But this swirling wind doesn't help anyone.
Jack Lloyd dinks the ball over the heads of the Newcastle players.
And it's carried out onto the 5 metre. It's dead ball.
That was a clever kick from Lloyd.
What an excellent kick from Lloyd. I think Lloyd's been really influential. I've watched a fair bit of High Wycombe today, and I think that 9-10 partnership of Lloyd and Allison has been absolutely fantastic, and I think that is going to be the difference today. It's which 9-10 partnership can control the game better.
Nichols and Chaudhry, 9 and 10 for Newcastle. Both have also been influential for their respective side. We've mentioned it throughout the weekend. The game management of those half-backs, absolutely paramount if you want to do well. You can see in the background of your picture,
This man here.
Cheltenham
17.
underway in their fixture.
That is a poor penalty to give away. If you saw just there, it's number 17 for Newcastle, who has collapsed his scrum. It was a solid scrum for RGS High Wycombe. They were clearly away. It was at the back with their captain, the number 8, Pargetta, and still the 17 brought it down. And now what a platform this is for RGS High Wycombe.
Darville to throw in, feed this line out.
Advantage.
It is a get out of jail card there for Newcastle. High Wycombe knock it on in the line out. Pargetta just spilling it. Frustrating times for High Wycombe.
Pargetta's been excellent this whole tournament for High Wycombe, and that is unlucky from him. Perhaps a little bit of pressure in this bowl final getting to the young man.
Hold the push.
Now, how do Newcastle get out of this one? Scrum under pressure, well collected at the base by Venerous. He has been so influential for Newcastle this afternoon, their skipper.
Had a chat with some of the Newcastle boys earlier today. They were telling me all about Venerous. Apparently he's a top lad within the college. Ben Stevenson's the 13, called in the most handsome bloke in the school.
He was the reason that Newcastle are in this position. He was the difference. His kick, his try, in fact, in the semi-final, got them in sniffing distance of silverware.
Playing advantage, knocked on by White.
Sloppy line-outs so far, being the story of the game. As RGS High Wycombe recycle the ball.
Mother Nature not helping, of course. This breeze still as strong as ever. Lloyd feeding from the base of the line-out to the skipper, Paragetta.
Jen says no advantage, okay? There's a knock on there, but the first one's just over here.
No advantage. It will be a High Wycombe scrum. Bit of a bitty start. Lots of nerves bouncing around, you'd assume, Wolf.
It's a difficult game to call, really. There have been a lot of fixtures so far that have been tight. But these are two teams who I thought performed really well on day one. Thought Newcastle were so desperately unlucky to walk away with 3 wins. And High Wycombe, as I was talking to one of the lads earlier today on Co-Coms, have had a really good tournament. They've been really happy with how they've played. And I think they should fancy themselves in this tie.
Lloyd wrapped up at scrum time.
21, White, high tackle.
High tackle, however, from Matty Haynes, Newcastle. Discipline, discipline, discipline.
Matty Haynes, of course, a try scorer of the try of the tournament, in my opinion, against St Joseph's College, where he fended off 3 men and ran it in from 50 yards. But at fault there, and another great platform for Wycombe. It's almost exactly the same position as they were in earlier when they spilled it. This time the captain, Pargetter, will fancy himself.
Darville, this time finds Pargetter. This time they bring it down. RGS High Wycombe stick it under their jumper.
Advantage, 8 white collapsing.
Advantage High Wycombe. What can they do with it here?
Keep that mark for me, please, Baxter.
Evans to Sinclair. The centres are linking up well. Lloyd goes searching for it. Decides best to go alone. Another penalty. I'm sure it won't be too long before the ref starts to have a word with Newcastle about that discipline.
I think that's difficult there, and it's the captain as well, who needs to be on better behaviour than that, going high on his man. I think Lloyd's a bit lucky there that the penalty was given, of course, losing the ball so close to the Newcastle line. I think the 9 next time might find a meteor option on his outside than going alone. But chance of points here. I think that's a mature decision, and I think so far, young Alice Dunn has had a great day from the tee. He's been really influential. He's a natural 10. He's only moved to 9 because of the requirements of academy. They're full of 10s at his local academy. I believe it's Wasps. So he's experienced from the tee.
Jack Allison to put Wycombe ahead. Curls it round.
What a wonderful kick that was. Absolutely fantastic. We've seen so many kicks drift off to that left-hand side so far today, but Allison was having none of it. Fantastic curve on that.
Allison picks out his 7-iron. Well judged. Right into the hole. And Newcastle will need a response.
Backwards.
Backwards, says the referee. Back into the hands of Alex Darville for High Wycombe. Ball fled back out to Allison. Charged down, but is still in the hands of High Wycombe.
High Wycombe are very lucky there. That charge down could have gone anywhere.
Good tip off. 1, 2, 3. It is Turvey. Turvey and Pargetter linking up nicely there. The little 1-2.
Excellent play. Webber's unlucky there. He was the last man to hold that ball, and he's just spilled it. But excellent play. Just shows you what Pargetter can do when he's got the ball free in his hands. Excellent captain. The 2 number 8s facing off, both captains today. That is a great battle to keep your eye on.
Both of similar sort of characteristics as well. Working hard, always getting around the corner, always that last man on the training paddock. Leading by example. It's exactly what you want to see at schoolboy rugby.
Nichols has tapped there from the free kick, and away goes Matty Haynes.
Ball back inside again. Ill discipline this time for the men in blue and maroon.
There are 2 number 21s on the pitch today, but I do promise it's the longer-haired number 21 that is Matty Haynes.
Blue. Yeah, your mark.
Newcastle just selecting their options. It will be Bart Farrier who will carry. Throw, in fact. Ball collected. A hint of a knock on.
The ball was spilled there, but I don't think the referee believes it's gone forward.
That's a maul.
But the maul has been held up well by Wycombe.
Ball's available, says the referee. Ali Cook. He's been impressive so far this tournament.
Stevenson on the wraparound.
Here he is, breaking tackles for fun. Dan Stevenson.
Great defence there, though, by Wycombe, but they have given a penalty away.
Two blue, not let him run. Advantage.
Advantage, referee. Not going 10. Nichols was keen to get on with things. And I'm pretty sure there'll be a card here for James Murray.
No, it was difficult there. It was Ariane Daz who has attempted to stop the man early there. But that's what we'd all would do. That is what we'd all would do if we were faced scampering little 9 trying to take down our onside.
Little dab into the corner from Stevenson.
That move was fine. No.
Believe it or not, Dan Stevenson is still in lower 6th.
Dan Stevenson is terrifying. What a large specimen. I think they might maul it here, but if not, crash ball on Dan Stevenson. I think he might handle himself from 10 yards out.
Farrier needs to find his man. He doesn't. Instead, he finds High Wycombe. Instead, he finds James Murray.
It's half-time.
Half-time.
Onside.
Jack Lloyd smothered by Bart Farrier. Release, says the referee. Bart Farrier isn't doing that.
And roll away.
I think Lloyd has gotten slightly lucky again there. The referee's called for half-time.
Penalty.
But Lloyd has picked and goed instead.
We'll go back.
12 white, roll.
I don't really know if RGS have any other options other than to kick clear now.
12 white, roll.
They are, they're a man down, and they need to get rid of the ball. And that's exactly what they have done.
They do just that. Jack Allison says, I've seen enough. 12 minutes played overall. High Wycombe may be up on the score sheet, but at the moment they're playing with 14 men. A yellow card late into the first half. A shining light for Newcastle, who have looked promising. It's still a game very much in the balance, Wilf.
There's a side of two halves, really. You had really good pressure from High Wycombe going into the game, and then Newcastle just found their feet. I think they were blown away a little bit by how strong RGS High Wycombe were, but Newcastle really got into it. It's interesting to see how the momentum will swing into the second half in what is a 3-point game.
Still very much all to play for. We are fighting here for the bowl final. Another piece of silverware up for grabs. Newcastle look prepared. They look refocused. They look sharp, as do Wycombe.
I think Wycombe need to start this second half with some real ferociousness, some real violence, I think, because Newcastle, they'll come out the gates just like they did in that first half, force that early turnover, but Wycombe worked their way into the game slowly. And I don't know, now that Newcastle are fresh, now that they've had a half of rugby to build, I don't know if Wycombe will be given those 5 minutes to work their way into the game. I think they need to start as strong as they can.
It will be Jack Allison, whose boots will get us back underway. Well taken. Very well taken by Saul McQueen of Newcastle. However, the ball seems to be back in the grasp of RGS High Wycombe. Lloyd darts back the other way. Takes it in himself and once again loses the ball. Maybe a message to RGS High Wycombe. Jack, just stop doing that.
Lloyd has been an excellent tournament and he's a fantastic 9, but so far in this game he's taken it in 3 times. He's been turned over once, he's been stripped once, and he was held up in a maul down that corner before the end of the first half. He saw the space, he made ground, but if he doesn't have the support, he can't be going in on his own.
You're on the halfway.
It will be a Newcastle ball dead on halfway. The wind starting to pick up once again may affect How Bart Farrier finds his man. They go to the back.
Excellent line-out ball there.
Off the top. Ali Cook. Now out wide. They've got numbers if they need it. They're going to use
Haynes.
it.
It's Haynes again. Haynes is off on another one. He really fancies this afternoon, does Haynes.
High tackle. Matty Haynes, he's on it today. A crucial decision. They're going for the corner. Does that just shows real ambition, doesn't it, Wilf?
I think the Stevensons trust this pack to get forward. And I think they've got a long half ahead of them to possibly win another 3 points. I don't want to call it too early, but they've got lots of time to make their way back into Wycombe's half and knock 3 over. I think, you know, when they've still got 8 minutes left in this half, I think that probably is why they've decided to go for the corner. They've got lots of time.
Farrier had an amazing line out moments ago. This time it's gone over the top. Who's going to get to it first? It looks like it might have been Roberts. No, it's advantage. Penalty advantage. High Wycombe. They're going to dink a ball over the top. Where's it going to go? To no avail. We'll come back for the penalty. Now, we have the benefit of hindsight there, Wolf. Do you think that potentially Newcastle might be kicking themselves a little bit after making that previous decision?
If Newcastle lose this game, moments like that will be looked back on. If they come from behind now and score 4 tries for the end of the half, we won't remember it.
Lovely connection from Jack Allison. Does hit our commentary stand. Allison, we need this equipment. Please try not to hit it.
We're still intact. We're still here.
Just about.
I was talking about Kai Lynn the other day with my Wycombe player had in the commentary box. Best trim in the tournament, according to him.
Afros are plenty. The hair waving in the wind. Jack Lloyd looking for the ball. It's come out the other way. Illegally, says the referee.
That's unlucky there. Reece James has just seen that ball pop out the side and thought, I'll have that. But it's still part of that ruck. And that'll be a penalty to RGS High Wycombe.
Allison to find touch again. Is it going to stay in? Ooh,
what an unbelievable kick
from Zach Old to no avail.
That was an unbelievable kick. It hung in the air. Zach Old saw it and thought, this is coming straight down my throat. And then the wind just pulled it into touch, bang on 5 metres out. And I think High Wycombe will really back their set piece here.
This could be the hammer blow. High Wycombe. The maul gets rumbling.
Taken down by your own man.
Taken down by your own man, says the referee.
Onside.
Ball is available for Jack Lloyd. Picks his options. It's the skipper. Penalty, RGS Newcastle. Wow, what a moment.
It's been a game of 2 halves, really. You've had Newcastle putting the pressure on, riding up to High Wycombe side. It's coming our way. That's just cleared the commentary box, I think. What a nudge from Stevenson. But it's been a game of 2 halves, really. You had High Wycombe under all that pressure in their 5 metre. Newcastle just couldn't do away with it. They were wasteful with the ball. And there was a massive opportunity there for High Wycombe to extend their lead, and they haven't done enough with it.
It will be Bart Farrier to throw all the way to the back. Again, it's gone over. Again, it's into the arms of High Wycombe. And now they can move it out through the hands towards Sinclair. Sinclair, he's still going. Advantage, says the referee. High tackle.
That was great movement from Sinclair. He got on that right foot step, did it on the outside of the centres of Newcastle, made some great ground and needed a high tackle to bring him down.
Allison points to the sticks.
This could be a big moment. This is something Newcastle decided against doing just moments ago at 12 minutes on the clock. Here we are, 4 minutes later, and it could be Allison again to extend the lead for High Wycombe.
Just in line with me.
The wind will play a part, however. This kick is not relatively far out, but it is at a tighter angle. The wind blowing in his face. Jack Allison, he's been here before.
I think with this strong wind, if he nails this conversion for this penalty, it would be absolutely fantastic. I think it would be one of the hardest kicks of the tournament against the wind, all the way on that far side.
Allison. Off the upright, as close as you can get into Newcastle arms.
What a fantastic
collective
effort.
sigh of relief from all the people in red, white and black. The ball flung out wide.
What a mistake that could be from the Newcastle man. A forward pass inside your own 22. You've just got out of jail following what was a spectacular effort off the boot. And it was an exemplary pass. It went to hand and the man was in behind. But you can't be risking things like that in this weather with this wind so close to your own line.
Crouch! Bind!
Scrum.
Find on his back, okay, not on his shoulder, stopping him coming in.
Referee not too pleased. We'll have it again.
Crouch! Bind! Set! Hold! Right, gents, we need to sort this out, okay?
Dark arts being formed by the men in the front row. Scary stuff. I know I wouldn't want to be trapped inside there, Wilf.
Well, I've played front row for a number of years. I'm still playing there now, and it never gets any easier. Nor do I ever understand what I'm supposed to be doing.
And if Wilf doesn't understand, no one can.
Stay bound.
Jack Lloyd comes away with the ball, but also comes away with Reece James on his backside.
Jack Lloyd, oh no. Jack Lloyd's had a fantastic tournament and no one could take that away from him, but that's the 4th time he's been involved in lost ball for High Wycombe so far.
Okay, gents, nice and straight, okay?
Newcastle now have the feed. It was well worked by their replacement scrum half, Reece James. That's how they got into this position. He will now feed this scrum. Putting it under his second row's toes. Venerous gets the ball wide. They're going to ship it here. In to Matty Haynes. The ball back to Stevenson. Good counter-ruck from High Wycombe, however. They've ended up with the ball. Yes, they have. Stevenson playing the ball on the floor. That's unlucky for Newcastle.
They didn't get the meters they wanted on the outside. They didn't make that break, and they didn't have the forward pack. They weren't able to come across from that set piece. When you have a scrum and you play to an edge, absolutely fine, but your backs have got to commit to that ruck because the forwards just won't be able to get there. And they haven't, and they've been countered, and Allison's put RGS High Wycombe back into the corner.
Roughly 30 seconds to go here. This is last chance saloon. Newcastle will need to do the full 90 metres if they want to run away from Ipswich with any silverware. They've done well to begin with.
Hands off, Blue!
They've got the ball back. That's a start. Reece James. It's been smothered back by James Murray.
That's time.
That's time. Jack Lloyd dumps the ball into touch. RGS High Wycombe with the victory, with the bowl, with the silverware. And Wilf, you can only say that RGS Newcastle, although they played well, they lost that game. High Wycombe didn't win it.
RGS Newcastle had penalties inside of High Wycombe's half, and that is where they wasted them. They had the opportunities. It was only 3 points in it, but you've got to give fair play to RGS High Wycombe. They worked hard. They kept the ball in possession, and for these last few phases, they've not given Newcastle a sniff. Despite the odd mistakes, they've kept them in it. I think they've had excellent performances there. Their captain, number 8, was fantastic. I think that, as always, Allison's been exceptional. He's had a fantastic tournament. And I think that forward pack have just worked hard in defence, and they've worked hard at the set piece to steal the ball back and ruin Newcastle's day. I think at the end of the day, They do deserve it. They took the 3 points and Newcastle did not.
The boot of Jack Allison proving to be the difference. Final score here on pitch 1, RGS High Wycombe 3, RGS Newcastle 0. Now we're going to head over to Dave and Angus, who will be giving us a bit of a rundown of what just went on.
Thank you very much, Will. Yes, we are pitch side in the glorious sunshine here. About as dramatic as it could be without going to penalties again, Angus. RGS Newcastle 0, RGS High Wycombe 3.
Well, I'll tell you what, this new format is producing some close games, isn't it? It's nail-biting stuff on the touchlines. I hate to even imagine what it would be like on the field of play.
Absolutely incredible stuff. And all the games worthy of a final, really. And this has been pretty much the story throughout the day. Throughout the tournament, we've not had a huge amount of runaway victories. Rugby is constantly looking for new formats, professional rugby, that is. Maybe there's one right under their nose.
Yeah, that could well be true. I mean, it seems that this shortened time frame, the pressure's on to get points on the board early. We saw that from RGS High Wycombe in this final. Get points on the board, make your opposition come out and beat you. If you can control the territory, you've got a great chance. RGS High Wycombe, brilliant.
Well, we have been there's a rope you can see just in the distance there. That's where we stand and watch the games. It's mostly parents, family members, close friends. I mean, if you think it's tense out on the pitch, how tense is it in the crowd? Everyone is living and breathing every carry, every tackle, every point. It's a fabulous atmosphere.
It really is, and you almost feel like as a neutral, you're intruding on other people's territory and other people's emotions. You feel like you need to be very careful about what you say, but the tension's just brilliant, and it makes for fantastic rugby, fantastic occasion. It's really showcasing the best of school rugby. It shows how much these guys absolutely love and care about what they're doing.
We have the plate and the trophy final still to come here on pitch number 1. It is the plate final next. It's Kirkham versus Hampton, two teams that a lot of people fancied to go on to the latter stages of the trophy. It's not the trophy, but it is a seriously contested piece of silverware, and this is going to be a seriously contested final.
Well, absolutely. I mean, as you say there, two teams that many people thought would contest the trophy final, and I think that shows the quality of this plate final. It's a plate in name only. This is a trophy final. It just happens to be in the plate. Kirkham Grammar School on day 1, pick of the bunch. Hampton, many people's dark horses. They meet in this plate final. I couldn't predict a winner. It's going to be absolutely fantastic either way.
Well, this just shows that the new format works, and hopefully it sticks around. The teams have contested 2 trophies over the years. There's 4 now. It has led to, as you said before, a 25% chance of winning something, and it's brought the best out of all of these teams. It's a last throw of the dice for these two. Usually, I wouldn't ask you for a prediction. I'm not going to ask you for a prediction. Scores, what are we saying? 1 score either way?
Well, if the last few games are anything to go by, we'll be lucky if there's a score at all. I think we'll see a try. I'm confident we'll see a try. These two play a nice brand of rugby. We'll see one.
That is about as neutral a prediction as I've ever got from anybody. But we will be picking through the bones of this one. Like all of the games here, it could go to penalties, but it will be 10 minutes each way to decide who will be the victor. It is Kirkham versus Hampton. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. We have more silverware to fight for. Hampton versus Kirkham. These two came to this tournament with high expectations, both falling short in their respective semi-finals. Gives them a chance to fight for the plate. I am once again joined by Wilf. Wilf, first of all, a little word on what we just saw. High Wycombe, once again, coming away with a victory, and you can only hope that we get that sort of tense atmosphere in this game.
Absolutely, 2 former champions in the last fixture, and of course finalists in 2019, Kirkham and Hampton. Great pedigree in this tournament, in this fixture as well. I think the last game was incredibly tense. 3 points in it, the only points scored. I think Newcastle were really unlucky. I think they played really well, but I think High Wycombe did have the edge on them. They made the right decisions, and that's what it's going to come down to today. These boys don't usually play 10-minute fixtures, and that is something that you can understand from a perspective of someone who's played before. 10 minutes is not a long time in a game of rugby, and it's not a lot of time to get points on the board, and that's what's going to make the difference between these two teams. It's going to be that number 10, Connor Cross for Hampton, see how many kicks he can nail. But, of course, Finley Rogers has had an excellent game and an excellent weekend for Kirkham as well.
Let's have a look at the teams. For Hampton, key people to keep an eye on. Nico Luckman. He is the joint top try scorer for Hampton in their 2021 season. Marcus Taylor as well, the young scrum half, made his first 15 debut yesterday. What a place to be, making your debut at the St Joe's College Festival. He will hope to provide an impact at scrum half.
I'm really excited about Ethan Knight and Connor Cross, really. Ethan Knight, the captain, great leader. Connor Cross had a fantastic tournament so far for Hampton.
And into Kirkham, we can't really look past 3 and 7. Patrice Bell, Yande and Konge, both players, giants, absolute beasts on the rugby pitch, bolstering through people like nobody's business, opening up holes, creating space for the likes of Tom Lee, Effin Edwards and Josh Lynch to get their legs running and going. Finley Rogers as well will be marshalling everything at 10, but make sure that you don't take your eye off Nkonge and Bell. Those two will be absolutely instrumental for Kirkham as they enter the fray.
Yande Nkonge, I believe, is now wearing the number 8 shirt from his original number 7. We'll keep a lookout for that. And yeah, of course, Patrice Bell, absolute monster, proper good unit. That's what you like to see at this level. And I've been really impressed by Dan Harrison, Finley Rogers as a partnership. I'm really looking forward to how they play today. And yeah, Tom Lee and Effin Edwards, very physical on both wings. Kirkham aren't famed for their jouet rugby, but at this tournament they've loved to play. They've been fantastic, and they've loved going coast to coast, hitting the wide channels, and that's what we hope to see today.
Nkonge and Ethan Knight captaining their respective teams. Look at this. This is what it means. This is schoolboy rugby at its finest.
This is big for Kirkham. There's plenty of Kirkham old boys here today, guys who have come down with the Ealing Trailfinders, and they'll remember their sole appearance at this competition in 2019 when they went all the way to the final, only to be stopped by Finn Baxter's Wellington side. Well, they've not got Finn Baxter in front of them today, but they have got a fantastic Hampton team.
Connor Cross will get us underway. Fed back to Finley Rogers. Those two will be absolutely instrumental for their particular sides this afternoon.
Especially how important the tee has become in the closing stages. We've seen multiple 3-0 wins, 6-6 for St Joseph's College against Craigs, and another draw with a failure to convert against Worcester. I think it's really crucial that these two 10s get their kicking boots absolutely tightly on today.
The ball available for Hampton. They swing it into the midfield. Gellety out wide. Now it's Lynch out to Nico Luckman. Luckman.
And that's not a good start for Aaron Pope. High tackle there. Kirkham is so physical. We know how physical Kirkham are, and the defence has been solid so far this tournament. But they've got to work hard to keep penalties away at this part of the pitch, especially when you've got someone like Cross, who's got an excellent kick on his boot. We'll see here, look at this replay here. It's a difficult tackle, that is. It's a difficult tackle because the number 11 for Hampton, he's getting down low. But it's always a penalty if you're hitting above the shoulder. And this is an exceptionally difficult kick to make. So far out, with such a windy day, if he slots this, it'll be kick of the day by an absolute mile.
Connor Cross, the London Irish Academy graduate. Irish qualified, English qualified, and I'm sure we'll see him in green or white very, very soon. He's that good. Jamie Benson wore this shirt before him. He's now pushing in the Harlequin squad, mixing around the likes of Marcus Smith, Tommy Allen, Connor Cross, looking to follow in his footsteps. Fades wide. We're talking inches, Wilf.
That was an exceptional knock. I think he just had to learn a little bit from the last fixture, where it's a kick in the same position. You've just got to bend it with the wind. You've got to use the elements to your advantage there. It was a great nudge. With no wind, that's going straight through the sticks. But you've got to adapt to the circumstances.
Rogers resumes the game into the hands of Tom Sim, the vice-captain for this Hampton team. Cross out the back door to Ethan Knight, the skipper, ducking and diving, evading Kirkham defence. Cross once again tips the ball off nice to Hopley. Hopley wrestles to gain those extra metres. Still going, Hopley. Well played by the number 6.
That's great fight on the floor there.
McNamara.
Penalty advantage now for Hampton as well.
Offside. Kirkham's discipline really costing them now.
Harry Thompson there has got to get another foot back onside. These referees are so sharp and they've got linesmen to help them out. You give away penalties inside this half, you're in trouble. Although they've not opted for the kick here.
Connor Cross decides against the posts, looks towards the corner. I'm sure you can remember, Wilf, from one of our earlier games this weekend, just how dominant Hampton were at maul time. I'm sure we'll see that once again today.
I think it all comes down to McCann's throw first. In these conditions, it's been really difficult today. But Kirkham v Hampton is going to be a really difficult contest in there. They've got a great maul.
Donaldson rises highest. Early shove from Kirkham. They were trying to get ahead of the game, but they've done it illegally. Early.
That is certainly one way to stop Hampton's maul. Is hit the number 20 in the air, but unfortunately that is not legal.
Post called.
Now this is a much more achievable kick for someone as talented as Cross. You see, he's even made it a little bit further away for himself, make it more simple for him, but no, this is definitely a kick he should be converting with some ease.
No pressure now, Connor.
Commentator's curse, I know, but I'm back the young lad.
No, because the penalty's always on the 15, they can take it back.
And Kongi getting no love off the referee there.
Cross for Hampton to take the lead. This time he dissects the uprights. It is a 3-point game, quarter of the way through the match. Hampton 3, Kirkham 0.
Well deserved, I think. Kirkham a really strong side, everyone knows that, but Hampton have played well. They've been on the front foot. Discipline has not been perfect for Kirkham. And Hampton have worked hard, and they've used that to advantage. And when you've got a kicker like Cross, you're always in danger of conceding 3.
Josh Lynch is regathered well by Effin Edwards.
Effin Edwards has gone almost all the way there.
Ducking and diving. Hugh Davies picked the ball up. Here they go. Patrice Bell. We spoke about him before the game and the impact he could have. Still Kirkham. Oh, the referee says it's been held up.
That was a great response from Kirkham, though. Straight off the kickoff, Kirkham's number 14, Edwards. He's got great feet, great little fend to get away. And then the forwards, who are usually so clinical from there, just not worked for them. Perhaps rushing it, perhaps needed a few more phases to build a base. But chance for clearance now.
A Hampton hand preventing Kirkham from taking the lead.
It's been kicked on there by Thompson.
Little nudge through to ensure that Hampton can regain the ball from the goal line dropout. Ethan Knight drops it back to Cross, who hangs it into the Ipswich sky. Recollected by Kirkham. Hugh Davies. Patrice Bell evades one, can't evade the second.
Great yardage from Patrice Bell.
Josh Lynch fires it across to his captain and Conge. Ball still alive through Harry Thompson. Tells the Hampton boys to take a seat. Theo Bishop off to the big man.
That's a heavy collision. Great defence from Hampton so far.
Bell once again involved. Bishop getting the ball away quickly to Lynch. Here he is, Hugh Davies. Carrying it inside the 22. This is more promising from Kirkham, who are down on the scoreboard.
That's a lovely ball across there. Numbers if they pass it now.
Picked up, Causey. Options now. Back inside to Harry Thompson. Back inside once more to Pope. Bell once again takes the tackles on.
Patrice Bell has been chopped down there absolutely fantastically by Hampton. The Kirkham still making yardage.
Ball going wide. Back on the inside. Hugh Davies ever so close. One more phase should do it. William Riley.
Tackle there.
Tackle there, says the referee. Getting close now. Patience is needed. Try. And who else but Patrice Bell?
Lovely little finish there. Really difficult work there from Hampton. They made it really hard for Kirkham. They worked their hardest. Kirkham going back and forth, took it to an edge, took it to the other edge. They played really expansive rugby there, and it worked for them, made them meters. And then, of course, it's just the physicality of Riley, Petrell, and Bell, and Conge, these physical figures. They're making meters every time they pick. And then with the backs laid out, it's really quick thinking from Bell just to touch down when no one was looking.
Textbook Kirkham. Converted well by Josh Lynch.
Those 2 points are going to be so crucial when it comes to crunch time because they are out of penalty range. Only a try will do it for Hampton. And let's be honest, they've not really pressured too hard on Kirkham's line. They've had penalties in the 22, but they've chosen to kick instead of going hard on that line out because it hasn't worked for them when they have tried that.
Zach Gellety, the number 12, to restart the game.
Okay.
Connor Cross has made way. Brown leader, Jamie Brown leader, is on. Ball recollected by Kirkham. Hugh Davies making his way through the black and gold wall. The try scorer, Patrice Bell.
Time is up.
Time is up, says the referee. Kirkham want more, however. William Riley, the latest. Lynch back inside to Campbell. Campbell still going. Lynch across the face, and Conge, lovely turn of pace, back inside to Davies. Oh, but it's game-changing stuff. Hampton have turned over the ball, and you've got to say, Kirkham had an opportunity to kick it out.
That was a really threatening attack. They really did have momentum, and it's so important for Hampton to slow that down. But they've decided they want a break, and they want waters on, and they want to reassess.
Interesting call from Hampton. They've seen enough.
Look at this ball inside here from Lee on that far side. It's excellent work. And he even instigates the roll. It's good stuff on the floor from Davies, but excellent turnover there from Hampton.
Ethan Knight, the captain, leading from the front. However, his team are behind on the score sheet. A try late in the first half from Patrice Bell puts the score at Hampton 3, Kirkham 7. Another look at this try, Wolf.
It's so physical. Riley's done really well. They made lots of metres, so has Davies, and they're so close to the line now. They're pushing over on in the ruck, and then this is just quick thinking. This is exactly what you need in crunch time, in big finals. You need men who know where to find the white line. And that's all it takes. And tries are so hard to come by in these finals. This is the first try in any of the finals we've seen, other than the two, St Joe's and King's Worcester. This is the first try of this game. They're so difficult to come by. And we really do need Hampton to step up now if they want to get close to that white line. 2 penalties might be enough, but that is a lot to ask of Cross.
Waters back off. Hampton still discussing. They're ready now. Kirkham are ready now.
Kirkham is in vantage, Curtin. I think both sides have had good halves. I think that Kirkham possibly had the stronger half. They were in Hampton's red zone for longer. But this game is not decided, not even close. There's plenty more to come from both of these teams.
Josh Lynch. Time's not on. Calm down, boys. Let's take a break.
Hampton, are you ready?
Now we're ready. Whistle goes. Ball in the air. We're back underway. Caught well by Ethan Knight.
No hands!
Seems like a bit of an injury in the backfield, but Brownleader won't mind.
The wind has picked that kick up, but it's still a great nudge to find touch, relieve that pressure.
Ethan Knight has also got up a little bit timidly. Both seem okay to carry on, however.
That's one man that Hampton can't afford to lose. Ethan Knight's got something special. He's got some magic, and he is a leader, both in attack and defence.
Tom Hode to feed this line out. Goes to the middle. Well collected by the engine room. The drive repelled by Hampton. This is good maul defence from Hampton. Kirkham break away. The darting run of Dan Harris.
High tackle there, but to be fair, when you are Harris's size, slightly easier to be high tackled at times.
Post called.
You've chosen points.
They're not happy. The forwards were not happy with the call of posts. The forwards backed themselves from 5 yards out, but Lynch backs himself as well. See a replay here, this lovely little darting run. He's got away well from his man, and as he ducks his head, it's just a high tackle. And in games as tight as this, you can't afford to give penalties away inside your own half.
Theo Bishop it was with the darting run. As you mentioned, Wilf, Kirkham forwards back themselves to go to the corner, but once the tee is on, you can't change your mind. Referee enforcing that rule.
And it would be a massive 3 points. Only 8 minutes left in this game.
Josh Lynch.
Not too many left-footers on display today.
Well judged, very well judged indeed. Celebrations galore. Necessary celebrations. Kirkham nudging Hampton further away from the plate. Well left by Nkonge. Frustrations, Gennady on the full. Hampton just really haven't turned up in the second half, have they, Wolf?
When things aren't going your way, you just need calm heads, you need structured play, you need hard work in defence. And they were ready. The Hampton boys were up. It was a great chase. But in this wind, it's so difficult to judge.
Don't forget, right after this game, we have the main event. Milfield versus Brighton to find out which team will be walking away with the trophy from St Joseph's College. Festival 2021. But for now, we have a plate to decide. Bishop flings the ball out, well collected by Evan Edwards.
That's really well held by Edwards. If he spills that, Hampton are under the sticks. There's 3 defenders in front of him.
William Riley, the latest to carry, offloads to his fellow forwards. Hampton, however, have the penalty. This could be a turning point.
That is a new rule, a relatively new rule, where you're rolling on the floor is so tightly watched by the referees nowadays. He's rolled once to get the ball on his own side. They'll allow that, but the second roll is movement on the floor, and it's a penalty.
Brown leader will look to thump this one into touch. No.
What a shot that is by Hampton's blindside winger.
Nico Luckman introduces himself to Evan Edwards.
Straight out.
Straight out. Hampton have got away with that, you've got to say.
That is difficult. That was the wind dispelled Hampton from that sideline, and then what would have been a fantastic box on another day. Made absolutely loads of ground, but it just didn't skin inside that touch.
Have a look at that.
Lovely shot from Luckman there on a big man on that blindside wing.
Nico Luckman with a rib tickler. That's going to hurt in the morning.
What a platform this is, though, for Hampton to get back in the game. Get them on level terms.
There you go.
Looks like Tom Sim to throw. The ball remaining in the grasp of the men in black and gold. Acela capturing the ball. Brown leader. Hints of a high tackle.
The crowd certainly felt so, and the ref has given it.
Lehman, no advantage. 5 minutes to go. Interesting to see what they do with this.
4 minutes of regular time, so if they were to go for the penalty here, they're an unconverted score from away from it. But do they think they can get into this area again? And if they don't, then they've got to go for the corner.
Max Lehman heads to the corner, slightly shanks his kick. They won't make too many meters, pretty much back where they were before.
They've not made loads of ground, but it's still a great platform. We'll just have another look at this high tackle. Flash ball across, but it's dropped there. And they've come back for the penalty. High tackle there, it's a double shot, and it is dangerous, to be fair. I think they're lucky the referee's not having another look at that.
Connor Cross has made his way off the pitch. He will not be returning. He is heading towards the clubhouse.
Massive shot there off the base of the line out, but Hampton have done well to look after the ball.
Brown leader, testing ball for his number 8.
Almost exceptionally well held, but these are the moments where you need to be looking after the ball better.
James Morgan just couldn't collect it from his kneecaps. It will be a Kirkham scrum, and you've got to say, well, Hampton got opportunity after opportunity after opportunity.
This is a great platform here, as you can see, and the flashed ball across. It seems like it's dipped a little in the wind, but it's not been held, and it did need to be. That needed to just go to hand, rebuild the phases, and try testing Kirkham out wide, which Hampton haven't done yet.
Kirkham will have the feed. Theo Bishop, ball in hand. He's been electric since he's come on.
Play away.
Hugh Davies arrives on the base of the scrum. Hungry for Hampton boys. Riley.
Release.
Causey, in fact, makes way. And Conge. Already searching. Those weak shoulders appearing. Kirkham boys licking their lips. The ball out the back. Lynch flashes it across the front.
He's just been done for rolling again. He's not released on the floor, and the props try to spin. He's rolled twice, but because the man is over the ball, you can't roll once the ball has been claimed. They were hands-on, and he's tried to evade him on the floor. And another great opportunity for Hampton. Perhaps Kirkham didn't need to be playing with the ball within their own half. Perhaps they could have just used this wind to get rid and chase it upfield and put pressure on Hampton, who have yet to go wide in this game.
Instead, it is deja vu. We are back on the 22 with a Hampton line out. This time, McAnza is back on the field and will feed. How will that change things? They want the full 7, the full complement.
It takes a brave squad to form a maul against Kirkham.
I'm standing on the middle. In you come, please. Another step. There you go. He's fine.
There it goes. Not straight, says the referee.
Option, it's not straight.
Goodness me. Tricky times for Hampton.
I think Hampton might be running out of time here. Only a minute left on our clock. And Hampton needs 7 points just to stay in the game. And I don't know now, without ball in hand, if they can manage it. They'll want Kirkham to kick now straight away to get ball back. Or do they back themselves to force a turnover? But either way, Hampton need ball and need it really quickly.
A reminder that if this game does end up all square at the final whistle, we will go to a kickoff. We've already had 3 today. Why not have 4?
Hampton, step up, please.
The penalty shootout's made its appearance a number of times. Something Kirkham will be hoping to avoid.
Set.
Fed in by Bishop. Davies goes down the blind side. Out the back to Lynch. Time is up, says the referee. Latera for Hampton. For Hampton. That's the game. A Kirkham victory. We thought at the start of this morning that we might be saying that at the end of the trophy final, but no, we're saying it after the plate. A disappointing morning followed by a more successful afternoon.
Yeah, I think Kirkham were really unlucky against Denstone. Denstone side, he played amazingly well. I'll be over on pitch 2 to watch Denstone in action again in the 3rd, 4th playoff game straight after this on the pitch 2 live stream, but I'll leave you here for action from the cup final, the main event. It's Milfield against Brighton, a 0-0 on day 1. Let's see if they have more in store this time. Overall, a great game on this pitch. It was a Bell try, the only difference, a man we highlighted before the game, and the boot of Cross could not carry Hampton over the line. Well done, Kirkham, they deserve some set piece, and we'll hand over now. It'll be Dave again to give us a match rundown and a little highlight ahead of the next game on pitch 1.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are stood in the sunshine. It is glorious here. 3 finals down, 1 to go. But let's talk about that one, Angus. 10-3, Kirkham, much fancied to maybe lift the trophy, but they do leave with some silverware, and that is a fabulous victory here.
It absolutely is. And I told you there'd be a try, and we got one.
Yes, there was one try.
I was bound to get something right this weekend. No, Kirkham have been brilliant all weekend. As I said, on Saturday, they were many people's sort of pick of the day and a lot of people's favourites. For Sunday, it didn't work out that way for them, but tremendous performance in the final, keeping Hampton at bay. We know how dangerous Hampton are. Fantastic work from Kirkham.
Well, we got thrown into a last-minute commentary due to a penalty shootout, and we were talking about how to manage a game, and we saw exactly that from Kirkham. They had one opportunity to score. They took the 3 points. It was a difficult kick. They slotted it. It seems as though once you get your noses in front, psychologically, you're in a much better place, much easier place, and they were able to manage the game from there.
Absolutely, and that's the key at this tournament. And in fact, while that game was going on, I had a bit of a conversation with one of the coaches for the 2 finalists. I won't tell you which one yet, but they were saying exactly that point. The key is get yourself ahead early and then play sensible, play smart. You should do all right, and that's exactly what Kirkham Grammar School did, and that's what they've been doing all weekend. They're a smart team. They understand that they can physically impose themselves, and they have the quality to be able to do it. They showed that, they got themselves ahead, and then they just game managed to perfection.
You said you won't tell me yet. Does that mean if that coach wins, there'll be a grand reveal and you'll say, I told you so, it was great coaching and it was all about your pep talk beforehand?
Well, you know, I like to claim credit for these things.
What about Hampton then? Runners-up in the final. How do you think they'll assess their weekend here at St Joe's?
I think they've had a strong weekend, unbeaten on day one, which I think any side has got to be happy with. That's always a strong performance. Into day two, you're into a bit of a knockout lottery. Could have gone either way for them on their way here, just losing out. Got themselves into the plate, got themselves to the final. They've done about as well as they could have hoped. They might have liked better. Good turnout for them. They've played fantastically well and they've done themselves proud.
In tournament rugby, these sort of weekend tournaments, whether it's the 15-a-side here at St Joe's, or one of the various 10-a-sides, or the 7s later in the season, Kirkham always seem to be in the latter stages, there or thereabouts. It's a brand of rugby that not many of these teams play because they're absolutely nails, but they just seem to be really versatile in these shortened formats of the game.
They really do, and these shortened formats mean a lot to them because they get to play sides they don't often play, and they're really up for it. They regularly have a very good side, and sometimes just by geography and the circuit they're on, they don't always get to necessarily demonstrate that against other top sides regularly. When they get into tournaments, they get that opportunity, and they feel like they've got a bit of a chip on their shoulder, I think. They want to prove that they are that top side, and they've absolutely done so this weekend.
Well, they've proved it, and they will leave as plate champions, which means 3 finals down, 1 to go. It is the big one. Every team that arrives here on Friday ahead of Saturday dreams of lifting the trophy at St Joe's. Before we talk about the match, let's talk about where the St Joseph's Festival ranks in terms of schools rugby, what it means to not just the teams that are here, but the teams who have ambitions of being here, because it's a pretty closed shop, because it's only the very best of the best. Where would you say that the St Joseph's Festival fits and sits in terms of schoolboy rugby?
I think it has become the most significant 15-a-side tournament in schoolboy rugby. There have been other tournaments in the past, the Champions Trophy, which sadly no longer exists. The Schools Cup is obviously a big event, but it's not as populated as others. The St Joseph's Festival is very, very difficult, and this last sort of, going back to probably sort of 2017, 2016, they've started to really populate it with some of the strongest sides in the country. I think it's an incredible achievement to win here. It really does set you out as one of the top sides in the country, if not the top side in the country. It is brutally difficult. When you say the minutes to people, it doesn't often sink in, but when you stop and start and go again, and each of those minutes is an intense physical experience, it's really, really tough. And I genuinely think it's the hardest achievement in schoolboy rugby at the moment.
And to win it, to lift the actual trophy, you effectively have to win 6 games against the best opposition in the country. You can't have an off 5 minutes, let alone half, let alone a match. If you lose a game on day one, the likelihood is you're going to drop down a tier. But it was interesting you mentioned the Champions Trophy there, because the very first winners of the Champions Trophy were Milfield in 2000, a couple of years ago, and they are about to set foot on pitch number 1 here for the final against Brighton College, a mouth-watering encounter.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic. And these two sides met on the first day and drew 0-0. So if we get that, I mean, we could be ending on penalties again. Our hearts will be in tatters, fingernails gone, all the rest of it, lips chewed. Let's not go through that again. But it'll be a fantastic game. These are two great sides that traditionally play a really expansive brand of rugby. Brighton have tightened things up a little bit for this tournament, playing to their strengths a little bit. Milfield, you're going to have to work hard to get Milfield to tighten things up. They love to chuck it around, and in fly half Sam Harris, they've got a player that can do that really nicely. I'm really looking forward to it.
I'm just looking around. There aren't any floodlights around the ground here at St Joseph's, so if we do go deep into penalties, I might have to get the car with the full beams on so we can highlight the pitch. It's fascinating, the fact that we could have a 0-0. We've had 0-0s, 3-0s, 6-0s, 5-0s. Usually in a game of rugby, if you're looking at a score draw or no score draw, you're thinking, oh, this is the most boring thing I've ever seen. We've had some incredible draws, as we can hear the crowd picking up their voices behind us as Milfield take the pitch. They seem to have the loudest supporters. But that's the thing, isn't it? If you get a draw, it's an attritional battle. It's certainly not boring, and we've not had a boring match all weekend.
No, absolutely not. I mean, we've had a lot of draws, but part of the reason we've had draws is because the time format is so condensed that everyone is going hell for leather for that sort of 20-minute period. It's really incredibly intense. And that means that when you get these draws, it's because teams haven't had enough time to score, not because they haven't got the ability or the willing to score. So it's a very different sort of 0-0 to a 0-0 over the course of an 80-minute game.
Well, we are on the halfway line. We've got the best seats in the house. You couldn't make it, but we will bring you live and uninterrupted coverage of this St. Joseph's Trophy final. We will have a winner. It might come after 20 minutes. It might come after penalties, but one of these teams will leave as the trophy champion. It's Brighton College versus Milfield, and here's Will Roberts with the commentary.
Thank you, Dave. Well, my goodness. It has taken a while for us to get here, but after 18 months of no schoolboy rugby, we have a final on our hands. The creme de la creme of the UK schoolboy scene. Milfield, Brighton College. They've had to tackle a lot of top-class sides, both yesterday and today, to get to this position. But that doesn't matter now. It's all about the next 20 minutes or so. And myself and Phil will be with you to take it and to talk you through it all. Well, Phil, my goodness, what a weekend we have had.
Yeah, unbelievable. Just amazing to be back at St. Joe's Festival. We've got the Brighton team up there. Formidable back row there of Vanda and the talisman Captain Smith, who's had a great tournament. Wouldn't be surprised to see him in the mix for player of the tournament. Harry Brown, England under 18. He's got about 4 tries with a combined yardage of about 6 metres, I'd have thought. As Angus said about Brighton tightening it up. And Charlie Clare at 9's a little firecracker. And keep your eye on Zach Coxon, who's proven to have the nerves of steel, as he showed on that first day of that last gasp conversion, sending the host St. Joe's out. But Brighton haven't won this since 2017 when Marcus Smith's name was on the player of the tournament trophy. But can they repeat history? They're going to be up against it though. Strong Milfield side packed with talent, and watching them earlier, they can skin a cat in many different ways. They've got some strong ball carriers. Number 3, Ellis Baker. He's a formidable ball carrier there. Sam Kerwin at 9, getting that ball away nice and quickly. But the difference maker at the moment has proven to be Sam Harris, who's adept at playing the ball nice and quickly and has a seriously strong kicking game. And also one to keep an eye out for is the fullback, Joe Denmark. But a mouth-watering contest. Starkly different conditions to when these two last met, Will.
Very much so. These guys are fairly familiar to each other on a St. Joe's stage. They played just yesterday in the group stage. 0-0 was the score. The first 0-0 that we had, not the last, let me tell you. But we're hoping for a few more scores this afternoon.
Bit of added spice as well, bit of background. John Mallett, the Milfield coach, used to be the director of rugby at Brighton College. And Nick Boy, the director of rugby at Brighton College, is an old Milfieldian, and I think won this competition as a player as well. So fine pedigree, 2 fine coaches on the game today. But the crowd starts to build, and we're in for a mouth-watering contest as the referees make their way out to the middle. The Brighton mascot there, just nestling next to the ball.
These teams so heavily intertwined in so many different ways. Most of these players play with each other. Whatever colour shirt that you're wearing, academy, national sides, these guys know each other in and out. But that doesn't matter now. All formalities and friendships must be withheld for the next 20 minutes. You are Brighton, you are Milfield.
Let's play ball, eh? Come on, let's have a good clean fight, as they'd say in boxing, eh, Will?
Exactly. Let's hope for just that.
Wellington and Denstone just playing for third, fourth playoff. Two valiant contenders over there as well.
Surprised to see Wellington not on this pitch. That sort of shows the determination and star power that this Brighton College side really does have to put them away in the semi-final.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough, in fact, watched all of Brighton, commentated on all of Brighton's games so far this weekend. And yes, they've gone against the traditional grain of how they might play, but they've worked it out. Smart bunch of players, full of passion, full of commitment, and they certainly won't be a pushover in this final, but it's going to be Brighton to start off, and Gooley hanging that one up first.
Gooley into the waiting arms of the Milfield forwards. Harris, his first contribution, a kick, of course it is. Charlie Clare waiting, however. We mentioned how electric he can be. Inside the 22, and it's gone out on the full.
Expertly touched by one of the Brighton College staff there, ensuring that Milfield can't take the line out quickly. But this wind has been a kind of difference maker all day, and you can see Harris there, early intentions. Let's play the ball. Let's try and get the Brighton back three in behind them, because basically the domination of all the games so far has been the team with the wind at their backs.
Milfield will have the throw in testing conditions. It's gone over the top.
Looked a bit wonky, that one, didn't it?
Exactly that.
Ball is there, good effort, thank you.
The ball just about available for Davies.
Hold 18, green,
thumps
stop.
Harris, thumps it over, back to Clare. We've seen this before.
That's taken in, Jamie.
Taken in this time, however.
He's let it bounce. That Clare hasn't just quite managed to get the clean contact he was after there, but it's quite a little tussle. Harris has just slotted it in behind, turned the Brighton winger a couple of times, and it seems that that's probably their game plan. They're going to try and exploit the number 11 here. I wonder if he can try. I think he might be trying for a 50-22 if he's lucky.
Exactly that. Milfield once again. Let's see if this line-out's much better. It is.
A lot straighter, that one.
Harris into the backfield, unlocks the likes of Ertuk. Electric stuff for the men in red, green and blue. Max Pearce.
Brighton able to comfortably deal there. That looked a hint of a forward pass.
Forward pass. But Harris frustrated with himself. It's these fine margins in which such shortened games can be decided.
Yeah, the good launch play there from Milfield, showing, you know, how much of a threat and their accuracy in their passing. Brighton managed to deal with their attack quite capably there with a simple drift defence. But, you know, Milfield do look imperious with the ball in hand, don't they?
Exactly. Harry Brown just receiving some attention.
That would be a big loss for Brighton. Not only is he probably the top try scorer, but he's a banker at the line out. Like I've said a few times, he's probably one of the tallest lads here at the tournament, and he goes up, obviously doing well with England at the moment as well in the England under-18s, but he you know, could be putting his name forward for player of the tournament as well.
Crouch.
Scrum.
Bind.
Brighton.
Set.
Charlie Clare to feed. Milfield. Strong push. They're told to hold it by the referee. Penalty Milfield, however.
7 hands.
7. That's Alex Harrison. Hands in the ruck.
It's quite a silly mistake, that. Just need the second rows to just heel that back, because they'd held the shove. But now it's going to give Milfield a chance. Watching their driving maul earlier on in the day against Hurst, it was a lethal weapon, as we just see the replay here. Looks like the 7's just... Yeah,
there you go.
Give it a go. Thought he might just sneak away with that one, a la Neil Back in the early 2000s, but good ref in there.
They've got a watchful eye, these referees. They have all tournament. Nothing gets past them.
More, stay.
Well collected by McKibben. The wedge is formed. Milfield go rumbling on. Ever closer to the try line, 7 or 8 metres out now. Davies feeds Ellis Baker. A formidable force is Ellis Baker.
Imperious this, not Milfield often won't come away from these type of positions without some points. And they've got those big, strong runners
Davies
who can make it count.
Flicks it back to the blind side. Timmins.
Just checking with the lino here.
It's good. Ollie Smith walks away with the spoils. And you've got to say, Milfield, they deserve that.
Yeah, like I said, you know, they often don't come away from these positions without some points, and it's just the rebound there, back to the short side, just gets on the outside, missed tackle there, being costly, and against the pattern or the form of play here, you know, playing into the windmill, so Milfield have drawn first blood.
Quarter of the way into this final. It is Ollie Smith who gets the 5 points.
A cracking kick from this distance and how far out as well. And we know that conversions are going to prove really costly and important in the game.
Sam Harris strikes it well, but not well enough. The flags stay down. It's a 5-point game here in the final. Brighton will kick back off. Gooley approaches the ball. Still got a lot of work to do. Both teams have.
Yeah, his restarts have been pinpoint, hanging that one up, using the wind to good advantage. And that is not the worst result there, because hopefully they'll get the ball back at some stage, whether they clear it, kick, or they might even just try and steal the ball off Milfield here. Old Charlie Brown, they can get him up. He's going to take some throwing over.
Pressure.
Just take a step there, take a step.
For Milfield at the line out, a defensive line out inside their own 22. Well taken, however, by Archie McKibben. Milfield come rumbling forwards with Timmins.
Use it!
Davies decides to use Erskine rather than going to the boot just yet. Brighton, however, a strong counter-ruck. They've ended up with the ball and a penalty advantage.
And this is the style of play Brighton have been making their own all tournament.
The short pick and goes. Charlie Clare this time uses the backs. Crossfield kick, trying to find Galbraith. He doesn't.
Had the advantage anyway. They're coming back. Everyone thought, including me, thought Brighton were going to keep this up the jumper a little bit and try and get that pick and go game going. But an excellent little spot there by Gooley, hanging up that kick and testing the catching abilities of 17. But they've got the penalty now.
Coxon looks towards the touchline.
Great kick that, right on the 5 metre. Here we go, what a platform for Brighton to try and launch an attack from.
Jack Ewer, how's your throw, son? No pressure.
I wonder if they'll try and hit Harry Brown.
Of course they do. He's at the front. He's taking it himself. The striding gait of Alex Brown.
Really smart play that, because Milfield stepped off there and Brown just read that perfectly and just went straight through the middle. But now this is the area where they've proved so clinical.
Brown once again.
Hands up, hands up.
They're all queuing up. Oh, ever so close. It looks like it potentially might have been held up. No, the ball's available. Still Brighton's.
Hands up.
Smith and Brown latched onto each other again. That's the combination proved so effective. And Brown again.
Who else? Who else but Harry Brown?
The walking highlight reel of short yardage tries. Harry Brown. John Smith seems to be surgically attached to him this weekend. But Brighton, that's exactly what they needed.
The BFG, Brighton's ferocious giant, gets another on the score sheet. And this kick, Zach Coxon, he knows a little bit about pressure kicks at St Joe's. Could prove absolutely vital as we head towards the half. That combination in your picture there, ever so crucial. Brown drills it between the uprights. Elation from the crowd. Brighton are ahead. It's a 2-point game in the final. Minutes to go in the first half. Harris will kick us back off.
Importantly as well, Will, a converted try, because obviously that comes down to distinguishing the winners there. So really important for Coxon to take that kick and nail that kick. But what a final so far.
Harris. Back to Smith. To Clare. 50-22. How about that?
Oh,
that's
what?
No fun.
Unbelievable. That's the number 8 for Brighton College and captain John Smith, who's just
Johnny Smith
dropped one onto his boot and nailed the 50-22.
Let's have a look at this again.
Calm as you like. Wallop.
I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I think that'll be replayed in the Smith household for the next few weeks. On repeat on the TV, I'd have it. Goodness me. It's his team that lead at the break. 7-5. Harry Brown, Ollie Smith, the two number 5s, the ones who contributed the scores for each team. This was it from Milfield. The awareness from Davies to go back the other way against the grain. Well taken score from Smith.
This is the phase before where you can just see comes back the other way, tries to dig it out, can't see what's going on, just ships it the other way. Bit of footwork there from Smith, breaks the tackle.
Let's have a look at that grounding. If we can get that again, I mean, I don't want to be a bit of a party pooper here, but we're going to have a look at this. Smith extends his arm. I think he's short. I don't know about you, Phil, but
I think it's as a former Brighton College teacher, Will, I might need to keep my partisan head on here. Oh, sorry, my impartial head, should I say? And look, you know, he asked his touch judge there, and you know, we've got the benefit of replay, but in the heat of the moment there, the referee's made a decision. You know, but hopefully it won't come to ruin the game or impact the game, should I say? But this is more about the strength and the nous of that partnership. Chatting to Brown and Smith during the breaks, there's over 200 kilograms of beef charging towards the try line there. So this wind, I think, will make a little bit of a difference. Milfield keeping Brighton waiting, a little bit of gamesmanship here. But John Mallett, head coach of Milfield, director of rugby, he's seen it all. But it's good to see Milfield back at the top end of the schoolboy rugby world.
It will be Milfield to get us back underway, courtesy of their star boy, Sam Harris. 10 minutes to decide who wins and who loses.
So Milfield really need a converted try here. Draw, any form of draw, and it's not going to be good enough. So they've got to chase the game a little bit here, make sure they get the outright win by hook or by crook. Otherwise, that should be enough for Brighton, if I'm correct. But that's got way really high.
Harris hangs it high, probably disturbing a few satellites up in the air. Orbital stuff from Sam Harris. But unfortunately, Milfield knock it forward. Frustrating stuff, momentum with Brighton.
Fortunate break there. That's gone so high, and can't quite see who that is there from Milfield's. Just got a little nudge on that gone forward.
George Tibbins just knocking it on. Did well to get up, but at the end of the day, it's Brighton ball. Charlie Clare.
Well timed.
Big hoof from Coxon. Back to Denmark. He's going to find some space. 50-22. Milfield ball. That is the sort of moment that Milfield needed.
Yeah, great execution there by Denmark, just using the outside of the boot to curve that ball towards the touchline. What an implementation of the new rulings. But, you know, again, the drive could be a lethal weapon here. Big pack of Milfields as they settle into their position.
McKibben brings it down. Milfield inching closer, closer. Trying to pick up a head of steam. They can't, so they break away through Baker.
Never on the ball.
Ball available for Davies. Again, through the front row they go. Now out the back, Harris. Hands, options on here for Turcock.
No, leave it 13 blue.
Oh, looks like a second roll there.
We play on. The ball quickly available for Davies. Still comes through the scrum half.
Excellent hold up there. They've got the numbers out wide.
Held up.
Fantastic, well done. Really dogged from that. They had the numbers out wide. And looking at some of those Milfield forwards to do that and hold them up, you know, that's no mean feat, but that'll be the dropout.
Josh Levenstein on the right wing was screaming for it. But no, it will be Brighton ball.
I would put money on him trying to leather this as far as he can, which he aims to have done.
Instead, it falls into the hands of Richards, who flings it wide. Through Timmins. Urtuk gets his dancing shoes on. In and out. Milfield penalty. Davies aims to go quickly. Can't get the ball away.
Supreme passing there from Milfield. He's gone across three quarters of the pitch there just with one pass, and he's put them into like a 4-on-2 position there. But well dealt with there in the end by Brighton, but then sloppy play maybe. No, 11 just not getting in the way of the quick ball, and this is going to be another opportunity for that catch and drive. You know, if they can get that set into the back, I worry for Brighton College here.
5 metres out. This is the stuff that we've come here to see. McGibbon rises highest.
Oh, no. Sacked him too early there.
Penalty, Milfield. Brighton getting slightly over-eager.
Okay, penalty advantage.
Baker, they've got the advantage, but they'll want more.
Vander doing the job there for Brighton, working hard to keep this Milfield defence at bay. That's epic defence, but they've still got the advantage.
Harris flings it wide. Urtuk, Denmark in the corner. Komoto, Kamanga, Durback.
And that sent the Milfield fans into raptures. This kick's going to be vitally important.
Kamanga Durback, his name in the lights. At the moment, he's the difference. Score in the corner, well worked out. The forwards weren't really doing it. Brighton repelling well. Harris to Urtuk, Urtuk to Denmark, Denmark to Kamanga Durback.
Excellent timing on the pass there from the 15, Denmark. Just took the defender completely out. And there's your man, Kamanga Durback, cracking name. Nice to see him in the game. It looks a bit weary, but here's Harris, and this is going to be an absolutely crucial kick.
How's your nerve, Sam Harris? He's drifted it left of the post. It is a 3-point game here in the final. Brighton College 7, Milfield 10.
So the way I see it, Will, correct me if I'm wrong, Brighton only need 3 points. Is that right?
I think that is correct. We'll have to get our calculators out, but I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. Looks like the skipper, Johnny Smith, is making way. We've just heard from in our ear that any game here,
any draw
will go to penalties.
So Brighton need to keep pushing.
We have a grandstand finish on our hands. 4 minutes to go. Well taken up by Baker.
Back foot. Use it.
Milfield efficient at keeping this ball, and they're going to make the wind and the territory count.
Pressure's on for the backfield. Clare goes sniping. Decides to involve his friends.
Up to halfway. Nice counter from Brighton. They're going to have to put a little bit more on the ball.
There he is, the try scorer, Brown. He's been turned over. Goodness me. That is absolutely crucial. And I'm sure Sam Harris will be looking to hit this one deep into Milfield's, or Brighton in fact, into Brighton's half. Goodness me. Just inside the 22, Milfield resides. Deception from Brighton.
Just looking at the cause of the penalty here, holding on. Brown's been so well all game, just guilty of not getting himself into a good enough position there to play the ball. But now Brighton are going to have to pull something special here. They're probably going to have to try and beat the man in the air, because that clock is running down quickly.
Roughly 2 minutes to play.
0-0 over on pitch 2 as well.
Milfield making headway through Emmanuel. Penalty Brighton. Turning point, Phil.
Yeah, absolutely. Just gone off his feet there to secure that ball. They're going to need a little bit of yardage here. Coxon with his hands on the ball. He's got to try and aim for us. That's pretty much bang on. Just exactly.
Nearly right into your arms there, Phil. I was waiting for you to catch that.
I'd have dropped it, but Brighton needed that from Coxon. They just need to keep their hands on the ball for a little period here. But they're just short of the Milfield half. Tense stuff here.
Jack Hewer feeds it in, not straight. That's frustrating.
Just over a minute from the ref.
A fresh front row for Milfield. Emmanuel and Tommy Williams are on, accompanying Ellis Baker. Let's see if they can make an impact at scrum time. This is a massive scrum.
See if Clare can maybe just disrupt the scrum half there a little bit, but that's pretty
Ball's out quick.
Clean ball.
The try scorer at the moment, the difference. Kamanga Durback. Straight off feet as well. It's the second time that's happened in a matter of minutes. Coxon, once again, looks for the corner.
Number 10, straight off feet.
Deja vu.
A
Got
great
it out.
little nudge from Coxon.
His heart might have been in his mouth for a moment there. He didn't get the cleanest of contacts. But Brown, who's usually the reliable source of line-out ball, and it was the hooker who just missed his throw. Hewer just got it skew-if a little bit. The wind just carrying it, but they need a secure ball here. A little bit of movement, hit the middle. Good option.
They've got it now.
They pulled it down.
Probably. Still, it is Brighton ball. Charlie Clare throws it out to Dombro.
This has got to be the last throw of the dice, because I think if our clock's anything to go by, then this is close to the last play, and Brighton resorting to what's got them so far to this stage of the tournament. But they're on the 22 of Milfield, so they're going to have to go a long way here. Milfield making it really difficult at the breakdown.
Gooley decides against using his backs instead. Wants to go the other way.
Got to look after that ball. Nearly ran into a blind alley there. Got to be smart here, Brighton.
Back foot, take a step.
Milfield defence not shifting an inch.
Charlie Clare had the ball. Now Milfield do. And it's out. George Timmins wins Milfield the game. Brighton shrug their shoulders. That's all they can do. Milfield victorious. Wow, what a game.
Yeah, dramatic finish there. Milfield went for the counter ruck. Was a whiff of maybe one of them going off their feet, but we've got the benefit of a replay. But as I said, the ref's made his call there, but Milfield did the right thing, getting that ball in their hands and getting it into touch. A real tussle, 10-7. Can't begrudge Milfield the win there, going down in the first half. And there's the jubilant celebrations there from the Milfield side.
This is what it means. This is what it means to win the St. Joe's Festival. The elation, the celebration.
It's been a while since Milfield have had their hands on the trophy, and John Mallett will certainly be pretty happy that he's managed to get back to the pinnacle, to the summit of schoolboy rugby in Milfield. The 2021 winners of the De La Salle Trophy.
They've had to fight for it, no doubt about it. Brighton did not roll over. But at the end of the day, it is a crucial score from Kamanga Durvak that makes all the difference. The winners of the De La Salle Trophy here at St. Joe's Festival, Milfield. Final score, Milfield 10, Brighton College 7. Here were the all-important scores. This one for Molly Smith, given in the end, might hold some controversy. That's for you to discuss on the car journey home. Harry Brown, though, brought Brighton back into things.
Just hearing, can just get a whiff of the team talk there from Milfield, and the leader Sam Harris saying it's been a long time since Milfield have won this trophy, and it obviously means a lot to them, and rightly reconfirms Milfield at the summit of the school's rugby world. Brighton will be dejected, hard for them to take. And there's the celebrations from Milfield. Deserved winners, tough to beat all weekend, and it's only fitting that it was a tussle between the two top sides here this weekend.
Milfield having to travel across the country to get here, making it all worthwhile. This from Kamanga Durvak. Great work from the back line. We've seen it all weekend. That was the difference. That is what won Milfield the De La Salle Trophy here at St. Joe's, but props still should go to Brighton, who showed a hell of a fight, not only in this game, They came against Wellington as well. They held their nerve. They kept fighting right until the last moment.
A supreme effort. Brighton College, past winners here, perennial finalists as well in years gone by. And I know Nick and the Brighton College staff build their season a lot around sevens rugby, and if this is anything to go by, then sevens season could be quite exciting, as will Milfield's season as well. But what fitting scenes to bring the curtain down on the 2021 St Joe's Festival.
Well, we have Dave Rogers pitchside, who's going to give us action even closer to the event. Dave, over to you.
Well, you join us at the end of Choral Society, and that was a song of victory for Milfield. John, you must be incredibly proud of that group. Firstly, let's talk about that final. Two great teams, and that is the kind of final that a tournament like this deserves.
Yeah, fantastic. We love coming here. We love coming over the years, and St Joe's doing an incredible job of putting this on, and the boys are so fortunate. You know, we've thought all this weekend about the guys that have missed out last year. That was really tough and emotional for those guys, and we felt for them. And yeah, it's great fun. These guys will create some special memories for them. So, you know, I think for every team that's here, and of course we're pleased we've won. But
over a weekend, there are lots of moments, but what about that moment that effectively won the game? That turnover at the end, it was just pure desire.
Well, Tom Williams, he's a king on that. He's been doing that since he's about 12 years old, and annoying referees. And Tom's, yeah, an incredible kid, as you know, they all are, and yeah, he'll remember that moment.
A game that close tells a story. I'll let you get off in a second because you need to be involved with that photo.
Camera shy, so I might stay out of that.
Absolutely not. But what about a word on the opponents, Brighton? They had a great tournament. I mean, 5 wins out of 6, but they go home empty-handed. That's tough for them.
Yeah, we love playing against Brighton College. Somehow in all tournaments we end up playing against them. We've played them twice this weekend. Nick Boy's an old Milfieldian, so we kind of take it that if Brighton do well, we're still getting some credit, so we enjoy that bit as well.
First and second then, no matter how you look at it. Finally then, just tell me how proud you are of that group of lads, not just for this, but for what they've got to look forward to for the rest of the season, what they've already achieved in the jersey, and what they can still go on to achieve as well.
Sure, it might sound a little bit boring, but we had 25 fit boys by the end of the tournament. They're all fit, and that happens for a reason. They've prepared themselves really well, and they work hard at school and stuff, and so, you know, we're just so good to have those boys enjoying that moment, really.
Well, huge congratulations. Thanks for having a chat. Go and be with your team. You deserve that moment. Lovely moments. In fact, let's just turn around while I continue and see the players there just celebrating with the parents who've made the journey. And it's not a short journey either. I'm just going to take you this way so we don't get to see John jogging over. He's still got it. I was hoping to catch the captain as well. Do you know what? Take a walk with me. And let's see if we can catch some players afterwards. We do now have our 4 victors. St Joe's winning the Shield, RGS High Wycombe winning the Bowl, Kirkham the Plate champions, and of course Milfield, who are just getting tucked into that song one more time. Victors in the trophy. We'll talk about this in more detail, but I believe that is the 7th time, to use an American term, they are the winningest team here at St Joe's. I know some of you British supporters will be furious that I've used that word. Let's try and find the skipper. Skipper, come have a chat to me. We've just spoken to the coach. He said how proud he is of you as players, but to lead this group, how proud are you to be a Milfieldian right now?
I'm extremely proud, to be honest. You know, we've been a team. Most of us have been together since year 10. And, you know, to sort of have this ending is sort of like, you know, you couldn't write it. So it's brilliant. Boys are absolutely buzzing. That's great. Fairy tale ending.
You've got the makings of what looks like a black eye there. You've played 6 games of intense rugby against the best schoolboy rugby players in the UK. How physically and mentally grueling has it been out there?
Oh, seriously tiring. I mean, we had a really slow start yesterday. You know, it was sort of like a bit of a shock. This St Joe's tournament is a lot different to any other game I've ever played. And, you know, it's a really tough tournament. you know, especially, you know, coming up on the second day today, you know, you're going to turn up mentally and physically, otherwise you just, you know, you get beaten. And, you know, we did that. We did exactly that.
Quick word on the final then, decided by less than a score. It was a heck of a contest. What a way to win it.
Oh, brilliant. You know, at half time we spoke about, you know, let's just play our rugby. I thought we started panicking a bit towards in the first half. But, you know, second half we sort of settled down, took a few deep breaths and, you know, took a step back and, you know, played our own rugby and, you know, the result.
We poked the camera in, we saw you singing the song in celebration at the end. I must say, you're a much better rugby team than you are a choir. But it does show us just how tight you are as a group. Just tell us what the relationship's like with you and the boys and the entire team.
Oh, as I said, most of us have come through, you know, through year 10. So we've had, 3 years now all together. We're now, most of us are in upper 6, so we're all coming sort of to the end of our schoolboy rugby. And, you know, I thought this is a perfect way to sort of top it and peak it up.
And what happens on the bus trip home?
Well, if most of us are not sleeping, then I guess we'll have to get the speaker going and get a few chants, for sure.
Oh, good man. Huge congratulations. Well done. You are a champion. He's even got all the good-looking ones giving him a kiss too. We've got 4 trophies to award here for all levels. Milfield are the champions. Do stick with us. Don't go anywhere. We're going to try and catch up with a few more people here pitch side, but we'll be bringing you the presentations very soon indeed.
Introducing NextGen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen 15.
Well, the rugby is done and dusted, so now, Angus, it is our job to make sure that people stick around to look at the trophy presentations. Where do we start? I tell you what, let's start with that final. I spoke to the coach, I spoke to the captain. They are buzzing, but they are physically and mentally exhausted. That is a taxing 2 days of rugby for everyone who's been involved, particularly the champions Milfield. 6 games, 6 wins, and another trophy for an already full cabinet.
Oh, it was breathless, wasn't it? From start to, I mean, the whole weekend, but that final in particular, coming right down to the wire once again. And I've spoken to the Milfield coaches as they were coming off, and assistant coach Mike Baxter said to me, that was our squad. That was all about our squad. That was about bodies getting used and having to just work hard. really, really tough outing for everybody, but what a finish.
Unbelievable. Well, you mentioned the squad. You have to have a squad now. I mean, you've always had to in these kind of tournaments because people get injured, people get exhausted, but because of the rule changes, if lads turn up and they put on a pair of shorts and a pair of boots, they're going to be playing. They have to contribute. And that just shows how strong the best teams are. Hello, mate. Great to have you here. But Milfield, it was a full court effort. It was a full team jobby. Nobody played every single minute because they weren't allowed to. But from the beginning of Saturday to the end of Sunday, they made it work.
Oh, it's been a full squad effort from 1 to 16 in this tournament. You know, you walk around pitch side, you see guys in slings, you see them with ice packs everywhere. From the first game on Monday, on Saturday, I'm already thinking about the end of the weekend. Saturday morning, we were already seeing people with ice packs all over them. It's a really, really tough gig. And I've been so impressed at the way teams have stuck at it. We had Cheltenham College down 3 players in the front row, finding a way to dig in and complete the competition. Fantastic effort all round.
Well, let's go back to the first of our finals then, the Shield. It was St Joe's against King's Worcester. Tough one for King's Worcester to leave empty-handed. St Joe's had so many bites of the cherry. Eventually, they managed to make one stick. They had to come through a couple of penalty shootouts. They even thought they might have lost because, think back to the full-time whistle, King's Worcester celebrating like they lifted the trophy. But it almost seems as though it was meant to be. They were meant to win something. We've got some highlights of the game up now. This was King's Worcester scoring the opening try, so the home team had to come from behind, but in the sunshine, beautiful conditions, the crowd playing their part as well. What a great way to kick off finals season today.
Oh, it was a brilliant final, wasn't it? Just so close and tense, and of course going down to that penalty shootout again. 3 penalty shootouts in one afternoon. I mean, it was exhausting from the touchlines, let alone being a part of it. It was so brutal. But St Joe's, that sort of passion from that touchline really helped carry them through, didn't it? And you saw that. You saw the will in them almost to sort of suck that ball over the post from everyone around. It was a real team effort, that, wasn't it?
Let's talk about pressure, though, because, of course, this is the St Joseph's Festival, so the vast majority of people here are either going to be alumni or family or friends or current students. And it's not reserved seating here. If you've got a ticket, you can stand anywhere on the ground. And everyone was stood just behind the dead ball zone to our left here, behind those posts. So if you're a home kicker, you've got all of them almost sucking the ball towards the goal. If you're an away kicker, you've got them blowing it away. But that is pressure for both teams. There are not many sporting environments like that on the planet.
Huge, huge pressure. And you certainly don't see that at schoolboy level very often. You really don't. And you know, we were all talking on the touchlines of, you know, what a difficult situation that is for young players to be in. But you know what? They all carried themselves so well through it. You know, there are some disappointed lads who missed kicks, and all you saw from teammates was going, "Mate, I never thought you'd have to do that. Don't worry about it."
And they've got the rest of the season now to put their arms around those players. They've got plenty of opportunities for redemption. They've still got the chance to put the jersey on, whether it's in their regular fixtures or some of the other tournaments coming up for the rest of the year. Let's move on then to the bowl final, another one that was decided by just one score. RGS Newcastle 0, RGS High Wycombe 3, the barest of margins.
The battle of the Royal Grammar Schools, and RGS High Wycombe have made a bit of a habit of it throughout the weekend. They were tight games, won by close margins, but they did. I said this after that game, but I say it again. They played it to perfection. Get on the scoreboard, get your territory in, complete the job. Maybe not quite so close as that, but you know, that's the general idea. They did really well. They're one of the great schoolboy sides, RGS High Wycombe, always at every big tournament for the last 20 years. They're a fantastic outfit, and they really do punch well above their weight.
And the scenes of celebration are just evidence that this new format is absolutely perfect. 4 trophies up for grabs. It's almost like a ladder system, isn't it? And I think we can tell it works, judging by how close all of the scores were as we got deep into the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. It was incredibly close throughout, and a lot of the coaches that I spoke to kept referring back to the fact that they were really happy with things because they could find their level with their team. No matter what you felt like in the early stage of the first day, you felt comfortable that you were going to find your level where you would compete for a trophy. It's not about winning it, it's about having the possibility of competing for it fairly, and everyone had that opportunity.
Before we talk about the last two finals, I'm going to be absolutely fascinated to keep my eye on the scores of the teams that have just competed in this trophy and whether or not the way they've played here permeates into the way they go back to playing longer form rugby, whether they do look to get scores on the board and play a little bit more territory, because it's going to be a heck of a shock to the system going back to longer games.
It absolutely is. And I think, weirdly, our winner, not that we're going on to that too much, but our winner was a side who actually did stick to their principles of we want to go out and play. Really the only team in the tournament that did, kind of going against the conventional wisdom. Is the conventional wisdom wrong, therefore? I don't know. But what we saw was Brighton College get all the way to the final, and they are a side that has been quite pragmatic, unusually for them, throughout the season. And I wonder if seeing that success that they've had here might see other schools go, perhaps that is a way to go about things. So there are some interesting sort of different approaches that we might start seeing coming through.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because did Milfield get 3 tries in that semi-final? I think that was, well, it was certainly the only match that I saw start to finish that had 3 tries in it. So let's move on then as the presentations continue behind us to that plate final. It was Kirkham versus Hampton. We said at the time 2 teams who might have wanted to be contesting the trophy final, but that just gives us evidence of how strong this trophy was.
Absolutely. I mean, I think every single team that was in the trophy quarterfinals and therefore went into the plate and ended up in that Kirkham versus Hampton final, they all could have had a shot at getting to the trophy final. It really was that close, as we saw with the fact that every game in those 2 competitions was close. Those 2 sides, as you said, they were title contenders. They were fantastic teams. Kirkham Grammar School, I think, on the value of what they did over the course of the whole weekend, the way that they were the real talk of the town on Saturday night, they deserve to come away with some silverware, if nothing else, to preserve a few egos of everyone that backed them.
Remind me, were you one of those people?
No, I predicted Milfield.
Oh, of course you did. We can rewind that and find out whether it's true or not. But before the match and after the match, you described Kirkham as having a chip on their shoulder, which can often be seen as having negative permutations, but it's not, is it? They arrive from the north with a point to prove, and time again, they prove that point, and they'll have left here this weekend with everybody's respect.
Absolutely. And when we say a chip on their shoulder, we really do mean they want to prove against the best that they are in that class of team. And they absolutely do every single time they pull on the shirt. It's a really positive point to prove. They just want to show people, hey, we're as good as you guys, if not better. And I'll tell you what, they do it.
They certainly do. Well, they are currently having their photo taken as the plate champions. They go north with another trophy for the cabinet, and it'll be interesting to have a chat with them after this to see if they are pleased with that, because they certainly should be. And I mentioned the respect. I think they will be more than a match for anyone moving forward. Let's talk about the big one then. We've already dipped into it. We've spoken to winning coaches, winning captains. We've seen how much it means to both teams. It was the trophy final, the big one, the one that every team who arrives here ultimately wants to play in, but Brighton College and Milfield were the 2 standout teams this weekend.
Absolutely. They've throughout the weekend been absolutely outstanding. And I think we all got an inkling when they drew 0-0 on day 1 that we might see these 2 meet each other again, because it wasn't a 0-0 draw that made you go, oh, this isn't going to be good. It was a 0-0 draw that made you think, wow, you can barely separate these 2 teams. They're that good. And it proved as they came through to the final. Absolutely brilliant.
We've got a couple of highlights here, including the tries. What we're not going to see is the 50-22 just before half-time from the restart after Milfield scored that effectively counted for nothing, but it was straight from the restart. It was a 70-metre clearance from one 22 to the other, one of the best kicks I've seen in any form of rugby for months. But that just shows the skill level on display, the speed of thought, the game awareness, and these players are always looking at opportunities, big and small, to try and get the edge. And in games that have been decided by no more than 1 score, those moments can make massive differences.
Absolutely huge differences. And you know, I think the salient point really with some of those tries in the final was the fact that it was tries that reflected the way these 2 schools have played. Milfield scores, moving the ball wide, getting in the corners, hurt them from a conversion point of view. Brighton going tight. That's how they got their try. We saw it reflected.
We saw that 50-22 then. What a cannon. But this was the moment that won the trophy, and it was fitting that Milfield won it in that way. One of the very few teams who, you said, stuck to their principles, who looked to spread the ball, who looked to play what they would describe as the Milfield way, going from coast to coast and scoring a try that made them champions.
Absolutely, and a word in there actually for the outside centre, Joe Denmark, because I don't think he's probably going to get player of the tournament because he's almost unheralded in the work that he does, but he deserves a huge shout out because, as we saw, he's the player that's calm in his distribution. They're sucked in 2 or 3 defenders before releasing the pass, and it's those fine details that allow your wingers that space to get in the corner. A fantastic player, and a guy who's probably not going to get the big mentions, but we'll give him as much of one as we can here.
Do you know who gets player of the tournament? I don't.
I have an inkling, but only because I've seen the sheet.
That is a tough selection, though, isn't it? Because it's done based on coaches' votes. Every coach gets 1 vote. And I think in a tournament of such quality... Oh, hang on. Are we going to hear it behind us? No? Oh, I was just checking in there to see if we were going to get who it was. But that is a really tough pick, isn't it? And I think there could have been any one of 6, 7 or 8 players who could have left with that individual award.
Yeah, it's a difficult award every single year, and we've seen some fantastic players, by the way. Get it? Marcus Smith, Zach Mercer, Jonathan Joseph. Like the list goes on.
They're all right.
There are some incredible players that have picked up that award, but it's really difficult because the quality on show. I mean, we are literally looking at the Premiership stars of tomorrow across every single team. How do you choose between that? But what makes it particularly difficult in this year of all years is that the games have been incredibly close. It's been quite maul-dominated, a lot of forward tries. Difficult to pick out sort of standout individuals in that sense because people are always looking for the flashy backs, aren't they? It's very unusual, although last year a prop did get it, Phil Brantingham.
Well, I have it confirmed that it is Brighton College's Johnny Smith who's been awarded the player of the tournament. Well deserved. But let's have a chat about this team here, who are the champions, Milfield with the trophy, led by Eric, the skipper. They have got a real history in this competition. I think I stole the stat off you. Is it the 7th time they've lifted the trophy? That puts them out on their own. What is it about Milfield that really suits this format? Why can they come here time and time again and leave with the highest honour?
We could write an essay about it. It's Milfield Rugby is an institution from Gareth Edwards back in the 50s and 60s. You know, they've been a fantastic rugby school all the way through. They've won multiple Ross and Park Sevens titles, multiple everything. Here, they come along. It's a long old way down from Somerset to here, and every time they want to just come out and prove they are the best in the business. They've done it 7 times. That's a hell of an achievement. They're a really, really top quality outfit, and I cannot speak highly enough for the work that John Mallett does down there. I think in his time there, I could get this wrong, but I think he, on a personal level, has been involved in about 5 of those. He is an absolute genius when it comes to just moulding, not teams as such, groups of young men into a collective that just has a desire and a plan, and they go out and they play a thrilling brand of rugby.
They certainly do. They're champions again. What's a good season for Milfield now, though? They've got 1 trophy, but there's still so much rugby to be played.
I suppose the challenge you lay down to them now, they arrived here unbeaten. They've won the St Joseph's Festival. They will be thinking in their own minds, they won't say it to anyone, but they'll be thinking, let's go out and finish an unbeaten season. They've got some big teams to play. I think they've got to play Whitgift, they've got to play Sedbergh. We saw what Sedbergh did to Whitgift on Saturday, 50 points past them. Milfield are going to have to work hard, but I think inside that might be the ambition. They won't tell anyone, but that might be it.
They put some miles in, don't they?
They
Milfield to Sedbergh. You need a time machine, not a bus.
If you want to play the best in the business, you've got to put in the clock. You've got to put in the hours, the miles, and you got to work hard for it. And I'll tell you what, they really, really do.
Well, I'm hoping that we're going to hear from the player of the tournament, Johnny Smith, at some point. If you do see him, collar him in. Let's get your sort of thoughts on the tournament then, because you probably watch more schoolboy rugby than I'd say anybody else on the planet. Is this as good as it gets?
I think so, yeah. I think certainly this year it will be, and I think probably for the last 4 or 5 years this has been the top level of schoolboy rugby that you see. The level of competition, the strength of each team that is here is astonishing. I think the brand of rugby that teams play, the way they look to score tries, they look to get points on the board early, teams like Milfield who have that attacking ambition to get the ball wide, I think you see an attractive brand. I think that all adds to it, and I cannot think of a more difficult competition to win, and one that is such high quality. It's fantastic.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed it wherever you've been watching from around the world. We're going to be bringing in some people to have a chat at some point. If you do see anybody, Angus, then do give them a shout.
Well, we have Kirkham Grammar School head coach Alan Trunhill over here.
Welcome. You've left with a trophy, and I was absolutely delighted. Well, I'm delighted you've come to have a chat, because I want to know if you're happy or not.
Yeah, very happy. Yeah, I think it's just good to see all the boys back playing again after 18 months off COVID. I think we're probably better suited to a longer game. The 10 minutes, you know, I get the concept, it's really good. I completely understand, and I think we've really enjoyed being down here, playing different teams.
It's interesting to say that you feel as though you're suited to a longer game, because it feels as though you arrive at all of these tournament formats, whether it's the 15-a-side shorter game here, whether it's the 10s up at Sedbergh or the 7s at Rosslyn Park, you always seem to deliver in these condensed formats. What is it about your groups that manages to achieve that?
I think we try and focus on tournaments. We enjoy the competition, playing against different teams, which you don't normally play on our circuit. And I think it's a great experience to put the boys into, where they have to try and adapt to regulations which are different to normal 15-a-side rugby.
We've got some highlights from some of your games playing up on the big screen here. One of the things we've talked about, and it's interesting you mentioned the circuit there, it feels as though you arrive here playing against a bunch of teams that you're not used to, many of whom are on the same circuit together, and it feels as though you immediately get their respect. Is that something that you talk about in the build-up?
No, but I'm very glad you say that. Obviously, I've known a lot of the coaches for a long time, and I think there's a lot of mutual respect between each other. You know, obviously, we've played against Milfield in the past many times, same with Denstone, and same with Brighton College. So it's good to have people we haven't seen for a long time, and I think that's really important as well.
So you plate champions. How will that be received when you arrive back at school tomorrow?
We get great support. The headmasters, you know, really supportive of what we do. Schools really supportive about, you know, online. I know people have been getting messages all day on Twitter. You know, people have been watching intensely the whole weekend, and it's a great occasion.
And what are the ambitions for the rest of the season now? You've won one trophy. There's still a lot of rugby to be played.
Right. For the first time for a while, we're actually in the National Cup. So we'll have a little look at that.
You're going to try and win that, yeah?
Yeah, a little trip to Twickenham, maybe?
I've had a look at that draw. You got a chance.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
And that's the Oracle saying that as well. Well, have a safe journey home.
Thank
Huge
you
congratulations and good luck for the rest of the season. We're going to bring in the player of the tournament now.
Johnny. Well played. Terrific game. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
We have just been at a weekend with the best teams in the country, the best players in the country, and you're clutching the player of the tournament. Huge congratulations.
Thank you.
Just give us an idea of what that means to you.
It means a lot. I was gutted I got a knock in the final and tried to go through it, but I couldn't. But no, it means a lot. I wasn't expecting it, but gutting to lose and like go off. Felt like I let the boys down a bit, but no, very big honour, and some of the names on here are pretty cool. So
read a couple out.
You got Marcus Smith, OB, Jonathan Joseph, Lewis Ludlam, who was here yesterday. Yeah, lots of. I think this Ollie Morgan got 50 caps.
Cheltenham College head coach Ollie Morgan.
Yeah.
Just turn it around so the camera can see this. Fantastic stuff. I'd just like to clear up while we're live, by the way, that you have absolutely not let anybody down at all. I can understand why you feel that way, but incredible tournament. Let's talk about the tournament as a whole then, because it is an intense weekend of rugby. How has it lived up to your expectations as a player, as the group? What's it been like to be here?
It's been great. Obviously not getting to come last year. We had a very, very good upper sixth at Brighton as well last year, so it's a shame for them. But it's lived up to it, if not better. Unreal. Lots of rugby full on from the get-go. Playing Milfield yesterday, 0-0 draw in the rain. It's been class. Yeah. How many
0-0 draws have you been involved in over the years?
Not many. But it was tight. We missed the kick to win it. So it's great though. Really enjoyed it.
Angus, I know we're here to talk about his performance, but can we mention his barnet?
I knew exactly where you were going as soon as you said that. It's a terrific mop of hair. We've seen some good ones. Any standout haircuts for you on the pitch over the course of the past couple of days? There've been a few, haven't there?
Yeah. No, St Joe's boys have quite a few rugged haircuts. But no, why not? Like, it's gone all curly. I used to have dead straight hair, but no, yeah, I thought I could have maybe neatened the sides up if I'd have got a chance early on in the week, but yeah.
Well, something for the bus ride home.
Yeah,
exactly.
Keep it because it's working for you.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the rest of the season then, because you have reached a pinnacle. You've reached the final of this tournament as a group. You've got that incredible award, which is well deserved over the course of the weekend. What do you want to achieve both personally and as a team as we move towards the rest of this season?
Just play lots of good rugby. We've got the rest of the school season, Daily Mail. We took 2 early losses, which are we're just first time we played together, and Hampton lost on a Friday night light, so we walked over today. So bit annoying, but we'll kick on with them, and then we've got some ACAD League stuff starting. Just looking forward to playing rugby and getting stuck in. Got a bad injury last year to my shoulder, so I just want to play lots and lots of rugby.
How good is it to hear this ambition, Angus?
It's
so
just
good.
so great, isn't it? I love it. Absolutely love it. It must just be awesome just to be back out there on the field and just getting to have a run out with the boys. I mean, you missed it all last year and finally getting to run out with them.
No, it's so good. It's so good. Great bunch of lads at Brighton, all keen. Yeah, no, it's so good. Really good. Everyone's been sending messages, OBs, a lot. No, it's really nice to come here and play. And it's a shame about the result, but it's been a great experience, yeah.
Before we leave you go, anyone you'd like to shout out?
Shout out.
Shout out Marcus Smith. Get a tweet off him.
Marcus Smith, name's on here, 2016. Yeah, I don't know. It's another Smith. The name's obviously got some talent behind it. I don't know.
It certainly has. Huge congratulations. I will take that microphone off you.
Thank you.
I will shake your hands.
Thank you very much.
And I will congratulate you on a brilliant tournament. Good luck for the rest of the season. Look after that. Don't lose it on the bus home. I know how loose they get. Next in the production line of great guests, another fabulous tournament in the bag. How are you?
Very tired, losing my voice, but a few more grey hairs. But oh no, it's been amazing. And to think that we had to postpone or cancel the last one due to everything that was going on in the world, and to have everyone back this year, there was always a chance. And I was just saying to Richard, I went to bed Wednesday night thinking, what if no one comes? And to see everyone here this weekend, I'm sure there are more people here over this weekend, and certainly in my time, it's just been fantastic. The rugby on show is great. The new format has worked out well. We've had some excitement with the place kicking competitions to settle the draw. I mean, what more could you want over a weekend for under 18 schoolboy rugby?
And for the home team to win the very first penalty shootout to get to the final of the new format. It's Hollywood stuff.
Yeah, well, yeah, Hollywood stuff for a spectator, but I was definitely having an ambulance on standby for a heart attack on both occasions. No, it's been brilliant, and again, it's one of those things with a new format. You're never sure how it's going to be received. And we all sat in the office when we brought in the kick-in decider and said, oh, it'll never get to that, we'll be fine. And if it does, it'll be a bit of fun. And then we have to do it twice in a day. But no, it's been brilliant, really happy.
How did you feel when the full-time whistle went? So for those that didn't watch the final, it was St Joe's against King's Worcester. When the full-time whistle went, Kings thought they'd won, didn't they? So they went up reacting. Angus and I were like, no, we've read the rules. We definitely know this is going to penalty kicks. Did you have any doubt in your mind?
No, none, because I work with a guy called Mark Grigg, who is the most studious, professional man there is on the planet. And I knew the situation and I knew where we were. Obviously, we're mic'd up and we're sort of having a look at it anyway. So, yeah, no, it wasn't a surprise to us. But it adds to the excitement.
Yeah. And what was said to the lads and between the lads when they went to those penalty kicks?
To be honest, I don't think there was much said. It's one of those situations where it's do or die. Like there isn't really a lot you can say because you're one man in front of one set of posts, and you can give all the coaching tactics and things, but it just comes down to the individual. And they did all of the boys that were put in that position, not just for St Joe's, but all of them that were put in that position. I think they did a sterling job, because it's all easy for us as teachers and spectators and sports fans to sit there and have an opinion or to have a laugh and get excited. But actually, for young men being put in that position for a competition such as ours, it's a really big deal, and there's a lot of pressure on them. I think they all coped admirably. I'm proud of them all. They've done a great job.
Speaking of that pride then, let's talk about the wider tournament as a whole. Not just what happened on pitch 1 and pitch 2, but everywhere, from The old boys coming back to support, from the families that we're here cheering, from all of the sponsors and partners who've given time and money to make sure that things carry on. This must be something that you and everyone here at St Joseph's College are immensely proud of.
Yeah, and I think the work that has gone into this has been twice as much and some into what it would be previously, because we were out of flow. It's easy to tick over year by year, but when you have that gap, and you fear that people forget about it, they sort of lose touch with it. Sponsors may lose interest. Everyone's been put under financial pressure. So there is that moment when you think, are we going to be able to bring it back as it was before, let alone making it bigger and better? And we managed it. And Lucy Bolton, who works with me as the events coordinator, does a fantastic job, and she puts up with me. I do put up with her as well. But we're really proud of it, and we're really proud of not just the rugby that we play, but the event, bringing people to the Suffolk and Ipswich area. For a small school, being able to put on a tournament like this is superb.
Well, I can tell you, I've been to a fair few of these down the years. This one felt special. Like, you get the 2013 St Joe's win, it obviously that's special. This one from the start felt really special because everyone, I think, appreciated. We're very lucky to be here. We're lucky it's happening. We almost can't believe that we're allowed to do this again. This is awesome.
Yeah.
And there was a real atmosphere of that around. You know, Saturday morning can be a bit quiet. Everyone's a bit bleary-eyed from Friday and all the rest of it. Saturday morning we were packed from the minute that things started.
It was the busiest Saturday morning
left on the commentary booth. Dozens and dozens of people had turned into about 1,000. It was fantastic.
Yeah. No, it was great. For me, it's always difficult because I still support with the coaching, although we've got a great team led by Mark Grigg, as I mentioned earlier, and he and the team do a fantastic job, and a big thank you to them. But as someone who is involved in the off-field organisation and the sort of commercial side of it, you can't help but stand here and go, this is fantastic. Like, we've really managed to pull something off special year on year. And to be honest, we're already planning and talking about how we make next year that little bit more special, if you can.
Anything you can tell us?
So you'll see it from a different perspective. Yeah.
Oh.
And, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, really interesting. Before we wrap then, let's talk about the players and what they do for the rest of the season, and also some of the people that were here. We had Ealing Trailfinders with Brunel University, Cardiff Met were here, Bath University, Nottingham Trent. It just feels as though there are options for these guys, not just to continue with the game, but to continue with their education, to build relationships and friendships, and really use rugby as a springboard into their future.
Again, we were talking about this in the week. I can't remember. I was speaking to a guy that had come over from America to visit the school and talking about sort of student recruitment and things. And I said to him at the time, I said, I think school sport and university sports going for a bit of a renaissance. It's going back to how it was. Once upon a time, we would work our way through a school into a university, play amazing sport there, get a degree. If it was going to happen, we'd have an option to go and play semi-professionally or professionally and play at a top flight. If it didn't happen for us, we'd have played a great amount of rugby at a really good level, made friends for life and got a job. And I think it's coming back around to that sort of idea of you can have both. And we're an academy partner with Ealing Trailfinders, who also sponsor the event. And the opportunity for young men and women to be able to go to a university and continue that dual career aspect of studying and playing elite sport, I think it's always been big with the likes of Hartbury and places like that. But I really do think it's on an upward trajectory and a real sort of a kick. And it's exciting. I don't think if you're a young man or woman at the moment, it's a great time to be a sports person.
What happens here tomorrow?
I'm going on holiday, so I don't know. I'm going to have a week off. The clean-up will start tonight, and then tomorrow the grounds team, led by Pete Hamilton, who is solely responsible for everything you see that's green and does a fantastic job. Their team will be back on renovating the pitches, knocking back, fixing the football pitches, which have been used as car parks, getting them back ready for the week, and then the cleaning staff will tear around the place and make it look spick and span ready for us in 2 weeks' time.
Do you know, we've not mentioned it, but given how much rugby has been played on them for the last 2 days, the pitches have held up beautifully, haven't they?
Absolutely immaculate and unbelievable artwork on them as well. I noticed a bit of that coming through on social media in the week, every bit as good as the build-up was suggesting it was. But yeah, it's been a carpet all weekend.
Yeah, we really are lucky here, really lucky.
Well, the light's starting to fade here. The rugby's over, the presentations are over. Just final thoughts from you two. First of all, Angus, we've already mentioned about how much schoolboy rugby that you watch over the years. It's in rude health, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's been very weird having it not around for so long, and then we got into the start of this season. No one really knew what to expect. Would we be able to play every week? Would we have games? Would games get cancelled? Who's good? Who's not? It was complete sort of chaos, really. And as the weeks have gone by, the best thing I can say about it is that it feels just like normal, really. It feels as though we're all back playing. It's normal school rugby, and it's absolutely brilliant. And then you come to an event like this and you go, oh, wow, we've missed this. Yeah. We've really missed this. And, you know, the standard has been unbelievable. And that's, you know, a testament to the sort of work you guys have done to make sure that the teams that come here are as good as they can possibly be. And I'll tell you what, that was one of the highest standard tournaments we've seen. You know, particularly across the sort of trophy and plate competitions, I reckon any 8 of those sides, given a fair wind, could have gone all the way. And that's really all you need to define a good tournament.
Thank you.
Well, do you know what? I'll give you the final say then, because just to echo what Angus said, it's been an incredible tournament. I know it's easy to have a knee-jerk reaction and say, oh, you know, it's the best one ever, but certainly after a layoff, I think the delivery has been incredible. You've already talked about going bigger next year. I've got no doubt that when you do, you'll talk about going better the year after. Angus has already committed to it. Do you think this is the country's premier condensed tournament?
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. Absolutely. I think, as Angus said, you only have to see the young men that play on the pitch every sort of 20 minutes or so. The organisation, the structures that are in behind that team with the coaching staff and the transport, the logistics. I honestly don't believe there is anywhere else in the country that you can see this spectacle over a 2-day period, full stop.
I think it is very difficult to disagree with that. However, the school's season continues. Angus, where can people see it? Where can people keep up to date with it?
Yeah, we'll have as much as we can possibly put out there on NextGen15. We'll be covering it, you know, on the website, on social media, all day, every day of the week. We'll have a whole bunch of live streams coming up. Already in the books, we've got things like Cheltenham v Milfield, we've got Sepa v Wellington, we've got Shiplake College against Pangbourne College. We're going all sorts this year. We're getting them all in, and we've got many more. If anyone wants their game live stream, by the way, do get in touch with us, because we're very keen to do that for as many schools as possible. But there's going to be loads and loads going on. That's only up till Christmas, and then we've got 7s, 10s, all the rest of it after that. It's all going on.
Well, thank you for a brilliant tournament. Thank you, Angus, for your great company. And thank you for joining us wherever you've been watching around the world. It has been another wonderful St. Joe's tournament, but it is done and dusted. As Angus said, NextGen15 is where you can follow the school's game. It is in rude health. It's better than it's ever been, and there's so much more to come. Until we get to speak again, though, look after yourselves. Goodbye.
Introducing NextGen15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough. 1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15.